Part 4. The Siege. 1. Early morning mist rising from the Rhine swirled around the Arnhem bridge and the silent, darkened houses surrounding it. A short distance from the northern ramp, the Eusebius-Bauten Single, a long landscaped boulevard bordering the historic inner city, stretched back toward the outlying areas north and east and ended at the Musis Sacrum, Arnhem's popular concert hall. On this Monday, September 18th, in the thin, indistinct light, the ancient capital of Gelderland appeared deserted. Nothing moved in the streets, gardens, squares, or parks. From their positions around the northern end of the bridge, Colonel Frost's men could begin to see for the first time the whole sprawl of the city with its houses and municipal buildings, the Court of Justice, Provincial Government House, State Archives buildings, the Town Hall, General Post Office, and the railroad station less than a mile to the northwest. Nearer, the Church of St. Eusebius, with its 305-foot-high steeple, dominated the city. Few of Frost's men, looking warily out from shattered windows and freshly dug foxholes in a perimeter composed of 18 houses, realized that the great church now had a sinister significance. German snipers had moved into the tower during the night. Carefully concealed, they, like the British, waited tensely for full light. The battle for the bridge had raged all night. A midnight lull had been short-lived. When the fighting broke out again, it almost seemed that each man was engaged in individual contest. Twice during the night Frost's men had tried to rush the southern end of the bridge, only to be beaten back. Lieutenant John Greyburn, leading both charges, had been badly wounded in the face, but stayed on the bridge and oversaw the evacuation of all his men to safety. Greyburn was killed in the battle for Arnhem. On September 20th he stood in full view of an enemy tank and directed the withdrawal of his men to a main defense perimeter. For supreme courage, leadership, and devotion to duty during the entire engagement, he was posthumously awarded Britain's highest military honor, the Victoria Cross. Later, truckloads of German infantry tried to ram their way across the bridge, only to be met by the concentrated fire of the British troopers. With flamethrowers, Frost's men had set the vehicles on fire. Panzer grenadiers were burned alive in the inferno and fell screaming to the Rhine 100 feet below. The acrid smell of burning rubber and thick black smoke eddying up from the debris hampered rescue parties from both sides searching for their wounded among the bodies littering the bridge. Lance Corporal Harold Back, in one such party, was helping to carry wounded into the basement of one of the houses held by Frost's men. In the darkness of the cellar he saw what he thought were a few candles burning. Injured troopers were laid out all over the floor, and suddenly Back realized that what he saw were tiny fragments glowing on the bodies of some of the wounded. Hit by splinters from phosphorus shells, the men were glowing in the dark. Inexplicably, in these first moments of daylight, the battle halted again. It was almost as though both sides were drawing a deep breath. Across the road from Frost's battalion headquarters, on a side street under the ramp itself, Captain Eric Mackay made a quiet reconnaissance of the houses that his little force of engineers and small groups of men from other units now controlled. During a vicious nighttime battle, Mackay had managed to hang on to 2 of the 4 houses in the area and set up a command post in one of them, a brick schoolhouse. The Germans, counter-attacking, had crept through the landscaped grounds to toss hand grenades into the houses. Infiltrating the buildings, the Germans fought a deadly, almost silent hand-to-hand battle with the British. Ranging through the cellars and from room to room, Mackay's men drove back swarms of the enemy with bayonets and knives. Then, taking a small group of men, Mackay went out into the bushes after the retreating Germans. Again, with bayonets and grenades, the British routed the enemy. Mackay was hit in the legs by shrapnel, and a bullet punctured his helmet, grazing his scalp. Now, checking his troopers, Mackay discovered casualties similar to his own. Adding to his problems, the supply situation was not good. There were 6 Bren guns, ammunition, grenades, and some explosives, but Mackay had no anti-tank weapons, little food, and no medical supplies, except morphia and field dressings. Additionally, the Germans had cut off the water. Now all that was available was what the men still had in their canteens. Terrible as the nighttime fighting had been, Mackay maintained a fierce determination. "We were doing well, and our casualties were comparatively light," he recalls. "Besides, now with the coming of daylight, we could see what we were doing, and we were ready." Still, Mackay, like Frost, had few illusions. In this most deadly kind of fighting, street by street, house by house, and room by room, he knew it was only a question of time before the British garrison at the bridge was overwhelmed. The Germans obviously hoped to crush Frost's small force by sheer weight of numbers within a matter of hours. Against such powerful and concentrated attacks, all that could save the courageous defenders at the bridge was the arrival of 30 Corps, or the remaining battalions of the 1st Parachute Brigade still fighting their way into the city. It had been a night of unceasing horror for the SS soldiers who fought near the bridge. Colonel Hartzer, apparently satisfied that he had halted Urquhart's battalions, had underestimated both the number and the caliber of the men who had reached the northern end. Hartzer did not even bother to order his few self-propelled guns to be brought up as support. Instead, squad after squad of SS were thrown against the British positions in the buildings around the ramp. These tough units met a foe most of them remember as the fiercest soldiers they had ever encountered. SS squad leader Alfred Ringsdorf, 21, an experienced soldier who had fought in Russia, was on a freight train heading toward Arnhem, where he was told his group was to be refitted. There was utter confusion at the Arnhem station when Ringsdorf and his men arrived. Troops from a hodgepodge of units were milling about, being lined up and marched off. Ringsdorf's unit was told to report immediately to a command post in the city. There, a major attached them to a company of the 21st Panzer Grenadier Regiment. The squad had arrived without arms, but by late Sunday afternoon they were outfitted with machine guns, carbines, hand grenades, and a few Panzerfäuste, a German version of the American recoilless anti-tank bazooka capable of firing a 20-pound projectile with extreme accuracy. Questioning the limited amount of ammunition, they were told that supplies were en route. "At this time," says Ringsdorf, "I had no idea where we were going to fight, where the battle was, and I had never been in Arnhem before." In the centre of the city there was evidence that heavy street fighting had already taken place. For the first time, Ringsdorf learned that British paratroopers had landed and were holding the northern end of the Arnhem Bridge. No one seemed to know how large the force was. His squad was assembled in a church and given their orders. They were to infiltrate behind the buildings on either side of the bridge ramp and rout out the British. Ringsdorf knew how deadly this kind of fighting was. His experiences at the Russian front had taught him that. Yet the men in his command were seasoned young veterans. They thought the battle would be brief. All through the area leading to the bridge, the squad saw houses heavily damaged by bombing, and the men had to work their way through the rubble. As they neared the perimeter positions the British had set up around the north end of the bridge, they came under intense machine gun fire. Pinned down, the squad was unable to get within 600 yards of the bridge approach. A lieutenant called for a volunteer to cross the square and toss a demolition charge into the house where the heaviest machine gun fire seemed to be centered. Ringsdorf volunteered. Under covering fire, he dashed across the square. "I stopped behind a tree near a cellar window where the shooting was coming from and tossed the charge inside. Then I ran back to my men." Lying in rubble, waiting for the explosion to go off, Ringsdorf looked back just as a tall house on a corner where a number of German engineers were sheltering was suddenly hit by shells. The entire front of the house crumbled, burying everybody. It struck Ringsdorf that had his own men been there, the entire squad would have been wiped out. At that moment, the demolition charge he had thrown into the cellar exploded on the street, not far from where he lay. The British had tossed it back out the window. At nightfall, various squads began to infiltrate the buildings to dig the British out. Ringsdorf's objective was a big red building which he was told was a school. Heading toward it, his squad quickly encountered alert British marksmen who forced the Germans to take refuge in a nearby house. Smashing the windows, the SS men opened fire. The British immediately took cover in the house next door, and a vicious firefight began. "The British shooting was deadly," Ringsdorf recalls. "We could hardly show ourselves. They aimed for the head, and men began to fall beside me, each one with a small, neat hole through the forehead. With losses mounting, the Germans fired a Panzerfaust directly at the British-occupied house. As the shell crashed into the building, Ringsdorf's squad charged. The fighting was cruel, he remembers. We pushed them back room by room, yard by yard, suffering terrible losses. In the middle of the melee, the young squad leader was ordered to report to his battalion commander. The British, he was told, must be driven out at all costs. Back with his men, Ringsdorf ordered the squad to dash forward, lobbing showers of grenades to keep the English under constant attack. Only in this way, says Ringsdorf, were we able to gain ground and continue our advance, but I certainly had not expected when I came from Germany to find myself suddenly engaged in bitter fighting in a restricted area. This was a harder battle than any I had fought in Russia. It was constant, close-range, hand-to-hand fighting. The English were everywhere. The streets, for the most part, were narrow, sometimes not more than 15 feet wide, and we fired at each other from only yards away. We fought to gain inches, cleaning out one room after the other. It was absolute hell. Advancing cautiously toward one house, Ringsdorf caught a glimpse of an English helmet with camouflage netting momentarily outlined in an open cellar doorway. As he raised his arm to throw a grenade, he heard a low voice and the sound of moaning. Ringsdorf did not lob the grenade. Silently he moved down the cellar steps, then yelled, "Hands up!" The command was unnecessary. In Ringsdorf's words, before me was a frightening sight. The cellar was a charnel house full of wounded English soldiers. Ringsdorf spoke soothingly, knowing that the British would not understand his words, but might comprehend his meaning. "It's okay," he told the wounded men. "It's all right." He called for medics, and collecting his prisoners, ordered the British moved back of his own lines for attention. As the troopers were brought out of the cellar, Ringsdorf began to search one of the walking wounded. To his astonishment, the man uttered a low moan and crumpled at Ringsdorf's feet, dead. "It was a bullet meant for me," Ringsdorf says. "The English were protecting their own. They couldn't know we were trying to save their wounded. But for one moment I was paralyzed. Then I broke out in a cold sweat and ran." As the British troopers hung on grimly around the school, Ringsdorf knew that even his elite unit was not strong enough to force a surrender. As dawn broke on Monday, he and the depleted squad retreated back up the Eusebius Single. Encountering an artillery commander, Ringsdorf told him that the only way to get the British out is to blast the buildings down brick by brick. "Believe me, these are real men. They won't give up that bridge until we carry them out feet first." Master Sergeant Emil Petersen had good reason to reach the same conclusion. He was attached to the Reichsarbeitsdienst, Reich Work Service, and as Germany's manpower shortage became increasingly acute, Petersen and his 35-man platoon had been transferred to a heavy anti-aircraft unit, then to an infantry outfit. They had retreated all the way from France. On Sunday afternoon, waiting at the Arnhem station for transportation back to Germany where they were to be reorganized, Petersen's platoon had been mobilized and told by a lieutenant that they were to be committed against British airborne troops who had landed in the city. "The unit we joined consisted of 250 men," Petersen recalls. "No one had any weapons, only I and 4 others had machine pistols." Petersen's men were tired. They had been without food for 24 hours, and the sergeant remembers thinking that had the train been on time, the platoon would have been fed, would have missed the battle, and would have reached home in Germany. At an SS barracks, the group was issued weapons. "The situation was laughable," Petersen says. "First, none of us liked fighting with the Waffen-SS. They had a reputation for being merciless. The arms they gave us were ancient carbines. To break open mine, I had to bang it against a table. The morale of my men was not exactly high when they saw these old weapons." It took some time to make the guns serviceable, and as yet the unit had not received any orders. Nobody seemed to know what was happening or where the men were to be committed. Finally, at dusk, the group was marched off to the town commander's headquarters. Arriving, they found the building deserted. Again, they waited. "All we could think about was food," says Petersen. Eventually an SS lieutenant arrived and announced that the men were to push through the center of the city to the Rhine bridge. The unit marched in platoons down Markt Street toward the Rhine. In the dark they could see nothing, but, Peterson recalls, we were conscious of movement all around us. Occasionally we heard shooting in the distance and the sound of vehicles. Once or twice I thought I saw the dull silhouette of a helmet. Less than 300 yards from the bridge, Peterson was aware that they were passing through lines of soldiers, and he guessed the group he was with must be replacing these men. Then one of the soldiers said something that to Peterson was unintelligible. Instantly Peterson realized that the men had spoken English. We were marching alongside a British unit heading, like us, for the bridge. The mistaken identity was suddenly apparent to everyone. An English voice yelled out, "They're Jerry's!" Peterson remembers shouting, "Fire!" Within seconds the street reverberated with machine gun and rifle fire as the two forces fought face to face. A stream of bullets missed Peterson by inches, ripping through his knapsack. The force of the fire slammed him to the ground. Quickly he took cover behind a dead comrade. Everywhere you looked, men were firing from scattered positions, often mistakenly at their own side, Peterson remembers. Slowly he began to crawl forward. He came to an iron fence enclosing a small park and climbed the fence. There he found most of the other survivors of the German platoon sheltering among trees and shrubs. The British had drawn back to a group of houses on both sides of the park, and now in the little square the Germans were caught in a crossfire. I could hear the screams of the wounded, Peterson says. The British fired flares pinpointing our positions and cut our group to pieces. 15 men in my platoon were killed in less than 5 minutes. Just at dawn, the British stopped firing. The Germans also halted. In the early light, Peterson saw that of the 250 men who had set out for the bridge, more than half were either dead or wounded. We never did get near the approaches to the bridge. We just lay there and suffered without support from the vaunted SS or a single self-propelled gun. That, Peterson says, was our introduction to the Arnhem battle. For us, it was nothing less than a massacre. Hour by hour, men of the 2 missing battalions of the 1st British Airborne Division somehow reached the bridge. They had managed by 2s and 3s to fight through Colonel Hartz's defence ring to the north and west. Many were wounded, hungry and cold. They would add to the medical and supply problems of Colonel Frost's group. But in these hours the stragglers were proud and in high spirits, despite their exhaustion and wounds. They had arrived where briefing officers back in England and their own commanders had told them to come. They streamed in from every unit that had started out so confidently for the Arnhem Bridge the previous afternoon, and by dawn on the 18th Frost estimated that he now had between 600 and 700 men on the northern approach. But each hour that brought more troopers to the bridge brought, too, the increasing sounds of mechanized equipment, as General Harmel's armored units entered the city and took up positions. Even the German armor found Arnhem a hazardous and frightening place. Along various routes throughout the city, ordinary Dutch civilians had blocked the roads. Braving German and British bullets, men and women living in the fighting areas had begun to collect the dead, British, German, and their own countrymen. Sergeant Reginald Isherwood of the 1st Battalion finally found his way to the centre of Arnhem at daybreak after a hazardous night on the roads. There he saw a sight that will live with me until the end of my days. The Dutch, emerging from basements, cellars, gardens, and wrecked buildings, were collecting bodies. They carried the wounded to makeshift dressing stations and shelters in the basements, Isherwood recalls, but the bodies of the dead were stacked like sandbags in long rows, the heads and feet placed alternately. The proud, grieving citizens of Arnhem were laying the bodies of friend and foe alike across the streets in 5 to 6 foot high human roadblocks, to prevent German tanks from reaching Frost at the bridge. For the civilians in the inner city, dawn brought no release from the terror and confusion. Fires were out of control and spreading rapidly. Huddled in cellars and basements, few people had slept. The night had been punctuated by the crash of shells, the dull crump of mortars, the whine of snipers' bullets, and the staccato burst of machine guns. Strangely, outside the older part of town, the citizens of Arnhem were untouched by what was happening, and they were totally confused. They telephoned friends in the inner city seeking information, only to learn from the frightened householders that a pitched battle was taking place on the northern end of the bridge, which the British were holding against repeated German attacks. It was obvious to the callers that German troops and vehicles were moving into the city from all directions. Yet the faith of the Dutch did not falter. They believed that liberation by the British and Americans was imminent. In these outer parts of the city, people prepared for work as usual. Bakeries opened, milkmen made their rounds, telephone operators, railroad employees, utility workers, all were on their jobs. Civil servants were planning to go to work, firemen still attempted to keep up with the ever-growing number of burning buildings, and a few miles north of Arnhem, Dr. Reinier van Hoof, director of Burger's Zoological Gardens, tended his nervous, skittish animals. In the zoo were 12,000 carrier pigeons which the Germans had collected from bird keepers throughout Arnhem. Fearing that the Dutch might use the pigeons to carry reports, the birds had been confiscated and housed in the zoo. German soldiers appeared daily to count the birds, and even dead pigeons were ordered kept until the Germans could check their registration numbers. Perhaps the only Dutch who knew the extent of the battle were doctors and nurses who answered calls constantly throughout the night. Ambulances raced through the city, collecting casualties and rushing them to St. Elizabeth's Hospital on the northwestern outskirts, and to smaller nursing homes within the city. No one in Arnhem realized as yet that the city was already a no-man's land, and that the situation would grow steadily worse. Arnhem, one of the most scenic spots in the Netherlands, would soon become a miniature Stalingrad. The Dutch in the inner city were, however, aware almost from the beginning that liberation would not come easily. In the middle of the night at the government police station on Eusebiusplein, less than a quarter of a mile from the bridge, 27-year-old Sergeant Johannes van Kuyk heard a quiet tapping at the station door. Opening up, he saw British soldiers standing outside. Immediately Van Kuyk asked them in. They wanted the answers to all sorts of questions bearing on the locations of buildings and landmarks, he remembers. Then a number of them left and began digging themselves in across the road in the direction of the bridge, all of it done as silently as possible. In front of a doctor's house nearby, Van Kuyk watched as the British set up a mortar site and then positioned a 6-pounder anti-tank gun in a corner of the doctor's garden. By dawn, Van Kuyk saw that the British had formed a tight perimeter around the northern extremity of the bridge. To him, these soldiers acted less like liberators than like grim-faced defenders. On the other side of Eusebius-Buiten-Singel, the winding grass-stripped boulevard close by the bridge, Koenraad Huleman, a labour mediator staying with his fiancée Truit van der Sande and her parents in their villa, had been up all night listening to the firing and explosions around the schoolhouse a street away, where Captain Mackay's men were fighting off the Germans. Because of the intensity of the battle, the van der Sandes and Huleman had taken refuge in a small windowless cellar beneath the central portion of the house. Now, at dawn, Huleman and his future father-in-law stole cautiously upstairs to a second-floor room overlooking the boulevard. There they stared down in amazement. A dead German lay in the middle of a patch of marigolds in the landscaped street, and all through the grass plots they saw Germans in one-man slit trenches. Glancing along the boulevard to his right, Huleman saw several German armoured vehicles parked beside a high brick wall, drawn up and waiting. Even as the two men watched, a new battle broke out. Machine guns on the tanks suddenly fired into the towers of the nearby Walburg church, and Huleman saw a fine red dust spew out. He could only assume that paratroopers were in lookout positions in the church. Almost immediately the tank fire was answered, and the Germans in slit trenches began to machine-gun the houses on the opposite side of the street. One of them was a costume shop, and in its windows were knights in armour. As Huleman looked on, the bullets shattered the show window and toppled the knights. Moved to tears, Huleman turned away. He hoped the sight was not prophetic. A few blocks north, in a house near the concert hall, Willem Onk was awakened shortly after dawn by the sound of troop movements in the street. Someone hammered on his door, and a German voice ordered Onk and his family to stay inside and to draw the blinds. Onk did not immediately obey. Running to the front window, he saw Germans with machine guns at every corner of the street. In front of the Musis Sacrum was an 88mm battery, and to Onk's utter amazement, German soldiers were sitting next to it on the auditorium's chairs, which they had carried into the street. Watching them chatting casually with one another, Onk thought they looked as if they were only waiting for the concert to begin. The most frustrated and angry civilians in the area were the members of the Dutch underground. Several of them had contacted the British almost immediately at the bridge, but their help had been politely refused. Earlier, Arnhem's underground chief Peter Cruijff had sent Toon van Dalen and Gijsbert Newman to Oosterbeek to establish contact with the British. They too had found that their assistance was not needed. Newman remembers warning the troopers of snipers in the area and advising them to avoid main roads. One of them told me their orders were to proceed to the bridge only, and they would follow their indicated routes, Newman says. I got the impression that they were in dread of provocateurs and simply did not trust us. Now, at dawn, Johannes Pensale held a meeting in his cellar with his resistance workers. Pensale planned to take over a local radio station and broadcast a proclamation that the city was free. A telephone call from Newman changed his mind. It goes badly, Newman reported. The situation is critical, and I think everything is already lost. Pensale was stunned. What do you mean? He asked. Newman was now near St. Elizabeth's Hospital. The British were finding it impossible to get through the German lines and march to the bridge, he said. Pensale immediately telephoned Peter Cruijff, who advised the group to hold back any planned activities, a temporary non-intervention, as Henry Knapp, who attended the meeting, recalls. But the long-term hopes of the resistance workers were crushed. We were prepared to do anything, Pensale recalls, even sacrifice our lives if necessary. Instead, we sat useless and unwanted. It was now increasingly clear that the British neither trusted us nor intended to use us. Ironically, in these early hours of Monday, September 18th, when neither Scaife, Montgomery, nor any market garden commander had a clear picture of the situation, members of the Dutch underground passed a report through secret telephone lines to the 82nd Airborne's Dutch liaison officer, Captain Arie Besterbroeche, that the British were being overwhelmed by panzer divisions at Arnhem. In the 82nd's message logs, the notation appears, Dutch report Germans winning over British at Arnhem. In the absence of any direct communications from the Arnhem battle area, this message was actually the first indication that the Allied High Command received of the crisis that was overtaking the 1st British Airborne Division. 2. At the ferry landing stage in the little village of Driel, 7 miles southwest of the Arnhem Bridge, Peter, the ferryman, prepared for his first trip of the day across the lower Rhine. The early morning commuters, who worked in the towns and villages on the northern side of the river, huddled together in small groups, chilled by the morning mist. Peter took no part in the talk of his passengers about the fighting going on west of Arnhem and in the city itself. His concern was with the operation of the ferry and the daily schedules he must maintain, as he had done for years. A few cars and farm carts filled with produce for stores and markets to the north were loaded first. Then men and women pushing bicycles came aboard. At exactly 7 a.m. Peter swung out into the river, the ferry running smoothly along its cable. The trip took only a few minutes. Edging up to the ramp below the village of Heveadorp on the north bank, passengers and vehicles disembarked. Above them the Westerbauving, 100-foot-high hill, dominated the countryside. On the northern bank, most commuters set off on roads leading east to Oosterbeek, whose 10th-century church tower rose above groves of oak and lupin-covered moors. Beyond was Arnhem. Other passengers waited to cross back to Driel. There, once again, Peter took on northbound travellers. One of them was young Cora Baltussen. Only 2 weeks earlier, on September 5th, which would always be remembered by the Dutch as Mad Tuesday, she had watched the Germans' frantic retreat. In Driel, the conquerors had not returned. For the first time in months, Cora had felt free. Now, once again, she was apprehensive. The joy of the news of the paratroop landings the day before had been diminished by rumours of the intense fighting in Arnhem. Still, Cora could not believe the Germans would ever defeat the powerful Allied forces that had come to liberate her country. At the Heveadorp landing on the north side of the river, Cora pushed her bicycle off the ferry and pedalled to Oosterbeek and the local baker's shop. She had given her meagre hoard of sugar rations to the pastry shop for a special occasion. On this Monday, September 18th, the Baltussan Preserves factory was observing its 75th year in business, and Cora's mother was celebrating her 62nd birthday. For the first time in months, all of the family would be together. Cora had come to Oosterbeek early to pick up the birthday cake, which would mark both the company's anniversary and Mrs. Baltussan's birthday. Friends had tried to dissuade Cora from making the trip. Cora refused to listen. "What can possibly happen?" she had asked one friend. "The British are in Oosterbeek and Arnhem. The war is almost over." Her trip was uneventful. In these early hours, Oosterbeek seemed peaceful. There were British troops in the streets, the shops were open, and a holiday mood prevailed. For the moment, although gunfire could be heard only a few miles away, Oosterbeek was tranquil, not yet touched by the battle. Although her order was ready, the baker was amazed that she had come. "The war is all but over," she told him. With her parcels, she cycled back to Hervéadorp and waited until Peter brought the ferry in again. On the southern bank she returned to the somnolent peace of Little Driel, where, as usual, absolutely nothing was happening. 3. On the British landing and drop zones, the officer with perhaps the least glamorous job of all was going about it with his usual capability. All through the night, the men of Brigadier Philip "Pip" Hicks's 1st Air Landing Brigade had staved off a series of vicious enemy attacks, as the motley groups under von Tettau's command harassed the brigade. Hicks's men were dug in around the perimeters to hold the zones for the expected 10 a.m. drop of Brigadier Shan Hackett's 4th Parachute Brigade and the resupply missions that would follow. The zones under Hicks's protection were also the supply dumps for the British airborne. Neither Hicks nor his men had managed more than an hour or two of sleep. The Germans, attacking from the woods, had set the forest on fire in some areas in the hope of burning out the British defenders. The Red Devils promptly responded. Slipping behind the enemy, they charged with fixed bayonets and forced the Germans into their own fire. Signalman Graham Marples remembers the bitter nighttime battles vividly. He and a few others came upon a platoon of dead British troopers who had been overrun and completely wiped out. "No one said anything," Marples remembers. "We just fixed bayonets and went right on into the woods. We came out, but the Jerrys didn't." Private Robert Edwards, who had seen action in North Africa, Sicily and Italy, recalls that, "I had managed to come through all those actions more or less unscathed, but in one day in Holland I had been in more firefights than all else put together." The unending skirmishes had taken their toll. Several times during the night Hicks had called upon Lieutenant Colonel W.F.K. Sheriff Thompson for artillery support to force back the persistent enemy attacks. His real fear was that German armour, which he now knew was holding up the battalions going for the bridge, would break through his meagre defences and drive him off the landing and drop zones. "I went through some of the worst few hours I have ever spent in my life," Hicks recalls. "Two things were clear. Although we did not know it at the time, we had landed virtually on top of 2 panzer divisions, which weren't supposed to be there, and the Germans had reacted with extraordinary speed." Under attack from von Tettau's groups from the west and Hartz's armour from the east, Hicks's lightly armed paratroopers had no option but to hold until relieved, or until reinforcements and supplies were safely down. Colonel Charles Mackenzie, General Urquhart's Chief of Staff, had spent the night on the Rencombe Heath landing zone, about 3 miles away from Hicks's command post. The intense fighting had caused division to move out of the woods and back onto the field. There the headquarters staff took shelter in gliders for the rest of the night. Mackenzie was concerned about the absence of any word from Urquhart. "For more than 9 hours we had heard nothing whatsoever from the general," he recalls. "I assumed that he was with Lathbury's 1st Brigade, but communications were out and we had heard nothing from either officer. I knew that a decision would soon have to be made about the command of the division. There always existed the possibility that Urquhart had been captured or killed." Early Monday, still without news, Mackenzie decided to confer with 2 senior staff officers, Lieutenant Colonel R.G. Loder Simmons and Lieutenant Colonel P.H. Preston. Mackenzie informed them of Urquhart's conversation with him prior to take-off in England. The succession of command, in case anything happened to Urquhart, should be Lathbury, Hicks, then Hackett. Now, with Lathbury missing as well, Mackenzie felt that Brigadier Hicks should be contacted. The other officers agreed. Immediately they drove to Hicks's headquarters. There, in a house close by the Halesome Arnhem Road, Mackenzie told Hicks what he knew. "We had a scanty report that Frost had taken the bridge, but that the 1st and 3rd Battalions were caught up in street fighting and had not as yet been able to reinforce him," Mackenzie remembers. The best course of action now, Mackenzie believed, was for Hicks to release one of his air-landing battalions and send it to the bridge. It could be reinforced later by elements of Hackett's 4th Paratroop Brigade when it arrived later in the morning. At the same time, Hicks was asked to take command of the division immediately. Hicks seemed stunned. His forces were already under strength, and he did not have a full battalion to send to the bridge. Yet it appeared the British battle plan was faltering. If Frost failed to get help immediately, the bridge might be lost, and if the landing areas were overrun, Hackett's 4th Brigade could be destroyed before it was even assembled. Additionally, there seemed to be a tacit acknowledgement that Hicks was being asked to assume the command of a division already in the process of disintegration through a total breakdown of communications and the absence of the commanding officer. Reluctantly, Hicks released half of one battalion, all he could spare, for defence of the bridge. He ordered half of the South Staffords to start off for Arnhem. The other half of this battalion would not arrive until the second lift, when, supplementing the advance of Hackett's 11th Battalion, these units would also move out. Obviously, that decision was most urgent. The bridge had to be held. Then, as Mackenzie remembers, "We finally convinced Hicks that he must take command of the division." Few men had ever been asked to accept battleground responsibility for an entire division under such a complexity of circumstances. Hicks quickly discovered how critically the communications breakdown was affecting all operations. The few messages from Frost at the bridge were being received via Lieutenant Colonel Sheriff Thompson, commanding the air-landing Light Regiment Artillery. From an observation post in the steeple of the Oosterbeek Laag Church, 2½ miles from the bridge, Thompson had established a radio link with Major D.S. Munford's artillery command post at brigade headquarters in a waterworks building near the bridge. The Thompson-Munford link afforded the only dependable radio communications at Hicks's disposal. Equally critical, division had no communications with General Browning's Corps headquarters near Nijmegen, or with the special Phantom Net sets at Montgomery's headquarters. Of the few vital messages that did reach England, most were sent over a BBC set which had been specially flown in for British war correspondents. Its signal was weak and distorted. A high-powered German station and the British set were operating on the same frequency. Ironically, division could pick up signals from Rear Corps headquarters back in England, but were unable to transmit messages back. What sparse communications did get through via the BBC set were picked up at Browning's Rear Corps headquarters at Moore Park and then relayed to the continent. The transmission took hours, and when the messages arrived they were outdated and often virtually meaningless. Frustrated and worried, Hicks had three immediate concerns: the weather over England, the inability to confirm the planned arrival time of the second lift, and his lack of a means of informing anyone of the true situation in the Arnhem area. Additionally, he could not warn Hackett of the perilous hold the British had on the landing areas where the 4th Brigade would expect to drop in cleared and protected zones. Less crucial, but nonetheless troublesome, was the forthcoming encounter with Brigadier Shan Hackett. The volatile Hackett, Mackenzie told Hicks, would be informed of Urquhart's decision regarding the chain of command the moment he landed. "I knew Hackett's temperament," Mackenzie recalls, "and I was not looking forward to the meeting. But telling him was my job, and I was following General Urquhart's orders. I could no longer take the chance that something had not happened to both the General and Lathbury." At least Hicks was relieved of that delicate confrontation. The new division commander had enough on his mind. "The situation was more than just confusing," he remembers. "It was a bloody mess." 4. In the western suburbs of Arnhem, the once tidy parks and clean-swept streets were scarred and pitted by the battle as the British 1st and 3rd Battalions struggled to reach the bridge. Glass, debris, and the broken boughs of copper beech trees littered the cobblestone streets. Rhododendron bushes and thick borders of bronze, orange, and yellow marigolds lay torn and crushed, and vegetable gardens in back of the neat Dutch houses were in ruins. The snouts of British anti-tank guns protruded from the shattered windows of shops and stores, while German half-tracks, deliberately backed into houses and concealed by their rubble, menaced the streets. Black smoke spewed up from burning British and German vehicles, and constant showers of debris rained down as shells slammed into strongpoints. The crumpled bodies of the wounded and dead lay everywhere. Many soldiers remembered Dutch men and women wearing white helmets and overalls emblazoned with red crosses, dashing heedlessly through the fire from both sides to drag the injured and dying to shelter. This strange, deadly battle, now devastating the outskirts of the city barely 2 miles from the Arnhem Bridge, seemed to have no plan or strategy. Like all street fighting, it had become one massive, fierce, man-to-man encounter in a checkerboard of streets. The Red Devils were cold, unshaven, dirty, and hungry. The fighting had been too constant to allow men more than an occasional brew-up of tea. Ammunition was running short and casualties were mounting. Some companies had lost as much as 50% of their strength. Sleep had been impossible, except in brief snatches. Many men, weary and on the move for hours, had lost all sense of time. Few knew exactly where they were or how far away the bridge still was, but they were grimly determined to get there. Years later, men like Private Henry Bennett of Colonel Fitch's 3rd Battalion on the Middle Tiger route would remember that throughout the constant skirmishes, sniping and mortar fire, one command was constant: move, move, move. Yet to General Urquhart, now absent from division headquarters for nearly 16 hours and without radio contact, the progress of the attack was agonizingly slow. Since 3 a.m., when he had been roused at the villa where he had spent a restless few hours, Urquhart, along with Brigadier Lathbury, had been on the road continuously with the 3rd Battalion. Sharp encounters, brief bursts of fire kept bringing the entire column to a stop, Urquhart says. The psychological effectiveness of German snipers disturbed the general. He had anticipated that some of his men who had not been in action before would be a bit bullet-shy initially, but would rally quickly. Instead, along some streets, sniper fire alone was slowing up the progress of the entire battalion. Yet rather than interfere with Fitch's command, Urquhart remained silent. As a divisional commander mixed up in a battalion encounter, I was in the worst possible position to intervene, but all the time I was conscious of each precious second that was being wasted. German snipers were dealt with effectively, but Urquhart was appalled at the time it took to dig them out. So was Regimental Sergeant Major John C. Lord. Like the General, Lord was chafing at the delay. German resistance was fierce and continuous, but at least a large part of our delay was caused by the Dutch as well. They were out in the streets early, waving, smiling, offering us ersatz coffee. Some of them had even draped Union Jacks over their hedges. There they were, right in the midst of the fighting, and they didn't even seem to realize it was going on. They, with all their good intentions, were holding us up as much as the Germans. Suddenly the intensive sniper fire was replaced by something far more serious, the piercing crack of the enemy's 88mm artillery and self-propelled guns. At this point the forward units of Fitch's battalion were close by the massive St. Elizabeth's Hospital, less than 2 miles northwest of the Arnhem Bridge. The hospital lay almost at the confluence of the 2 main highways leading into Arnhem, along which the 1st and 3rd Battalions were attempting to march to the bridge. Here elements of the Hohenstaufen Division's armour had been positioned throughout the night. Both Colonel Doby's 1st Battalion on the Ada-Arnhem Road and Fitch's 3rd Battalion on the Utrecht Road must pass on either side of the junction to get to the bridge. Doby's battalion was the first to feel the force of Colonel Hartzer's fanatical SS units. From a horseshoe-shaped perimeter covering the northern and western approaches of the city, the Germans had forced Doby's men off the upper road and into cover in the surrounding built-up areas. SS men hidden on the rooftops and snipers in attics had allowed forward units to pass unhindered before opening up with a murderous fire on troops coming up behind. In the confusion of the surprise attack, companies and platoons were dispersed in all directions. Now, employing the same tactics, the Germans were concentrating on Fitch's 3rd Battalion, and in a situation that could have disastrous consequences, 4 critical officers, the commanders of the 1st and 3rd Battalions, the officer in charge of the 1st Parachute Brigade and the commander of the 1st British Airborne Division, all found themselves bottled up in the same small, heavily populated area. Ironically, as in the case of Model and his commanders at Oosterbeek, General Urquhart and Brigadier Lathbury were surrounded by an enemy oblivious to their presence. Trapped by fire from ahead and behind, the British columns scattered. Some men headed for buildings along the Rhine, more took to the nearby woods, and others, among them Urquhart and Lathbury, ran for safety into narrow streets of identical brick houses. Urquhart and his group had just reached a 3-story house in a block of buildings near the main Utrecht-Arnhem road when the Germans shelled the building. The British were uninjured, but German armour, Urquhart was later to note, moved through the streets with almost casual immunity. As one tank rumbled down the street, its commander standing in the open hatch looking for targets, Major Peter Waddy leaned out of an upper-floor window of a house next to Urquhart's and expertly dropped a plastic explosive into the open turret, blowing the tank to pieces. A short time later, reconnoitring the British positions, Waddy was killed by a mortar blast. Other men, following Waddy's example, demolished 2 more tanks, but although the British fought fiercely, the lightly armed troopers were no match for the German armour. Urquhart's own predicament was increasing by the minute. He was desperately anxious to get back to division headquarters and gain control of the battle. Caught up in the fighting, he believed his only means of escape was to take to the streets, and in the confusion try to get through the German positions. His officers, fearful for his safety, disagreed, but Urquhart was adamant. The intense fighting was, as he saw it, still only company-size action, and as the buildings the British occupied were not yet surrounded, he felt the group should get out quickly before German strength increased and the ring tightened. During the hasty conference amid the noise of the battle, Urquhart and his officers were dumbfounded to see a British Bren gun carrier clatter down the street as though unaware of the German fire and pull up outside the building. A Canadian lieutenant, Leo Heaps, who in Urquhart's words, seemed to have a charmed existence, leapt out of the driver's seat and raced for the building. Behind Heaps was Charles Frenchy Labouchere of the Dutch resistance, who was acting as Heaps's guide. The carrier was loaded with supplies and ammunition which Heaps hoped to deliver to Colonel Frost on the bridge. With German armour everywhere, the small vehicle and its 2 occupants had miraculously survived enemy fire, and en route had by chance discovered Urquhart's whereabouts. Now, for the first time in hours, Urquhart learned from Heaps what was happening. The news was far from encouraging, Urquhart later recalled. Communications were still out. Frost was on the northern end of the bridge under heavy attack, but holding, and I was reported missing or captured. After listening to Heaps, Urquhart told Lathbury that it was now imperative, before we're completely bottled up, to take a chance and break out. Turning to Heaps, Urquhart told the Canadian that if he reached division headquarters after completing his mission at the bridge, he was to urge Mackenzie to organize as much help as he could for Frost's battalion. At all costs, including his own safety, Urquhart was determined that Frost must get the supplies and men needed to hold until Horrocks's tanks reached Arnhem. As Heaps and Labouchere left, Urquhart and Lathbury set about making their escape. The street outside was now being swept constantly by enemy fire, and buildings were crumpling under the pounding of shells. Urquhart noted a growing pile of dead around the houses we occupied, and concluded that any exit via the street would be impossible. The commanders, along with others, decided to leave from the rear of the building, where under covering fire and smoke bombs they might be able to get away. Then, taking advantage of plantings in the back gardens of the row houses, Urquhart and Lathbury hoped eventually to reach a quiet area and make their way back to headquarters. The route was nightmarish. While paratroopers laid down a heavy smoke screen, Urquhart's group dashed out the back door, sprinted through a vegetable garden, and climbed a fence separating the house from its neighbour. As they paused for a moment near the next enclosure, Lathbury's Sten gun went off accidentally, barely missing the general's right foot. As Urquhart was later to write, I chided Lathbury about soldiers who could not keep their Stens under control. It was bad enough for a division commander to be jinking about, and it would have been too ironic for words to be laid low by a bullet fired by one of my own brigadiers. Climbing fence after fence and once a 10-foot-high brick wall, the men moved down the entire block of houses until finally they reached an intersecting cobbled street. Then, confused and weary, they made a drastic miscalculation. Instead of veering left, which might have given them a margin of safety, they turned right towards St. Elizabeth's Hospital, directly into the German fire. Running ahead of Urquhart and Lathbury were two other officers, Captain William Taylor of the brigade's headquarters staff and Captain James Clemenson of the 3rd Battalion. One of them called out suddenly, but neither Urquhart nor Lathbury understood his words. Before Taylor and Clemenson could head them off, the two senior officers came upon a maze of intersecting streets where, it seemed to Urquhart, a German machine gun was firing down each one. As the four men attempted to run past one of these narrow crossings, Lathbury was hit. Quickly the others dragged him off the street and into a house. There Urquhart saw that a bullet had entered the brigadier's lower back, and he appeared to be temporarily paralyzed. All of us knew, Urquhart recalls, that he could travel no farther. Lathbury urged the general to leave immediately without him. "You'll only get cut off if you stay, sir," he told Urquhart. As they talked, Urquhart saw a German soldier appear at the window. He raised his automatic and fired at point-blank range. The bloodied mass of the German's face disappeared. Now, with the Germans so near, there was no longer any question that Urquhart must leave quickly. Before going, he talked with the middle-aged couple who owned the house and spoke some English. They promised to get Lathbury to St. Elizabeth's Hospital as soon as there was a lull in the fighting. In order to save the owners from German reprisal, Urquhart and his party hid Lathbury in a cellar beneath a stairway until he could be removed to the hospital. Then, Urquhart remembers, we left by the back door and into yet another maze of tiny fenced gardens. The three men did not get far, but Urquhart's life may well have been saved by the prompt action of 55-year-old Anton Derksen, owner of a terrace house at Zwarteweg 14. In the maelstrom of firing, Anton and his wife Anna, their son Jan and daughter Hermina were sheltering in the kitchen at the rear of the house. Glancing through a window, Derksen was amazed to see three British officers vault over the fence into his back garden and head for the kitchen door. Quickly he let them in. Unable to communicate, he didn't speak English and no one in Urquhart's party knew Dutch, Anton, gesturing, tried to warn the Britishers that the area was surrounded. There were Germans in the street, he later recalled, and at the back in the direction the officers had been going. At the end of the row of gardens there were Germans in position at the corner. Derksen hastily ushered his visitors up a narrow staircase to a landing, and from there into a bedroom. In the ceiling was a pull-down door with steps leading to the attic. Cautiously looking out the bedroom window, the three men saw the reason for Derksen's wild pantomime. Only a few feet below them, in positions all along the street, were German troops. "We were so close to them," Urquhart recalls. "We could hear them talking." Urquhart was unable to guess whether the Germans had spotted his group as they entered the rear of the house, or whether they might burst in at any moment. In spite of Derksen's warning that the area was surrounded, he pondered the twin risks of continuing through the chain of back gardens or making a dash down the front street using hand grenades to clear the way. He was ready to take any chance to return to his command. His officers, fearful for him, were not. At the moment the odds were simply too great. It was far better, they argued, to wait until British troops overran the sector than for the commanding general to risk capture or possible death. The advice, Urquhart knew, was sound, and he did not want to compel his officers to take risks that might prove suicidal. Yet, my long absence from division headquarters was all I could think about, and anything seemed better to me than to stay out of the battle in this way. The familiar creaking clack of caterpillar treads forced Urquhart to stay put. From the window the three officers saw a German self-propelled gun come slowly down the street. Directly outside the Derksen house it came to a halt. The top of the armoured vehicle was almost level with the bedroom window, and the crew, dismounting, now sat talking and smoking directly below. Obviously they were not moving on, and at any moment the Britishers expected them to enter the house. Quickly Captain Taylor pulled down the attic steps, and the three officers hurriedly climbed up. Crouched down and looking about him, the 6-foot Urquhart saw that the attic was little more than a crawl space. He felt idiotic, ridiculous, as ineffectual in the battle as a spectator. The house was now silent. Anton Derksen, as a loyal Dutchman, had sheltered the British. Now, fearing possible reprisal if Urquhart was found, he prudently evacuated his family to a neighbouring house. In the nearly airless attic and without food or water, Urquhart and his officers could only wait anxiously, hoping either for the Germans to pull back or for British troops to arrive. On this Monday, September 18th, with Market Garden only a day old, the Germans had almost brought the Arnhem battle to a halt, and compounding all the errors and miscalculations of the operation, Urquhart, the one man who might have brought cohesion to the British attack, was isolated in an attic, trapped within the German lines. It had been a long, tedious mission for Captain Paul Graebner and his 9th SS Panzer Reconnaissance Battalion. Allied paratroopers had not landed in the 11-mile stretch between Arnhem and Nijmegen. Of that, Graebner was quite certain. But enemy units were in Nijmegen. Immediately after a few of Graebner's vehicles had crossed the Great Vaal River Bridge, there had been a short, brisk, small-arms encounter. In the darkness, the enemy had seemed to show no great inclination to continue the fight against his armoured vehicles, and Graebner had reported to headquarters that the Allies seemed to have little strength in the city as yet. Now, his scouting mission completed, Graebner ordered a few self-propelled guns from his 40-vehicle unit to guard the southern approaches to the Nijmegen Bridge. With the rest of the patrol, he headed back north to Arnhem. He had seen neither paratroopers nor any enemy activity when crossing the Arnhem Bridge the night before. However, from radio messages he had learned that some British troops were on one side of the bridge. Hartz's headquarters had merely called them advance units. Graebner halted once more, this time at the town of Elst, approximately midway between Arnhem and Nijmegen. There again, to be within striking distance of either highway bridge, he left off part of his column. With the remaining 22 vehicles, he sped back toward the Arnhem Bridge to clear it of whatever small enemy units were there. Against paratroopers armed with only rifles or machine guns, Graebner expected little difficulty. His powerful armoured units would simply smash through the lightly held British defences and knock them out. At precisely 9:30 a.m., Corporal Don Lum, from his rooftop position near the bridge, yelled out excitedly, "Tanks! It's 30 Corps!" At battalion headquarters nearby, Colonel John Frost heard his own spotter call out. Like Corporal Lum, Frost felt a moment's heady exhilaration. "I remember thinking that we would have the honour of welcoming 30 Corps into Arnhem all by ourselves," he recalls. Other men were equally cheered. On the opposite side of the northern approach, the men under the ramp near Captain Eric Mackay's command post could already hear the sound of heavy vehicles reverberating on the bridge above. Sergeant Charles Story pounded up the stairs to Corporal Lum's lookout. Peering toward the smoke still rising from the southern approach, Story saw the column Lum had spotted. His reaction was immediate. Racing back downstairs, the pre-Dunkirk veteran shouted, "They're Germans! Armoured cars on the bridge!" At top speed, the vanguard of Captain Paul Graebner's assault force came on across the bridge. With extraordinary skill, German drivers, swerving left and right, not only avoided the smouldering wreckage cluttering the bridge, but drove straight through a minefield, a string of plate-like teller mines that the British had laid during the night. Only one of Graebner's 5 lead vehicles touched off a mine, and only superficially damaged kept on coming. On his side of the ramp, Captain Mackay stared with amazement as the first of the squat camouflaged cars, machine guns firing constantly, barreled off the ramp, smashed through the British perimeter defences, and kept on going straight toward the centre of Arnhem. Almost immediately Mackay saw another go past. "We had no anti-tank guns on our side," Mackay says, "and I just watched helplessly as 3 more armoured cars sped right past us and took off up the avenue." Graebner's daring plan to smash across the bridge by force and speed was underway. Out of the sight of the British on the southern approach to the bridge, he had lined up his column. Now half-tracks, more armoured cars, personnel carriers, and even a few truckloads of infantry firing from behind heavy sacks of grain began to advance. Crouching behind the half-tracks were other German soldiers firing steadily. The sudden surprise breakthrough of Graebner's lead vehicles had stunned the British. They recovered quickly. Anti-tank guns from Frost's side of the bridge began to get the range. From the entire northern area, a lethal fire enveloped the German column. From parapets, rooftops, windows, and slit trenches, troopers opened fire with every weapon available, from machine guns to hand grenades. Sapper Ronald Emery, on Mackay's side of the ramp, shot the driver and co-driver of the first half-track to cross. As the second came into view, Emery shot its drivers too. The half-track came to a dead halt just off the ramp, whereupon the remainder of its crew of 6, abandoning the vehicle, were shot one by one. Relentlessly, Graebner's column pressed on. 2 more half-tracks nosed across the bridge. Suddenly, chaos overtook the German assault. The driver of the third half-track was wounded. Panicked, he threw his vehicle into reverse, colliding with the half-track behind. The 2 vehicles, now inextricably tangled, slewed across the road, one bursting into flames. Doggedly, the Germans coming up behind tried to force a passage. Accelerating their vehicles, frantic to gain the northern side, they rammed into one another and into the growing piles of debris tossed up by shells and mortar bursts. Out of control, some half-tracks hit the edge of the ramp with such force that they toppled over the edge and down into the streets below. Supporting German infantrymen following the half-tracks were mercilessly cut down. Unable to advance beyond the center of the bridge, the survivors raced back to the southern side. A storm of fire ricocheted against the girders of the bridge. Now, too, shells from Lieutenant Colonel Sheriff Thompson's artillery, situated in Oosterbeek, and called in by Major Dennis Munford from the attack of brigade headquarters near Frost's own building, screamed into Graebner's stricken vehicles. Through all the din came the yelling of the now exuberant British paratroopers as they shouted the war cry, "Whoa, Mohammed!" which the Red Devils had first used in the dry hills of North Africa in 1942. In that campaign, paratroopers noted that the Arabs, shouting messages to one another, seemed to begin each communication with these 2 words. In Arnhem, the war cry was to take on special meaning. It enabled paratroopers on both sides of the northern ramp to determine who was friend or foe in the various buildings and positions, since the Germans seemed unable to pronounce the words. According to Hilary St. George Saunders in By Air to Battle, the war cry seemed to rouse the men to their highest endeavours. The fierceness of the raging battle stunned the Dutch in the area. Lambert Schaap, who lived with his family on the Rijnkade, the street running east and west of the bridge, hurried his wife and 9 children off to a shelter. Schaap himself remained in his house until a hail of bullets came through the windows, pitting walls and smashing furniture. Under this intense barrage, Schaap fled. To Police Sergeant Johannes van Kuyk, the battle seemed endless. "The firing was furious," he recalls, "and one building after another seemed to be hit or burning. Telephone calls from colleagues and friends were constant, asking for information about what was happening. We were having a hard time of it in our building, and neighboring premises were catching fire. The houses on Eusebius Bouten Single were also alight." On that wide boulevard near the northern approach, Koenraad Hüleman, in his fiancée's house only a few doors away from Captain Mackay's command post, now stayed with the rest of the Van der Sander family in their basement shelter. "There was a funny sound overriding all the other noise, and someone said it was raining," Hüleman remembers. "I went up to the first floor, looked out, and saw that it was fire. Soldiers were running in every direction, and the entire block seemed to be in flames. The battle moved right up the boulevard, and suddenly it was our turn. Bullets smacked into the house, smashing windows, and upstairs we heard musical notes as the piano was hit. Then, amazingly, a sound like someone typing in Mr. Van der Sander's office. The bullets were simply chewing up the typewriter." Hüleman's fiancée Trout, who had followed him up, saw that shots were hitting the tower of the massive church of St. Eusebius. As she watched in amazement, the gold hands of the huge clock on the church spun crazily, as though, Trout remembers, time was racing by. To the bridge fighters, time had lost all meaning. The shock, speed, and ferocity of the battle caused many men to think that the fight had gone on for many hours. Actually, Graebner's attack had lasted less than 2. Of the armoured vehicles that Colonel Hartzer had jealously guarded from General Harmel, 12 lay wrecked or burning on the northern side. The remainder disengaged from the carnage and moved back to Elst, minus their commander. In the bitter no-quarter fighting, Captain Paul Graebner had been killed. Now the British, in pride and triumph, began to assess the damage. Medics and stretcher-bearers, braving the unrelenting sniper fire, moved through the smoke and litter, carrying the wounded of both sides to shelter. The Red Devils on the bridge had repulsed and survived the horror of an armoured attack, and almost as though they were being congratulated on their success, 2nd Battalion signalmen suddenly picked up a strong, clear message from 30 Corps. The grimy, weary troopers imagined that their ordeal was all but over. Now, beyond any doubt, Horrocks's tanks must be a scant few hours away. From airfields behind the German border, swarms of fighters took to the air. To amass and fuel the planes, the nearly depleted Luftwaffe had mounted an all-out effort. Now, after a frantic, sleepless night during which fighters had been rushed in from all over Germany, some 190 planes gathered over Holland between 9 and 10 a.m. Their mission was to destroy the second lift of Market. Unlike the sceptical Field Marshal Model, the Luftwaffe generals believed the captured Market Garden plans to be authentic. They saw a glittering opportunity to achieve a major success. From the plans, German air commanders knew the routes, landing zones and drop times of the Monday lift. Squadrons of German fighters patrolling the Dutch coast across the known Allied flight paths and drop zones waited to pounce on the airborne columns, due to begin their drops at 10 a.m. 0 hour passed with no sign of the Allied air fleet. The short-range fighters were ordered to land, refuel, and take off again. But the sky remained empty. None of the anticipated targets materialized. Baffled and dismayed, the Luftwaffe High Command could only wonder what had happened. What had happened was simple. Unlike Holland, where the weather was clear, Britain was covered by fog. On the bases, British and American airborne troops ready to go waited impatiently by their planes and gliders. On this crucial morning when every hour mattered, General Louis H. Brereton, the 1st Allied Airborne Army commander, was, like the men of the second lift, at the mercy of the weather. After consultation with the meteorologists, Brereton was forced to reschedule 0 hour. The men in and around Arnhem and the Americans down the corridor, all holding against the increasing German build-up, must now wait 4 long hours more. The second lift could not reach the drop zones before 2 p.m. 5. At Valkenswaard, 57 miles south of Arnhem, ground fog had held up the planned 6:30 a.m. jump-off time for the tanks of 30 Corps. Scout cars, however, had set out on schedule. Patrolling ahead and to the east and west since daybreak, they were feeling out the German strength. To the east, heather-covered sand and small streams made the area barely negotiable even for reconnaissance vehicles. West of the village, wooden bridges over streams and rivers were considered too light to support tanks. As scout cars in the centre moved along the narrow, one-tank-wide main road out of Valkenswaard, they suddenly encountered a German tank and 2 self-propelled guns, which drove off toward Eindhoven as the patrol approached. From all reports, it seemed clear that the quickest route into Eindhoven was still the highway, despite the sighting of German armour and the expectation of running into more as the British approached the city. Now, 3 hours later, General Horrocks's tanks were only just beginning to roll again. As Colonel Frost's men engaged Captain Gravener's units at the Arnhem Bridge, the spearheading Irish Guards were finally on the move, heading up the main road toward Eindhoven. Stiff German resistance had thwarted Horrocks's plan to smash out from the Meuse-Escaut Canal on Sunday and link up with General Taylor's 101st Airborne Division in Eindhoven in less than 3 hours. By nightfall on the 17th, Lieutenant Colonel John Vandeleur's tankers had come only 7 miles to Valkenswaard, 6 miles short of the day's objective. There had seemed little reason to push on during the night. Brigadier Norman Gwatkin, Chief of Staff of the Guards Armoured Division, had told Vandeleur that the Somme Bridge beyond Eindhoven was destroyed. Bridging equipment would have to be brought up before Vandeleur's tanks could cross. As Vandeleur remembers, Gwatkin said, "Push on to Eindhoven tomorrow, old boy, but take your time. We've lost a bridge." Unaware of the setback, men were impatient at the delay. Lieutenant John Gorman, who had attended General Horrocks's briefing in Leopoldsburg prior to the breakout, had thought at the time that there were too many bridges to cross. Now Gorman, recipient of the Military Cross a few weeks earlier, was edgy and irritable. His original fears seemed justified. Anxious to be off, Gorman could not understand why the Guards Armoured had spent the night in Valkenswaard. Habit, he noted, seemed to dictate that one slept at night and worked by day, but now Gorman felt such behaviour should not apply. "We must get on," he remembers saying. "We can't wait." Lieutenant Rupert Mahaffey was equally disturbed at the Guards' slow advance. "I began having the first faint traces of conscience," he says. "Our advance seemed slower than intended, and I knew that if we did not pick up the pace soon, we weren't going to get to Arnhem on time." Although the scouting patrols of the Household Cavalry had warned of waiting German armour and infantry, the tanks of the Irish Guards met little opposition until they reached the village of Aalst, halfway to Eindhoven. Then, from the pinewood forests flanking the highway, a hail of infantry fire engulfed the column, and a lone self-propelled gun engaged the leading tanks. It was quickly put out of action, and Vandeleur's force rumbled on through the village. 2 miles north at a small bridge over the River Dommel, the Irish were held up again, this time by heavy artillery fire. 4 88mm guns covered the bridge. Infantry with heavy machine guns were hidden in nearby houses and behind concrete walls. Immediately the lead vehicles halted, and British troops jumping from the tanks fought back. To move on as quickly as possible, Vandeleur decided to call in the rocket-firing Typhoons that had aided the column so expertly during the previous day's advance. Flight Lieutenant Donald Love, now in complete charge of ground-to-air communication, put through the request. To his astonishment, he was turned down. In Belgium, the squadrons were weathered in by fog. Vandeleur, Love recalls, was livid. Squinting into the bright weather over Holland, he asked Love sarcastically, "If the RAF is frightened by sunshine." By now the entire column, stretching back almost to the Belgian border, was stalled by the well-sighted enemy guns. Lead tanks tried to edge forward, and one gun, firing directly down the road, stopped them at point-blank range. As his tanks opened up against the Germans, Vandeleur called for heavy artillery, and quickly ordered patrols to move out west along the river in search of a bridge or ford where his vehicles might cross, outflank the German battery, and attack from the rear. A barrage of steel whistled over the lead tanks as British batteries began to engage the enemy. Well-positioned and fiercely determined, the Germans continued to fire. For 2 hours the battle went on. Fuming at the delay, Vandeleur was helpless. All he could do was wait. But barely 4 miles to the north, one of the reconnaissance units had met with unexpected success. After a circuitous cross-country trip through water-veined terrain and marshes, and across fragile wooden bridges, one troop of scout cars, skirting the German positions, came suddenly upon American paratroopers north of Eindhoven. Shortly before noon, Lieutenant John Palmer, commanding the Household Cavalry Scout Unit, was warmly greeted by Brigadier General Gerald Higgins, Deputy Commander of the 101st Screaming Eagles. By radio, Palmer jubilantly informed his headquarters that the stable boys have contacted our feathered friends. The first of 3 vital link-ups along the corridor had been made, 18 hours behind Market Garden's schedule. With contact finally established, discussion immediately turned to the Somme Bridge. Waiting British engineering units needed complete details in order to bring forward the materials and equipment needed to repair the damaged crossing. Sappers moving up alongside Vandeleur's lead columns prepared to rush to the bridge the moment the advance picked up again. Information could have been passed by radio, but the Americans had already discovered a simpler method. The surprised British were radioed to ask their engineers to telephone Somme 244. The call went immediately through the German-controlled automatic telephone exchange, and within minutes the Americans at the Somme Bridge had given British engineers the vital information they needed to bring up the proper bridging equipment. In the village of Aalst, Vandeleur's tankers were startled by a sudden abrupt end to the German fire which had kept them immobilized so long on the main road. One of their own squadrons had opened the way. Working slowly down the western bank of the Dommel River, a British reconnaissance force came upon a crossing a mile north of Aalst and behind the German positions. The squadron charged the German guns from the rear, overran their positions, and ended the battle. Unaware of the move, the stalled tankers at Aalst thought the sudden silence was a lull in the fighting. Major Edward Tyler, in charge of the lead No. 2 Squadron, was debating whether he should take advantage of the cessation and order his tanks to smash on when he spotted a man cycling down the main road toward the column. Stopping on the far bank, the man jumped off the bicycle and, waving frantically, ran across the bridge. The astounded Tyler heard him say, Your General! The Boche have gone!" Breathlessly, the Dutchman introduced himself. Cornelius, 41, was an engineer employed in Eindhoven but living in Aalst. "The road," Loss told Tyler, "is open, and you have put out of action the only German tank at the village entrance." Then, Tyler recalls, he produced a detailed sketch of all the German positions between Aalst and Eindhoven. Immediately, Tyler gave the order to advance. The tanks moved over the bridge and up the road, passing the now ruined and deserted German artillery positions. Within the hour, Tyler saw the sprawl of Eindhoven up ahead, and what appeared to be thousands of Dutch thronging the road, cheering and waving flags. "The only obstruction holding us up now are the Dutch crowds," Major E. Fisher Rowe radioed back down the column. In the heady carnival atmosphere, the cumbersome tanks of 30 Corps would take more than 4 hours to move through the city. Not until shortly after 7 p.m. did advance units reach the Somme Bridge, where Colonel Robert F. Sink's weary engineers were working, as they had been ever since it was destroyed, to repair the vital span. From the outset, the synchronized market garden schedule had allowed little margin for error. Now, like the thwarted advance of the British battalions into Arnhem, the damage to the bridge at Sonne was a major setback that threatened the entire operation. 28 miles of the corridor, from the Belgian border north to Weigel, were now controlled by the Anglo-Americans. With extraordinary speed, the 101st Division had covered its 15-mile stretch of highway, capturing the principal towns of Eindhoven, Sint-Oedenrode and Weigel, and all but 2 of 11 crossings. Yet Horrocks's 20,000-vehicle relief column could advance no farther until the Somme crossing was repaired. British engineers and equipment moving up with the lead tanks must work against time to repair the bridge and move 30 Corps over the Wilhelmina Canal, for there was no longer an alternative route that Horrocks's tanks could take. In the planning stages, General Maxwell Taylor, knowing that the Somme bridge was vital to a straight dash up the corridor, had included a secondary target as well. To counteract just such a setback as had occurred at Sonne, Taylor had ordered a 100-foot-long concrete road bridge over the canal at the village of Best to be taken as well. 4 miles west of the main road, the bridge could still be used in an emergency. Since intelligence sources believed that the area held few German troops, a lone company had been assigned to grab the bridge and a nearby railway crossing. Best was to become a tragic misnomer for the American troopers sent to secure it. Lieutenant Edward L. Wierzbowski's reinforced company had been greatly reduced during ferocious night fighting on the 17th. Infiltrating along dikes and canal banks and through marshes, the dogged troopers under Wierzbowski's command pressed on against overwhelming German forces. Once they were within 15 feet of the bridge before being stopped by a barrage of fire. At various times during the night, word filtered back that the bridge had been taken. Other reports claimed that Wierzbowski's company had been wiped out. Reinforcements like the original company became quickly engulfed in the desperate, unequal struggle. At 101st Headquarters, it was soon clear that German forces were heavily concentrated at Best. Far from being lightly held, the village contained upwards of 1,000 troops, units of the forgotten German 15th Army. And like a sponge, Best was drawing more and more American forces. As fighting raged throughout the area, Wierzbowski and the few survivors of his company were almost in the dead center of the battle. So surrounded that their own reinforcements did not know where they were, they continued to fight for the bridge. Around noon, as advance parties of British and Americans linked up in Eindhoven, the bridge at Best was blown by the Germans. So close were Wierzbowski and his men that falling debris added to the wounds they had already sustained. Elsewhere in the area, casualties were also heavy. One of the most colourful and acerbic of the 101st commanders, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, who held the Congressional Medal of Honor, was killed. The medal also would be awarded posthumously to another soldier, Private Joe E. Mann, so badly wounded at the bridge that both arms were bandaged and tied to his sides, saw a German grenade land among the men he was with, Unable to free his arms, Mann fell on the grenade, saving the others around him. As Wierzbowski reached him, Mann spoke just once. "My back is gone," he told the lieutenant. Then he was dead. With the best bridge gone, the success of Market Garden now hinged more critically than ever on the speed with which engineers could repair the Somme crossing. In the interlocking phases of the plan, each link dependent on the next, the road beyond Somme was empty of the tanks that should have moved along it hours before. Montgomery's daring attack was moving into ever-deepening trouble. The farther up the corridor, the more compounded the problems became. Isolated in the centre from General Taylor's Screaming Eagles to the south and the Red Devils in Arnhem, General Gavin's 82nd Airborne were holding firmly to the 1,500-foot-long bridge at Grave and the smaller one near Herman. To the southwest, after a brisk fight, platoons of the 504th and 508th, attacking simultaneously from opposite sides of the Maaswaal Canal, seized another bridge over the Grave-Nijmegen highway at the village of Honinghützi, opening an alternate route into Nijmegen for Horrocks's tanks. But just as the damaged Somme bridge was holding up the British advance into the middle sector of the corridor, so the inability of the 82nd to seize the Nijmegen crossing quickly had created its own problems. There, SS troops were now dug in at the southern approaches. Well protected and concealed, they repeatedly repulsed attacks by a company of the 508th. As each hour passed, German strength was building, and Gavin could not spare more men in an all-out effort to get the bridge, for throughout the 82nd's vast lodgment, an area ranging 10 miles north to south and 12 miles east to west, a series of wild, apparently uncoordinated enemy attacks threatened disaster. Patrols along the Grave-Nijmegen highway were being constantly attacked by infiltrating enemy troops. Corporal Earl Oldfather, on the lookout for snipers, saw 3 men in a field the 504th was occupying. One was bailing water out of his hole, the other 2 were digging, Oldfather recalls. I waved and saw one of them pick up his rifle. They were Jerrys who had gotten right into our field and were firing at us from our own foxholes. Farther east, the 2 vital landing zones between the Groesbeek Heights and the German frontier quickly became battlefields as waves of low-caliber German infantry were thrown against the troopers. Among them were naval and Luftwaffe personnel, communications troops, soldiers on furlough, hospital orderlies, and even recently discharged convalescents. Corporal Frank Rupp remembers that the first Germans he saw wore a bewildering variety of uniforms and rank insignia. The attack began so suddenly, he recalls, that we were ambushed practically next to our own outposts. Units appeared as though from nowhere. In the first few minutes, Lieutenant Harold Gensimer captured an overconfident German colonel who boasted that, "My men will soon kick you right off this hill." They almost did. Swarming across the German border from the town of Wieler and out of the Reichswald in overwhelming numbers, the Germans burst through the 82nd's perimeter defences and quickly overran the zones, capturing supply and ammunition dumps. For a time, the fighting was chaotic. The 82nd defenders held their positions as long as they could, then slowly pulled back. All over the area, troops were alerted to rush to the scene. Men on the edge of Nijmegen force-marched all the way to the drop zones to give additional support. A kind of panic seemed to set in among the Dutch also. Private Pat O'Hagan observed that as his patrol withdrew from the Nijmegen outskirts, the Dutch flags he had seen in profusion on the march into the city were being hurriedly taken down. Private Arthur Dutch Schultz, a Normandy veteran and a Browning automatic gunner for his platoon, noticed that everyone was nervous, and all I could hear was the chant, "Bar, front and centre." Everywhere he looked he saw Germans. They were all around us and determined to rush us off our zones. It was clear to everyone that until German armour and seasoned reinforcements arrived, the enemy units, estimated at being close to 2 battalions, had been sent on a suicide mission to wipe out the 82nd at any cost and hold the drop zones, the division's lifeline for reinforcements and supplies. If the Germans succeeded, they might annihilate the second lift even as it landed. At this time, General Gavin believed that the scheduled lift had already left England. There was no way of stopping or diverting them in time. Thus, Gavin had barely 2 hours to clear the areas, and he needed every available trooper. Besides those already engaged, the only readily available reserves were 2 companies of engineers. Immediately Gavin threw them into the battle. Bolstered by mortar and artillery fire, the troopers, outnumbered sometimes 5-1, fought all through the morning to clear the zones. In the wild, chaotic fighting that ensued over a period of 4 hours on the zones, one of the most beloved officers in the 82nd, the heavyweight champion of the division, Captain Anthony Stefanich, was killed. "We've come a long way together," he told his men. "Tell the boys to do a good job." Then he died. Then with fixed bayonets many men went after the Germans down the slopes. It was only at the height of the battle that Gavin learned that the second lift would not arrive until 2 p.m. The woods remained infested with a hodgepodge of German infantry, and it was obvious that these enemy forays heralded more concentrated and determined attacks. By juggling his troops from one area to another, Gavin was confident of holding, but he was only too well aware that for the moment the 82nd situation was precarious. And now with information that the Somme Bridge was out and being repaired, he could not expect a British link-up before D+2. Impatiently and with growing concern, Gavin waited for the second lift, which would bring him desperately needed artillery, ammunition, and men. 6. From the smoking ruins of Arnhem to the damaged crossing at Somme, in foxholes, forests, along dikes, in the rubble of demolished buildings, on tanks and near the approaches of vital bridges, the men of Market Garden and the Germans they fought heard the low rumble come out of the west. In column after column, darkening the sky, the planes and gliders of the second lift were approaching. The steady mounting drone of motors caused a buoyant renewal of vigor and hope in the Anglo-Americans and the Dutch people. For most Germans, the sound was like a forerunner of doom. Combatants and civilians alike stared skyward, waiting. The time was a little before 2 p.m., Monday, September 18th. The armada was gigantic, dwarfing even the spectacle of the day before. On the 17th, flights had followed two distinct northern and southern paths. Now, bad weather and the hope of effecting greater protection from the Luftwaffe had caused the entire second lift to be routed along the northern path to Holland. Condensed into one immense column covering mile after mile of sky, almost 4,000 aircraft were layered at altitudes from 1,000 to 2,500 feet. Flying wingtip to wingtip, 1,336 American C-47s and 340 British Sterling bombers made up the bulk of the Skytrain. Some of the planes carried troops. Others towed a staggering number of gliders, 1,205 horses, Wacos, and mammoth Hamel cars. Positioned at the rear of the 100-mile-long convoy, 252 four-engined Liberator bombers were ferrying cargo. Protecting the formations above and on the flanks, 867 fighters, ranging from squadrons of British Spitfires and rocket-firing Typhoons to American Thunderbolts and Lightnings, flew escort. In all, at time of takeoff, the second lift carried 6,674 airborne troops, 681 vehicles plus loaded trailers, 60 artillery pieces with ammunition, and nearly 600 tons of supplies, including 2 bulldozers. In the compilation of plane figures there are some discrepancies. American sources give a total of 3,807 aircraft. British figures list 4,000. The count used above comes from General Browning's After-Action Corps report, indicating that the difference in figures seems to lie in the number of fighter planes. According to U.S. sources, 674 England-based fighters flew escort for the second lift, but not included in that number were 193 Belgium-based planes, which brings the overall total of fighters to 867. By far the best account of the air action in Market Garden, particularly as it pertains to the troop carriers, is the official USAF Historical Division Study No. 97 by Dr. John C. Warren, entitled Airborne Operations in World War II, European Theatre. Wreathed by flak bursts, the huge armada made landfall over the Dutch coast at Schouwen Island, then headed inland due east to a traffic control point south of the town of 's-Hertogenbosch. There, with fighters leading the way, the column split into 3 sections. With timed precision executing difficult and dangerous maneuvers, the American contingent swung south and east for the zones of the 101st and 82nd, as British formations headed due north for Arnhem. As on the previous day, there were problems, although they were somewhat diminished. Confusions, abortions, and fatal mishaps struck the glider fleets in particular. Long before the second lift reached the drop zones, 54 gliders were downed by structural or human error. Some 26 machines aborted over England and the Channel, 2 were seen to disintegrate during flight, and 26 more were prematurely released on the 80-mile flight over enemy territory, landing far from their zones in Belgium and Holland, and behind the German frontier. In one bizarre incident, a distraught trooper rushed to the cockpit and yanked the release lever, separating the glider from its tow plane. But troop casualties overall were low. The greatest loss, as on the previous day, was in precious cargo. Once again, Urquhart's men seemed plagued by fate. More than half of the lost cargo gliders were bound for Arnhem. Fate had ruled the Luftwaffe too. At 10 a.m., with no sign of the expected Allied fleet, German air commanders pulled back more than half the 190-plane force to their bases, while the remainder patrolled the skies over northern and southern Holland. Half of these squadrons were caught in the wrong sector, or were being refueled as the second lift came in. As a result, fewer than 100 Messerschmitts and FW-190s rushed to battle in the Arnhem and Eindhoven areas. Not a single enemy plane was able to penetrate the massive Allied fighter screen protecting the troop carrier columns. After the mission, Allied pilots claimed 29 Messerschmitts destroyed, against a loss of only 5 American fighters. Intense ground fire began to envelop the air fleet as it neared the landing zones. Approaching the 101st's drop areas north of Sonne, slow-moving glider trains encountered low ground haze and rain, cloaking them to some extent from German gunners. But sustained and deadly flak fire from the best region ripped into the oncoming columns. One glider, probably carrying ammunition, caught a full anti-aircraft burst, exploded, and completely disappeared. Releasing their gliders, 4 tow planes were hit, one after the other. 2 immediately caught fire, 1 crashed, the other made a safe landing. 3 gliders riddled with bullets crash-landed on the zones with their occupants miraculously untouched. In all, of the 450 gliders destined for General Taylor's 101st, 428 reached the zones with 2,656 troopers, their vehicles and trailers. 15 miles to the north, General Gavin's second lift was threatened by the battles still raging on the drop zones as the gliders began to come in. Losses to the 82nd were higher than in the 101st area. Planes and gliders ran into a hail of anti-aircraft fire. Although less accurate than on the day before, German gunners managed to shoot down 6 tow planes as they turned steeply away after releasing their gliders. The wing of one was blasted off, 3 others crashed in flames, another came down in Germany. The desperate firefight for possession of the zones forced many gliders to land elsewhere. Some came down 3 to 5 miles from their targets, others ended up in Germany. Still more decided to put down fast on their assigned landing zones. Pitted by shells and mortar, crisscrossed by machine gun fire, each zone was a no-man's land. Coming in quickly to hard landings, many gliders smashed undercarriages or nosed over completely. Yet the pilots' drastic maneuvers worked. Troops and cargo alike sustained surprisingly few casualties. Not a man was reported hurt in landing accidents, and only 45 men were killed or wounded by enemy fire in flight or on the zones. Of 454 gliders, 385 arrived in the 82nd's area, bringing 1,782 artillerymen, 177 jeeps, and 60 guns. Initially, more than 100 paratroopers were thought to have been lost, but later more than half the number made their way to the 82nd's lines after distant landings. The grimly determined glider pilots sustained the heaviest casualties. 54 were killed or listed as missing. Although the Germans failed to seriously impede the arrival of the second lift, they scored heavily against the bomber resupply missions arriving after the troop carrier and glider trains. By the time the first of the 252 huge 4-engined B-24 Liberators approached the 101st and 82nd zones, anti-aircraft gunners had found the range. Swooping down ahead of the supply planes, fighters attempted to neutralize the flak guns, but just as German batteries had done when Horrocks's tanks began their breakout on the 17th, so now the enemy forces held their fire until the fighters passed over. Then, suddenly, they opened up. Within minutes, some 21 escort planes were shot down. Following the fighters, bomber formations came in at altitudes varying from 800 to 50 feet. Fire and haze over the zones hid the identifying smoke and ground markers so that even experienced drop masters aboard the planes could not locate the proper fields. From the bays of the B-24s, each carrying approximately 2 tons of cargo, supplies began to fall haphazardly, scattering over a wide area. Racing back and forth throughout their drop zones, 82nd troopers managed to recover 80% of their supplies, almost in the faces of the Germans. The 101st was not so fortunate. Many of their equipment bundles landed almost directly among the Germans in the best area. Less than 50% of their resupply was recovered. For General Taylor's men in the lower part of the corridor, the loss was serious, since more than 100 tons of cargo intended for them consisted of gasoline, ammunition, and food. So devastating was the German assault that about 130 bombers were damaged by ground fire, 7 were shot down, and 4 others crash-landed. The day that had begun with so much hope for the beleaguered Americans along the corridor was rapidly becoming a grim fight for survival. Lieutenant Pat Glover of Brigadier Shan Hackett's 4th Parachute Brigade was out of the plane and falling toward the drop zone south of the Ada-Arnhem Road. He felt the jerk as his chute opened, and instinctively reached across and patted the zippered canvas bag attached to the harness over his left shoulder. Inside the bag, Myrtle the parachick squawked, and Glover was reassured. Just as he had planned it back in England, Myrtle was making her first combat jump. As Glover looked down, it seemed to him that the entire heath below was on fire. He could see shells and mortars bursting all over the landing zone. Smoke and flames billowed up, and some paratroopers, unable to correct their descent, were landing in the inferno. Off in the distance, where gliders were bringing in the remainder of Brigadier Pip Hicks's air landing brigade, Glover could see wreckage and men running in all directions. Something had gone terribly wrong. According to the briefings, Glover knew that Arnhem was supposed to be lightly held, and the drop zones by now should certainly be cleared and quiet. There had been no indication before the second lift left from England that anything was wrong. Yet it seemed to Glover that a full-scale battle was going on right beneath him. He wondered if by some mistake they were jumping in the wrong place. As he neared the ground, the stutter of machine guns and the dull thud of mortar bursts seemed to engulf him. He hit ground, careful to roll onto his right shoulder to protect Myrtle, and quickly shucked off his harness. Nearby, Glover's Batman, Private Joe Scott, had just sat down. Glover handed him Myrtle's bag. "Take good care of her," he told Scott. Through the haze covering the field, Glover spotted yellow smoke which marked the rendezvous point. "Let's go," he yelled to Scott. Weaving and crouching, the 2 men started out. Everywhere Glover looked, there was utter confusion. His heart sank. It was obvious that the situation was going badly. As Major J.L. Waddy came down, he too heard the ominous sound of machine gun fire that seemed to be flaying the area on all sides. "I couldn't understand it," he recalls. "We'd been given the impression that the Germans were in flight, that there was disorder in their ranks." Swinging down in his parachute, Waddy found that the drop zone was almost obscured by smoke from raging fires. At the southern end of the field where he landed, Waddy set out for the battalion's rendezvous area. Mortars were bursting everywhere, and I saw countless casualties as I went along. When he neared the assembly point, Waddy was confronted by an irate captain from battalion headquarters who had jumped into Holland the previous day. "You're bloody late," Waddy recalls the man shouting. "Do you realize we've been waiting here for 4 hours?" Agitatedly, the officer immediately began to brief Waddy. "I was shocked as I listened," Waddy remembers. "It was the first news we had that things weren't going as well as had been planned. We immediately got organized, and as I looked around it seemed to me that the whole sky up ahead was a mass of flames." On both landing zones west of the Wolfhazer railway station, at Ginkle Heath and Ryer's Camp, paratroopers and glider-borne infantrymen were dropping into what appeared to be a raging battle. From the captured market garden documents, the Germans had known the location of the landing areas, and through enemy radar installations in the still-occupied channel ports such as Dunkirk, they, unlike the British on the ground, could calculate with accuracy the time the second lift was due to arrive. SS units and anti-aircraft hurriedly disengaged in Arnhem were rushed to the zones. 20 Luftwaffe fighters vectored in continuously strafed the sectors. Ground fighting was equally intense. To clear parts of the heath of the encroaching enemy, the British, as they had during the night and early morning, charged with fixed bayonets. Mortar bursts hitting gliders that had landed the day before turned them into flaming masses that in turn ignited the heath. Infiltrating enemy units used some gliders as cover for their attacks, and the British set the machines on fire themselves rather than let them fall into enemy hands. Nearly 50 gliders blazed in a vast inferno on one section of the field. Yet Brigadier Pip Hicks's Air Landing Brigade, minus the half-battalion that had been sent into Arnhem, was managing with dogged courage to hold the zones. The paratroop and glider landings, bringing in 2,119 men, were far more successful than the men in the air or on the ground could believe. Even with the battle underway, 90% of the lift was landing, and in the right places. Flight Sergeant Ronald Bedford, a rear gunner in a 4-engine Stirling, found Monday's mission far different from the one he had flown on Sunday. Then the 19-year-old Bedford had been frankly bored with the routineness of the flight. Now, as they neared the landing zone, firing was continuous and intense. Spotting an anti-aircraft battery mounted on a truck at the edge of the field, Bedford tried desperately to turn his guns on it. He could see his tracers curving down, and then the battery stopped firing. Bedford was exuberant. "I got him!" he shouted. "Listen, I got him!" As the Stirling held steady on its course, Bedford noticed that gliders all around seemed to be breaking away from their tugs prematurely. He could only assume that the heavy fire had caused many glider pilots to release and try to get down as fast as possible. Then he saw the tow rope attached to their own hawser falling away. Watching the glider swoop down, Bedford was sure it would collide with others before it could land. "The entire scene was chaotic," he recalls. "The gliders seemed to be going into very steep dives, levelling off and coasting down. Often it looked right into each other. I wondered how any of them would make it." Sergeant Roy Hatch, co-piloting a hawser carrying a jeep, 2 trailers filled with mortar ammunition and 3 men, wondered how they were going to get down when he saw the anti-aircraft fire ahead of them on the run-in. As Staff Sergeant Alec Young, the pilot, put the glider into a steep dive and levelled off, Hatch noticed to his amazement that everyone seemed to be heading toward the same touchdown point, including a cow which was frantically running just in front of them. Somehow Young put the glider down safely. Immediately the men jumped out and began unbolting the tail section. Nearby, Hatch noticed 3 gliders lying on their backs. Suddenly, with a tearing, rasping sound, another hawser crash-landed on top of them. The glider came straight in, sliced off the nose of Hatch's glider, including the canopy and the cockpit where Hatch and Young had been sitting only moments before, then slid forward, coming to a halt directly in front of them. Other gliders missed the zones altogether, some crash-landing as far as 3 miles away. 2 came down on the southern bank of the Rhine, 1 near the village of Driel. Leaving casualties in the care of Dutch civilians, the men rejoined their units by crossing the Rhine on the forgotten but still active Driel ferry. The story is probably apocryphal, but the Dutch like to tell it. According to Mrs. Ter Horst of Oosterbeek, when the British troopers and their equipment, including an anti-tank gun, boarded the Driel ferry, Peter was faced with a dilemma, whether or not to charge them for the trip. By the time they reached the northern bank, Peter had decided to give them the ride free. Several C-47s were hit and set afire as they made their approach to the zones. About 10 minutes from landing, Sergeant Francis Fitzpatrick noticed that flak was coming up thick. A young trooper, Private Ginger McFadden, jerked and cried out, his hands reaching for his right leg. "I'm hit," McFadden mumbled. Fitzpatrick examined him quickly and gave him a shot of morphia. Then the sergeant noticed that the plane seemed to be labouring. As he bent to look out the window, the door to the pilot's compartment opened, and the dispatcher came out, his face tense. "Stand by for a quick red and green," he said. Fitzpatrick looked down the line of paratroopers now hooked up and ready to go. He could see smoke pouring from the port engine. Leading the way, Fitzpatrick jumped. As his chute opened, the plane went into a racing dive. Before Fitzpatrick hit the ground, he saw the C-47 plough into a field off to his right and nose over. He was sure the crew and Ginger McFadden had not escaped. In another C-47, the American crew chief jokingly told Captain Frank D. King, "You'll soon be down there, and I'll be heading home for bacon and eggs." The Americans sat down opposite King. Minutes later, the green light went on. King glanced over at the crew chief. He seemed to have fallen asleep, slumped back with his chin on his chest, his hands in his lap. King had a feeling something was not quite right. He shook the American by the shoulder, and the man fell sideways. He was dead. Behind him, King saw a large hole in the fuselage, which looked as though it had been made by a .50-caliber machine-gun bullet. Standing in the doorway ready to jump, King saw that flames were streaming from the port wing. "We're on fire!" he shouted to Sergeant Major George Gatland. "Check with the pilot!" Gatland went forward. As he opened the cockpit door, a sheet of flame shot out, sweeping the entire length of the plane. Gatland slammed the door shut, and King ordered the men to jump. He believed they were now pilotless. As the troopers went out the door, Gatland estimated the plane was between 200 and 300 feet off the ground. He landed with a jar and began a head count. 4 men were missing. 1 man had been killed by gunfire in the doorway before he had a chance to leave the plane. Another had jumped, but his chute had caught fire, and a third, Gatland and King learned, had landed a short distance away. Then the 4th man arrived, still in his parachute. He had come down with the plane. The crew, he told them, had somehow crash-landed the plane, and they had miraculously walked away from it. Now, 15 miles from Oosterbeek and far from the British lines, King's group set out to make their way back. As they moved out, the C-47, blazing a quarter of a mile away, blew up. In some areas, paratroopers jumped safely, only to find themselves falling through waves of incendiary fire. Tugging desperately at parachute lines to avoid the tracers, many men landed on the edges of the zones in dense forests. Some, as they struggled to shed their chutes, were shot by snipers. Others landed far away from their zones. In one area, part of a battalion came down behind the Germans, then marched for the rendezvous point, bringing 80 prisoners with them. Under fire on the zones, troopers, discarding their chutes, ran swiftly for cover. Small clusters of badly wounded men lay everywhere. Private Reginald Bryant was caught by the blast of a mortar shell and so severely concussed that he was temporarily paralyzed. Aware of what was happening around him, he could not move a muscle. He stared helplessly as the men from his plane, believing Bryant dead, picked up his rifle and ammunition and hurriedly struck out for the assembly point. Many men, surprised by the unexpected and unremitting machine-gun and sniper fire that swept the zones, sprinted for cover in the woods. In minutes, the areas were deserted except for the dead and wounded. Sergeant Ginger Green, the physical training instructor who had optimistically brought along a football to have a game on the zone after the expected easy action, jumped and hit the ground so hard that he broke 2 ribs. How long he lay there, Green does not know. When he regained consciousness, he was alone except for casualties. Painfully he sat up, and almost immediately a sniper fired at him. Green got to his feet and began to dart and weave his way toward the woods. Bullets pinged all around him. Again and again the pain in his ribs forced Green to the ground. He was certain that he would be hit. In the billowing smoke rolling across the heath, his strange duel with the sniper went on for what seemed like hours. "I could only make 5 or 6 yards at a time," he remembers, "and I figured I was up against either a sadistic bastard or a damned bad shot." Finally, hugging his injured ribs, Green made one last dash for the woods. Reaching them, he threw himself into the undergrowth and rolled against a tree just as a last bullet smacked harmlessly into the branches above his head. He had gained vital yardage under the most desperate circumstances of his life. Spent and aching, Green slowly removed the deflated football from inside his camouflage smock and painfully threw it away. Many men would remember the first terrible moments after they jumped. Running for their lives from bullets and burning brush on Ginkle Heath, at least a dozen troopers recall a young 20-year-old lieutenant who lay in the gorse badly wounded. He had been shot in the legs and chest by incendiary bullets as he swung helplessly in his parachute. Lieutenant Pat Glover saw the young officer as he moved off the zone. He was in horrible pain, Glover remembers, and he just couldn't be moved. I gave him a shot of morphia and promised to send back a medic as soon as I could. Private Reginald Bryant, after recovering from his paralysis on the drop zone, came across the officer as he was heading for the assembly area. When I got to him, smoke was coming from wounds in his chest. His agony was awful. A few of us had come upon him at the same time, and he begged us to kill him. Someone, Bryant does not remember who, slowly reached down and gave the lieutenant his own pistol, cocked. As the men hurried off, the fire on the heath was slowly moving toward the area where the stricken officer lay. Later, rescue parties came across the body. It was concluded that the lieutenant had committed suicide. Although numerous witnesses confirmed the story, I have withheld the officer's name. There is still doubt that he shot himself. He was both popular and brave. He may indeed have used his pistol, or he may have been killed by a sniper. With characteristic precision, Brigadier Shan Hackett, commander of the 4th Parachute Brigade, landed within 300 yards of the spot he had chosen for his headquarters. In spite of enemy fire, the brigadier's first concern was to find his walking stick, which he had dropped on the way down. As he was searching for it, he came across a group of Germans. "I was more scared than they were," he recalled, "but they seemed eager to surrender." Hackett, who spoke German fluently, brusquely told them to wait. Then, recovering his stick, the trim, neatly mustached brigadier calmly marched his prisoners off. Impatient, prickly, and temperamental at best of times, Hackett did not like what he saw. He, too, had expected the zones to be secure and organized. Now, surrounded by his officers, he prepared to move out his brigade. At this moment, Colonel Charles Mackenzie, General Urquhart's chief of staff, drove up to perform his painful duty. Taking Hackett aside, Mackenzie, in his own words, told him what had been decided and concluded with the touchy matter of command. Brigadier Pip Hicks had been placed in charge of the division in Urquhart's and Lathbury's absence. Mackenzie went on to explain that Urquhart had made the decision back in England that Hicks was to take over in the event both he and Lathbury should be missing or killed. Hackett was none too happy, Mackenzie recalls. "Now look here, Charles, I'm senior to Hicks," he told Mackenzie. "I should therefore command this division." Mackenzie was firm. "I quite understand, sir, but the General did give me the order of succession, and we must stick to it. Further, Brigadier Hicks has been here 24 hours and is now much more familiar with the situation." Hackett, Mackenzie said, might only make matters worse if he upset the works and tried to do something about it. But it was obvious to Mackenzie that the matter would not end there. A delicate rift had always existed between Urquhart and Hackett. Although the volatile brigadier was eminently fit for command, in Urquhart's opinion he lacked the older Hicks's infantry experience. Additionally, Hackett was a cavalryman, and Urquhart was known to hold a lesser opinion of cavalry brigadiers than of the infantrymen with whom he had long been associated. He had once jestingly referred to Hackett in public as "that broken-down cavalryman," a remark that Hackett had not found amusing. Mackenzie told Hackett that his 11th Battalion was to be detached from the brigade. It would move out immediately for Arnhem and the bridge. To Hackett, this was the final insult. His pride in the brigade stemmed in part from its qualities as a highly trained integrated unit that fought as an independent team. He was appalled that it was being separated and broken into parts. "I do not like being told to give up a battalion without being consulted," he told Mackenzie hotly. Then, on reflection, he added, "Of course, if any battalion should go, it's the 11th. It has been dropped in the southeastern corner of the zone and is closest to Arnhem and the bridge." But he requested another battalion in exchange, and Mackenzie replied that he thought Hicks would give him one, and there the matter ended for the moment. The brilliant, explosive, and dynamic Hackett bowed to inevitability. For the time, Hicks could run the battle, but Hackett was determined to run his own brigade. For the British it was a grim and bloody afternoon. With a problem-ridden second lift, the fate of General Urquhart and Brigadier Lathbury still unknown, with Colonel Frost's small force precariously clinging to the north end of the Arnhem Bridge, and with a swelling clash of personalities developing between two brigadiers, one more unforeseen disaster had taken place. Depleted in numbers, worn out by constant fighting, the troopers of Hicks's air landing brigade watched in despair as 35 Sterling bomber cargo planes dropped supplies everywhere but on the zones. Of the 87 tons of ammunition, food and supplies destined for the men of Arnhem, only 12 tons reached the troops. The remainder, widely scattered to the southwest, fell among the Germans. In Anton Derksen's house less than 5 miles away, General Urquhart was still surrounded by Germans. The self-propelled gun and crew on the street below were so close that Urquhart and the 2 officers with him had not dared risk talk or movement. Apart from some chocolate and hard candy, the men were without food. The water had been cut off and there were no sanitary arrangements. Urquhart felt a sense of desperation. Unable to rest or sleep, he brooded about the progress of the battle and the arrival of the second lift, unaware of its delayed start. He wondered how far Horrocks's tanks had advanced, and if Frost still held at the bridge. "Had I known the situation at that moment," he later recalled, "I would have disregarded the concern of my officers and made a break for it, Germans or no Germans." Silent and withdrawn, Urquhart found himself staring fixedly at Captain James Clemenson's moustache. "The enormity in hirsute handlebars had earlier been lost on me," he wrote, "but now there was little else to look at." The moustache irritated him. It looked damned silly. With all his preoccupation, Urquhart had never thought of the decision he had made regarding chain of command within the division, a last-minute instruction that was fast building toward a complex confrontation between Hicks and Hackett. By now, at 4 p.m. on Monday, September 18th, Urquhart had been absent from his headquarters for almost 1 full day. General Wilhelm Bittrich, commander of the 2 SS Panzer Corps, was shocked by the enormous size of the second lift. Badgered by Field Marshal Model to quickly capture the Arnhem Bridge and pressed by Colonel Hartzer and General Harmel for reinforcements, Bittrich found his problems growing increasingly acute. As he grimly watched the skies west of Arnhem blossom with hundreds of multicolored parachutes, then fill with an apparently unceasing stream of gliders, he despaired. From the Luftwaffe communications net he learned that 2 other massive drops had taken place. Trying to guess the Allied strength, Bittrich greatly overestimated the number of Anglo-Americans now in Holland. He believed that maybe another division had landed, enough to tilt the balance in favor of the attackers. To Bittrich, the build-up of Allied strength versus the arrival of German reinforcements had become a deadly race. So far only a trickle of men and materiel had reached him. By comparison, the Allies seemed to have inexhaustible resources. He feared that they might mount yet another airborne drop the following day. In the narrow confines of Holland, with its difficult terrain, bridges, and proximity to the undefended frontiers of Germany, a force that size could mean catastrophe. There was little coordination between Bittrich's forces and Colonel General Student's 1st Parachute Army to the south. Although Student's men were being constantly reinforced by the remnants of von Zangen's 15th Army, that shattered force was desperately short of transport, guns, and ammunition. Days, perhaps weeks, would be needed to re-equip them. Meanwhile, the entire responsibility for halting Montgomery's attack lay with Bittrich, and his most pressing problems remained the crossing at Nijmegen and the unbelievable defence by the British at the northern approach of the Arnhem Bridge. So long as the Allied troopers held out there, Bittrich was prevented from moving his own forces down the highway to Nijmegen. Harmel's Frundsberg division, trying to get across the Rhine, was dependent entirely on the ferry at Pannerden, a slow, tedious method of crossing. Ironically, while the British at Arnhem were experiencing their first tentative doubts of their ability to hang on, Bittrich was gravely concerned about the outcome of the battle. He saw the Reich as dangerously close to invasion. The next 24 hours might tell the story. Bittrich's superiors had problems of wider scope. All along Army Group B's vast front, Field Marshal Model was juggling forces, trying to stem the relentless attacks of the American 1st and 3rd Armies. Although the reinstatement of the illustrious von Rundstedt to his old command had brought a renewal of order and cohesion, he was scraping the bottom of the nation's manpower barrel for reinforcements. Locating gasoline to move units from one area to another was also becoming an increasingly critical problem, and there was little help from Hitler's headquarters. Berlin seemed more preoccupied with the Russian menace from the east than with the Allied drive from the west. Despite his other worries, Model seemed confident of overcoming the threat in Holland. He remained convinced that the country's marshes, dikes, and water barriers could work for him in providing time to halt and defeat Montgomery's attack. Bittrich had no such optimism. He urged Model to take several important steps before the situation worsened. In Bittrich's view, the destruction of the Nijmegen and Arnhem bridges was necessary immediately, but that proposal irritated Model every time Bittrich suggested it. Pragmatic, always demanding the impossible, Model visited me every day, Bittrich was to recall. On the spot he would issue a stream of orders referring to immediate situations, but he never stayed long enough at any conference to hear out or approve long-range plans. Model, Bittrich feared, did not grasp the appalling eventualities that could ensue for Germany if an Allied breakthrough occurred. Instead, he seemed obsessed with details. He was particularly concerned about the German failure to recapture the Arnhem Bridge. Stung by the implied criticism, Bittrich told the Field Marshal, "In all my years as a soldier, I have never seen men fight so hard." Model was unimpressed. "I want that bridge," he said coldly. On the afternoon of the 18th, Bittrich tried again to explain his view of the overall situation to an impatient Model. The Nijmegen Bridge was the key to the entire operation, he argued. Destroy it, and the head of the Allied attack would be severed from its body. "Herr Field Marshal, we should demolish the Waal crossing before it is too late," Bittrich said. Model was adamant. "No," he said, "the answer is no." Not only did Model insist that the bridge could be defended, he demanded that Student's army and the Frundsberg division halt the Anglo-Americans before they even reached it. Bittrich said bluntly that he was far from sure the Allies could be contained. As yet there was almost no German armour in the area, and he told Model there was grave danger that Montgomery's overwhelming tank strength would achieve a breakthrough. Then Bittrich expressed his fears that further airborne drops could be expected. "If the Allies succeed in their drive from the south, and if they drop one more airborne division in the Arnhem area, we're finished," he said. "The route to the Ruhr and Germany will be open." Model would not be swayed. "My orders stand," he said. "The Nijmegen Bridge is not to be destroyed, and I want the Arnhem Bridge captured within 24 hours. Others knew the difficulty of carrying out Model's commands. Lieutenant Colonel Harzer, commander of the Hohenstaufen Division, had run out of men. All his forces were fully engaged. No additional reinforcements had arrived, and the size of the second lift posed grave doubts as to the ability of his soldiers to halt and contain the enemy. Like Bittrich, Harzer was convinced that the Allies had dropped no more than an airborne spearhead. "I was sure that more would follow, and then they would drive for the Reich." With limited armour, Harzer did not know whether he could stop the enemy. He had, however, succeeded in making one place secure, the grounds of his own headquarters. There, with cynical disregard for the rights of prisoners, he had ordered several hundred British troopers to be held under guard in wire enclosures. "I was quite sure," he was to recall, "that the RAF would not bomb their own troops." Harzer, a self-professed Anglophile, "I had a real weakness for the English," had once studied as an exchange student in Great Britain. He enjoyed sauntering among the prisoners, trying to engage in conversation to practice his English, and, hopefully, to elicit information. He was struck by the British morale. They were contemptuous and self-assured, as only veteran soldiers can be, he recalled. The calibre of his prisoners convinced Harzer that the battle was far from won. To keep Urquhart's forces off balance and to prevent any kind of cohesive attack, he ordered his Hohenstaufen division on the evening of the 18th to attack unceasingly at whatever cost throughout the night. The commander of the Frundsberg division, General Harmel, was too busy to worry about what might happen next. "I had my hands full fighting the lower Rhine." Charged with the capture of the Arnhem Bridge and the defence of the Waal crossing and the area in between, Harmel's problems were far more acute than Harzer's. The move of his division by ferry across the river was proceeding at a snail's pace. Troops, equipment and tanks were loaded on makeshift rubber or log rafts. Roads leading down to the water's edge had become quagmires. Tanks and vehicles had slid off rafts, and some had even been swept away. Worse, because of constant strafing by Allied planes, nearly all ferrying and convoying operations had to take place during darkness. In 24 hours, Harmel's engineers had succeeded in moving only 2 battalions with their vehicles and equipment into the Arnhem-Nijmegen area. To speed up operations, truck shuttles carrying troops ran back and forth between the South Bank landing stage and Nijmegen, but the movement was far too slow. To be sure, Harmel's men were now in the centre of Nijmegen and on the southern side of the highway bridge, but he doubted that they could stop a determined attack by the Anglo-Americans. Although he had been ordered not to destroy it, Harmel was prepared for the eventuality. His engineers had already laid charges and set up detonating apparatus in a roadside bunker near the village of Lent on the northern bank. He hoped Bittrich would approve the blowing of the highway and railroad bridges if they could not be held. But if he did not, Harmel's decision was already made. If British tanks broke through and started across, he would defy his superiors and destroy the bridges. 7. The prosperous village of Oosterbeek seemed infused with a strange mixture of gaiety and uneasiness. Like an island in the middle of the battle, the village was assaulted by the noise of fighting on 3 sides. From the drop zones to the west came the nearly constant thunder of guns. To the northwest, the chattering of machine guns and the steady cough of mortars could be clearly heard in the flower-lined streets. And to the east, 2.5 miles away in Arnhem, black smoke hung over the horizon, a sombre backdrop to the unceasing timpani of heavy artillery. The bombing and strafing preceding the troop and glider landings on the previous day had produced casualties among the villagers and some damage to shops and houses, as had infiltrating snipers and ill-directed mortar bursts, but the war had not so far made serious inroads into Oosterbeek. The neat resort hotels, landscaped villas and tree-lined streets were still largely untouched. Yet it was becoming obvious with every hour that the fighting was coming closer. Here and there, concussion from distant explosions splintered panes of glass with startling suddenness. Charred particles of paper, cloth, and wood, carried like confetti by the wind, rained down into the streets, and the air was acrid with the smell of cordite. On Sunday, Oosterbeek had been filled with troops as the British arrived almost on the heels of a frantic German departure. No one had slept during the night. A nervous excitement heightened by the low whine of jeeps, the clatter of Bren gun carriers, and the tramp of marching men made rest impossible. Throughout most of the 18th the movement had continued. The villagers, joyous and yet apprehensive, had decked the streets and houses with Dutch flags, and plied their liberators with food, fruit, and drink as the British Tommies hurried through. To almost everyone the war seemed all but over. Now, subtly, the atmosphere was changing. Some British units were apparently firmly established in the village, and Lieutenant Colonel Sheriff Thompson's artillery spotters occupied the tower of the 10th-century Dutch Reformed Church near the Rhine in Lower Oosterbeek, but troop movement had noticeably slowed. By late afternoon most thoroughfares were disquietingly empty, and the Dutch noted that anti-tank and Bren gun positions were now sighted at strategic points on the main road. Seeing them, villagers had a sense of foreboding. As he walked through Oosterbeek trying to discover exactly what was happening, Jan Voskuil recalls seeing a British officer ordering civilians to take in their flags. "This is war," he heard the officer tell one villager, "and you are in the middle of it." Throughout his walk, Voskuil noted that the mood of the people was changing. From Jaap Koning, a local baker, Voskuil learned that many Dutch were pessimistic. There were rumours, Koning said, that things are not going well. Apprehension was replacing the heady sense of liberation. The British, Koning said, are being pushed back everywhere. Voskuil was profoundly concerned. Koning was always well informed, and although his was the first bad news Voskuil had heard, it confirmed his own fears. As each hour passed, Voskuil thought that the canopy of shells screaming over the town toward Arnhem was growing heavier. Remembering anew the terrible destruction of the Normandy villages, Voskuil could not rid himself of an overwhelming feeling of hopelessness. A second tradesman, baker Dirk van Beek, was as depressed as Koning and Voskuil. The news he had heard on his delivery rounds had dampened his first excited reaction to the Allied drop. "What if the war comes here? What will we do?" he asked his wife, Riek. But he already knew the answer. He would remain in Oosterbeek and keep on baking. "People have to eat," he told Riek. "Anyway, where would we go if we left the shop?" Absorbing himself in work, Van Beek tried to reassure himself that everything would work out for the best. He had received his monthly allotment of wheat and yeast a few days earlier. Now, determined to stay and to keep his shop open, he remembered that an old baker had once told him of a method of making bread that required less than half the usual amount of yeast. He decided to stretch his supplies to the limit. He would continue to bake until everything was gone. At the Tafelberg, Schoonoord and Vreewijk hotels, it was obvious that the battle had taken a serious turn. The airy, comfortable resorts were being turned into casualty stations. At the Schoonoord, British medics and Dutch civilians began a full-scale house-cleaning to make ready to receive the wounded. Jan Eichelhoff of the Underground saw that the Germans, in their hasty departure, had left the hotel looking like a pig pen. Food was all over the place. Tables had been overturned, plates broken, clothing and equipment were scattered around, papers and rubbish littered every room. From surrounding houses, extra mattresses were brought in and placed on the ground floor. Rows of beds were set up in the main reception rooms, and stretchers were placed along the glassed-in veranda. Every room, including the cellars, would be needed by nightfall, the Dutch were told. Eichelhoff learned that St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Arnhem was already filled to capacity, yet the British medics with whom he worked remained optimistic. "Don't worry," one of them told him, "Monty will be here soon." At the Tafelberg Hotel, where Dr. Gerrit van Manen was setting up a hospital, 17-year-old Anja van Manen, who had come to help her father, noted the startling change in other volunteers. "We are afraid," she wrote in her diary, "but we don't know why. We have a queer feeling that weeks have passed between yesterday and today." As at the Schoonoord, there were rumours at the Tafelberg that Montgomery's forces were on the way. On the lookout for their quick arrival, Anja wrote, "We stare constantly out of the upstairs windows. The shooting is stronger. There are lights and fires, but the great army is not here yet." A few blocks away, the ornate 12-room Hartenstein Hotel, sited amid its park-like surroundings, wore a gaunt, deserted look. In Dali-esque disarray, tables and chairs were scattered across the fine green lawn, and among them, the result of a sharp firefight the day before, lay the crumpled bodies of several Germans. As he cycled up to the building, 27-year-old William Giebing was sickened by the appearance of the once elegant hotel. A few months after he took possession of the building, leasing it from the town of Oosterbeek in 1942, the Germans had moved into the village and requisitioned the hotel. From that time on, Giebing and his wife Truus were relegated to the position of servants. The Germans allowed them to clean the Hartenstein and to oversee the cuisine, but the management of the hotel was in German hands. Finally, on September 6th, Giebing was summarily ordered to leave, but his wife and 2 maids were allowed to return each day to keep the place clean. On the 17th, crazy with joy at the landings, Giebing jumped on a bicycle and set out for the Hartenstein from Westerbauving, where his father-in-law, Johann van Kalkschoten, operated the hilltop restaurant overlooking the Heveadorp-Driel ferry. He was just in time to see the last of the Germans departing. Running into the building, he felt for the first time that the hotel was finally mine. But the air of desertion was unnerving. In the dining room, 2 long tables covered with white damask tablecloths were set for 20. There were soup bowls, silver, napkins and wine glasses, and in the centre of each table a large tureen of vermicelli soup. Touching it, Giebing found it still warm. In silver servers on the sideboard was the main course, fried sole. Giebing wandered from room to room looking at the rich, gold-covered damask walls, the ornate plaster angels and garlands, the bridal suite where gold stars speckled the sky-blue ceiling. The Germans, he was relieved to find, had not looted the hotel. Not a spoon was missing, and the refrigerators were still full of food. Making the rounds, Giebing heard voices coming from the veranda. Rushing out, he found several British soldiers drinking his sherry. 8 empty bottles lay on the floor. Unaccountably, after all the days of occupation, Giebing lost his temper. The Germans had at least left his beloved hotel clean. "So this is the first thing you do," he yelled at the troopers. "Break open my cellar and steal my sherry." The British were embarrassed and apologetic, and Hiebing was mollified, but once again he was told he could not remain. However, the British assured him that his property would be respected. Now, a day later, hoping that the British had passed through and left his hotel, Hiebing returned. His heart sank as he approached the building. Jeeps were parked in the rear of the building, and behind the wire netting of the tennis courts he saw German prisoners. Slit trenches and gun positions had been dug in around the perimeter of the grounds, and staff officers seemed to be everywhere. Disheartened, Hiebing returned to Westerbauving. In the afternoon his wife visited the Hartenstein and explained who she was. "I was treated very politely," she recalls, "but we were not permitted to move back. The British, like the Germans, had requisitioned the hotel." There was one consolation, she thought. The war would soon be over, and then the Hiebings could truly operate what they considered the best hotel in Oosterbeek. The courteous English officers with whom she talked did not inform her that the Hartenstein, as of 5 p.m. on September 18th, was now the headquarters of the 1st British Airborne Division. In the strange mixture of anxiety and joy that permeated Oosterbeek, one incident terrified many of the inhabitants more than the thought of the encroaching battle. During the day, prisoners had been released from the Arnhem jail. Many were resistance fighters, but others were dangerous convicts. In their striped prison garb, they flooded out of Arnhem, and more than 50 ended up in Oosterbeek. They added a final touch of madness, recalls Jan ter Horst, a former Dutch Army artillery captain, a lawyer and a leading member of the Oosterbeek resistance. "We rounded the convicts up and put them temporarily in the concert hall, but the question was what to do with them. They seemed harmless enough at the moment, but many of these felons had been imprisoned for years. We feared the worst, especially for our womenfolk, when they finally realized that they were free." Talking with the convicts, ter Horst found that they wanted only to get out of the immediate combat zone. The sole route across the Rhine was by the WWII ferry. Peter, the ferryman, flatly refused to cooperate. He did not want 50 convicts running loose on the southern bank. Further, the ferry was now moored on the north side, and Peter wanted it to remain there. After several hours of testy negotiations, ter Horst was finally able to get Peter to take the prisoners across. "We were glad to see them go," he remembers. "The women were more scared of the convicts than they had been of the Germans." Prudently, ter Horst insisted that the ferry be returned to the northern bank where it could be used by the British. As a former army officer, ter Horst was puzzled as to why the WWII ferry had not been immediately seized by the British. When the troopers entered Oosterbeek, he had questioned them about the ferry. To his amazement, he discovered they knew nothing about it. A former artilleryman, he was astounded that the British had not occupied nearby Westerbauving, the only high ground overlooking the Rhine. Whoever held these heights with artillery controlled the ferry. Further, the choice of the Hartenstein as British headquarters disturbed him. Surely, he thought, the restaurant and its buildings on the heights at Westerbauving were a far preferable site. "Hold the ferry and Westerbauving," he urged several British staff officers. They were polite, but uninterested. One officer told ter Horst, "We don't intend to stay here. With the bridge in our hands and the arrival of Horrocks's tanks, we don't need the ferry." Ter Horst hoped the man was right. If the Germans reached Westerbauving less than 2 miles away, their guns not only could command the ferry, but could totally demolish British headquarters at the Hartenstein. The British now knew about the ferry, and they had been briefed about Westerbauving. There was little else ter Horst could do. The former Dutch officer had in fact pointed out one of the most crucial oversights in the entire operation, the failure of the British to realize the strategic importance of the ferry and the Westerbauving heights. Had General Urquhart stayed at his headquarters and in control of the battle, the situation might have been rectified in time. The same point is made in several monographs written by the eminent Dutch military historian Lieutenant Colonel Theodor A. Bouret. Had Urquhart been there, he writes, he might well have abandoned the defence of the bridge, recalled Frost's battalion if possible, concentrated his 6 original battalions and the 3 of the 4th Parachute Brigade that had just landed, and established a firm bridgehead somewhere else on the northern side of Lower Rhine, with the high ground at Westerbauving as the centre of the bridgehead. There they could have awaited the arrival of the British Second Army. Brigadier Hicks, commanding the division in Urquhart's absence, was facing almost hourly the bewildering problem of orienting himself to the complex, constantly shifting moves of the hard-pressed airborne unit. With the breakdown of radio communications between headquarters and the battalions, there was little precise information about what was happening, nor could Hicks gauge the strength and potential of the enemy forces opposing him. What scant news reached him was brought by spent, dirt-streaked messengers who risked their lives to bring him information which was often hopelessly out of date by the time they arrived at headquarters, or by the various members of the Dutch underground, whose reports were often disregarded or viewed as suspect. Hicks found himself depending strongly on one slender channel of communication, the tenuous Thompson to Munford artillery radio link existing between Oosterbeek and Frost's forces at the bridge. Mauled and battered, the 2nd Battalion and the valiant stragglers who had reached it were still holding, but Frost's situation had been desperate for hours and was deteriorating rapidly. "We were getting constant messages from the bridge asking for relief and ammunition," Hicks recalled. "Enemy pressure and the steadily increasing strength of German armour was building everywhere, and there was absolutely no contact with Urquhart, Lathbury, Dobie or Fitch. We could not raise Browning at Corps headquarters to explain the gravity of the situation, and we were desperate for help." From prisoner interrogations, Hicks now knew that the troopers were up against battle-hardened SS men of the 9th Hohenstaufen and 10th Frundsberg divisions. No one had been able to tell him how strong these units were, or to estimate the number of tanks that were being thrown against him. Worse, Hicks did not know whether the original pre-attack plan could withstand the present German pressure. If the enemy was heavily reinforced, the entire mission might founder. Help, he knew, was coming. On the 19th, Major General Stanisław Sosabowski's Polish brigade would arrive in the 3rd lift. Horrocks's tanks should also be arriving, and were indeed already late. How close were they to Arnhem, and could they arrive in time to relieve and balance the situation? "In spite of everything," Hicks recalls, "I believed Frost would hold the northern end of the bridge until Monty's tanks got to it. The bridge was still our objective after all, and my decisions and actions were centered solely on seizing and holding that objective." Balancing all the factors, Hicks felt he must stick to the original plan, and so did Brigadier Hackett at this time. The original task of Hackett's 4th Parachute Brigade was to occupy the high ground north of Arnhem to prevent German reinforcements from reaching the bridge. But at the time that plan was conceived, it was thought that enemy strength would prove negligible and at worst manageable. In fact, enemy reaction had been so fast, concentrated and effective that Hicks could not assess the true situation. Bittrich's corps held the north of Arnhem. His troops had bottled up Frost at the bridge and successfully prevented Dobie and Fitch's battalions from relieving them. The advance of these two units was now virtually sheared off. In the built-up areas around St. Elizabeth's Hospital, barely a mile or so from the bridge, the battalions were stopped in their tracks. The South Staffordshires, already en route to help, and the 11th Battalion from Hackett's brigade were faring no better. "We now came to the wide-open, exposed riverside stretch of road in front of St. Elizabeth's Hospital, and then everything suddenly let loose," remembers Private Robert C. Edwards of the South Staffordshires. "We must have looked like targets in a shooting gallery. All Jerry had to do was line up his guns and mortars on this one gap, about a quarter of a mile wide, and fire. He couldn't miss." Edwards saw Captain Edward Weiss, second in command of his company, running tirelessly up and down the column, totally ignoring all the metal flying about him, his voice growing ever hoarser as he yelled out, on, D Company, on!" Weiss seemed to be everywhere. Men were falling all around. If troopers halted or hesitated, Weiss was immediately beside them, urging them on. You just couldn't crawl and watch him stand upright. You had to follow his lead through that hell of fire. Edwards threw some smoke bombs to try to hide their advance, and then put my head down and ran like a hare. He stumbled over heaps of dead, slithered in pools of blood, until I reached the partial shelter afforded by houses and buildings on the far side of the road. There he discovered that Captain Weiss had been hit as he ran across. Major Phillips had been badly wounded. No one seemed to have much idea of what was going on or what we should do next. As for D Company, when a count was made, only 20% remained, and quite obviously we couldn't continue against such overwhelming German strength. Hopefully we waited for the dawn. It was as if a solid wall had been built between the division and Frost's pitiful few at the bridge. In exchange for his 11th Battalion, Hackett had been given the 7th Battalion of the King's Own Scottish Borderers, KOSBs. They had guarded the drop zones since landing on the 17th. Now they moved out with Hackett's 10th and 156th Battalions via Wolfhase northwest of Oosterbeek. In that area the KOSBs would guard Johanna Hoover Farm, a landing zone where transport and artillery of the Polish Brigade were due to arrive by glider in the third lift. After the initial fighting on the zones, Hackett's brigade moved off without incident, and by nightfall the KOSBs had taken up positions around Johanna Hoover Farm. There, suddenly, the battalions ran into heavy German opposition from strongly held machine-gun positions. A pitched battle began. In the growing darkness, commands went out to hold positions and then attempt to rout the enemy at dawn. It was vitally important to secure the area. Sosabowski's paratroopers were scheduled to land on the 19th on the southern side of the Arnhem Bridge, in the polderland that Urquhart and the RAF had deemed unsuitable because of anti-aircraft considerations for the large-scale initial landings. By the time the Poles were to arrive, it had been expected that the bridge would be in British hands. If it was not, the Poles had been assigned to take it. At Browning's Rear Corps headquarters in England, where no one was aware of the compounding setbacks developing at Arnhem, the Polish drop was still scheduled to take place as planned. If Frost could hold out and the Polish drop was successful, there was still a chance even now that Market Garden could succeed. Everywhere men were still struggling toward the bridge. On the lower road that Frost had taken on what now seemed to many a long-ago day, Private Andrew Milbourne and a small group of stragglers from other battalions passed stealthily near the ruins of the railway bridge that Frost's men had tried to capture on their march to the prime objective. In fields to his left, Milbourne saw white mounds gleaming in the darkness. They were dozens of dead bodies, and the Dutch were moving quietly around the area, covering our comrades with white sheets, he recalls. Up ahead, fires reddened the sky, and an occasional flash of guns outlined the great bridge. All afternoon the little band had been held up by superior German forces. Now once more they were pinned down. As they took refuge in a boathouse on the edge of the river, Milbourne began to despair of ever reaching the bridge. A lone signalman in the group began to work his radio set, and as the men gathered around he suddenly picked up the BBC from London. Milbourne listened as the clear, precise voice of the announcer recounted the day's happenings on the Western Front. "British troops in Holland," he reported, "are meeting only slight opposition." In the gloomy boathouse someone laughed derisively. "Bloody liar," Milbourne said. Now, as the courageous men of the 1st British Airborne Division fought for their very existence, 2 of His Majesty's brigadiers chose to have a heated argument over which of them should command the division. The dispute was triggered by a smouldering, angry Brigadier Shan Hackett, who by evening of the 18th saw the situation as not only disquieting but grossly untidy. The enemy seemed to have the upper hand everywhere. British battalions were scattered and fighting uncohesively, without knowledge of one another's whereabouts. Lacking communications, pinned down in built-up areas, many units came upon one another quite by chance. It appeared to Hackett that there was no overall command or coordination of effort. Late in the evening, still smarting over the startling announcement by Mackenzie concerning the command of the division, the temperamental Hackett drove to the Hartenstein Hotel in Oosterbeek to have it out with Hicks. "He arrived about midnight," Hicks recalls. "I was in the operations room, and from the very beginning it was perfectly clear that as he was senior in grade to me, he was less than happy that I had been given command. He was young, with firm ideas, and rather argumentative." Initially, Hackett's displeasure focused on the fact that Hicks had detached the 11th Battalion from him. He demanded to know what orders it had been given and who was in command of the sector. "He thought," recalls Hicks, "that the situation was too fluid, and obviously disagreed with the decisions I had made. Patiently, the older Hicks explained that because of strong German resistance, the present battle situation had been totally unforeseen. Each battalion, therefore, was now fighting individually to reach the bridge, and although instructed to follow specific routes, battalions had been warned that due to the unusual conditions, some overlapping might occur. 2 or more units might well find themselves forced into the same vicinity. Hackett brusquely commented that the command setup was clearly unsatisfactory. Hicks agreed, but the object, he told Hackett, was to help Frost at the bridge in whatever way we can and as fast as possible. While agreeing that Frost had to be reinforced quickly, Hackett sarcastically suggested that this might be done in a more coordinated manner with more drive and cohesion. There was much to be said for Hackett's argument. A coordinated drive might indeed succeed in breaking through the German ring and reaching Frost, but lacking communications and kept off balance by constant German attacks, Hicks had had little time to organize such an all-out attack. The 2 men then turned to the role that Hackett's brigade would play the next day. In Hicks's view, Hackett should not attempt to occupy the high ground north of Arnhem. I felt he could aid Frost better by driving into Arnhem and helping to hold the northern end of the bridge. Hackett objected strongly. He wanted a definite objective, and he appeared to know what it should be. He would take the high ground east of Johannahoeve first, he announced, and then see what I can do to assist the operations in Arnhem. In the quiet, understated but bitter verbal fencing, Hackett insisted that he be given a time schedule so that he could relate my actions to everyone else. He wanted a sensible plan. Otherwise, Hackett said, he would be compelled to raise the question of command of the division. Lieutenant Colonel P.H. Preston, the headquarters administrative officer, was present at what Hicks has since tactfully called our discussion. Preston remembers that Hicks, his face tightly drawn, turned to him and said, Brigadier Hackett thinks he ought to be in command of the division. Hackett protested the choice of words. Preston, sensing that the conversation was becoming overly tense, immediately left the room and sent the duty officer Gordon Grieve in search of the Chief of Staff, Colonel Mackenzie. In a room upstairs, Mackenzie was resting, unable to sleep. I had been there about half an hour when Gordon Grieve came in. He told me that I should come downstairs immediately, that the 2 brigadiers, Hicks and Hackett, were having a flaming row. I was already dressed. On the way down I tried to think quickly. I knew what the row was about, and that it might be necessary for me to take decisive action. I had no intention of going into the operations room and exchanging pleasantries. I felt at this point that General Urquhart's orders were being questioned, and I intended to back Hicks in everything. As Mackenzie entered the room, the conversation between the 2 brigadiers abruptly ceased. Both men had begun to compose themselves, recalls Mackenzie, and it was immediately clear that the worst was over. Hicks, glancing up at Mackenzie, was almost casual. "Oh, hello, Charles," Mackenzie remembers him saying. "Brigadier Hackett and I have had a bit of a row, but it is all right now." Hicks was certain that things had settled back to normal. I was rather firm with Hackett, and when he left I knew he would follow my orders. However much he may have appeared to accept Hicks's new role, Hackett's view was largely unchanged. "I intended to take orders from Pip if they made sense," he remembers. "What I was told to do was far from that. Therefore I was inclined to assert my position as senior brigadier of the 2 and issue the sort of orders for my brigade's operation which did make sense." I believe the row was far more heated than related above, but understandably Hicks and Hackett, good friends, are reluctant to discuss the matter in greater detail. There are at least 4 different versions of what transpired, and none of them may be entirely accurate. My reconstruction is based on interviews with Hackett, Hicks, and Mackenzie, and on accounts in Urquhart's Arnhem, pages 77 to 90, and Hibbert's The Battle of Arnhem, pages 101 to 103. Under any other circumstances, the confrontation between the brigadiers would have been merely an historical footnote. 2 courageous, dedicated men, under intense strain and with identical aims, lost their tempers for a moment. In the balance sheet of Market Garden, when the plan was in such jeopardy and every soldier was needed if a coordinated effort to seize the Arnhem Bridge was to succeed, cooperation among commanders and cohesion in the ranks were vital. Particularly so since the fate of the 1st Allied Airborne Army had taken yet another turn. Throughout the market garden area, Field Marshal von Rundstedt's promised reinforcements were arriving from all over the Western Front in a steady, unceasing flow. Nicolaas de Bode, the highly skilled technician who had made the first secret telephone connection for the underground between North and South Holland, had remained in his room all day. On instructions from the regional resistance chief Peter Cruijff, de Bode sat by a small side window which looked out on the Welperweg, the wide street leading from the eastern side of Arnhem to Zutphen in the north. Although he had not strayed from his post, calls had reached him from outlying areas to the west and had deeply disturbed him. In the Wolfheze and Oosterbeek areas, underground members reported trouble. The excited talk of liberation had stopped. For some hours now, all he had heard was that the situation was worsening. De Bode was asked to keep a constant watch for any sign of heavy German movement from the north and east. So far he had seen nothing. His messages, phoned to underground headquarters hourly, contained the same terse information. "The road is empty," he had reported again and again. In the late evening, some 20 minutes before his next call, he heard the sound of armoured cars running on rubber tyres and the clanking of armour. Wearily he walked to the window and gazed up the Welperweg. The road seemed empty as before. Then, in the distance, visible in the fiery glow that hung over the city, he saw two massive tanks coming into view. Moving side by side along the wide street, they were heading straight down the road leading into the old part of the city. As de Bode watched wide-eyed, besides the tanks he saw trucks, carrying clean-looking soldiers, sitting straight up on the seats with their rifles in front of them. Then more tanks and more soldiers in rows on trucks. Promptly he called Cruijff and said, "It looks like an entire German army, complete with tanks and other weapons, is heading straight into Arnhem." The man who had warned London on September 14th about the presence of Bittrich's 2 SS Panzer Corps, Henry Knapp, Arnhem's underground intelligence chief, was now receiving a steady stream of reports of German reinforcements from his network. Knapp abandoned caution. He telephoned British headquarters at the Hartenstein directly and spoke to a duty officer. Without preamble, Knapp told him that a column of tanks, among them some Tigers, is moving into Arnhem, and some are heading toward Oosterbeek. The officer politely asked Knapp to hold on. A few minutes later he came back on the line. Thanking Knapp, he explained that the captain is doubtful about the report. After all, he's heard a lot of fairy tales. But the scepticism at British headquarters quickly disappeared when Peter Cruijff confirmed through Lieutenant Commander Arnoldus Wolters of the Royal Dutch Navy, acting as an intelligence liaison officer for the division, that at least 50 tanks are heading into Arnhem from the northeast. The stench of battle permeated the inner city. On the bridge, wreckage jutted high above the concrete shoulders and littered streets along the Rhine. Heavy smoke smeared buildings and yards with a greasy film. All along the waterfront hundreds of fires burned unattended, and men remember that the ground shook constantly from the concussion of heavy explosives as the Germans, in the final hours of this second day of battle, battered British strongholds along the northern ramp in the bitter contest for possession of Montgomery's prime objective. Around midnight, Lieutenant Colonel John Frost left his headquarters on the western side of the ramp and made his way around the perimeter, checking his men. Although the battle had continued almost without let-up since Grosvenor's armoured attack during the morning, morale was still high. Frost was proud of his tired, dirty troopers. All day long they had doggedly repelled attack after attack. Not a single German or vehicle had reached the north end of the bridge. During the afternoon the Germans had changed their tactics. With phosphorus ammunition they attempted to burn the British out of their strong points. A long-barreled 150mm gun hurled 100-pound shells directly against Frost's headquarters building, forcing the men to the cellar. Then British mortars got the range and scored a direct hit, killing the gun crew. As the troopers cheered and hooted derisively, other Germans rushed out under fire and towed the gun away. Houses around the perimeter were burning fiercely, but the British held out in them until the very last minute before moving to other positions. Damage was awesome. Burning trucks and vehicles, wrecked half-tracks and smoking piles of debris cluttered every street. Sergeant Robert H. Jones remembers the site as a Sargasso sea of blazing collapsed buildings, half-tracks, trucks and jeeps. The battle had become an endurance contest, one that Frost knew his men could not win without help. Cellars and basements were filled with wounded. One of the battalion chaplains, the Reverend Father Bernard Egan, and the battalion medical officer, Captain James Logan, who had been friends since the North African campaign, tended the casualties from a rapidly dwindling stock of medical supplies. There was also no morphia left, and even field dressings were almost gone. The men had set out for the bridge with only enough light rations for 48 hours. Now these were almost exhausted, and the Germans had cut off the water. Forced to scrounge for food, the troopers were existing on apples and a few pears stored in the cellars and basements of the houses they occupied. Private G.W. Jukes remembers his sergeant telling the men, "You don't need water if you eat lots of apples." Jukes had a vision of being eventually relieved, standing back-to-back defiantly in blood-stained bandages surrounded by dead Germans, spent cartridge cases and apple cores. Hour after hour, Frost waited vainly for Doby's or Fitch's relieving battalions to break through the German ring and reach the bridge. Although sounds of battle came from the direction of western Arnhem, there was no sign of large-scale troop movements. All through the day, Frost had expected some further word from Horrocks's 30 Corps. Nothing had been heard from them since the single strong radio signal picked up during the morning. Stragglers from the 3rd Battalion who had managed to get through to Frost brought news that Horrocks's tanks were still far down the corridor. Some had even heard from Dutch underground sources that the column had not reached Nijmegen as yet. Worried and uncertain, Frost decided to keep this information to himself. He had already begun to believe that the men of his proud 2nd Battalion, which he had commanded since its inception, would be alone far longer than he believed it possible to hold. In the last hours of Monday, Frost's hopes hinged on the 3rd Lift and the expected arrival of Major General Stanisław Sosabowski's 1st Polish Parachute Brigade. They were to drop south of the bridge, Frost later wrote, and I dreaded the reception they would have, but it was important that they find a handful of friends to meet them. To prepare for the Poles' arrival, Frost organized a mobile storming party. Using 2 of Major Freddie Goff's armored reconnaissance jeeps and a Bren gun carrier, Frost hoped to rush across the bridge, and in the surprise and confusion of the assault, open a passage and bring the Poles through. Major Goff, who was to lead the group, was thoroughly miserable and quite unenthusiastic about the idea. He had celebrated his 43rd birthday on September 16th. If Frost's plan was carried out, Goff felt quite certain he would not see his 44th. After the war, Goff learned that General Horrocks had been thinking about a similar idea. Remembering how a fast reconnaissance unit had gone ahead of the British column and linked up with the 101st, he thought that a similar fast patrol might well take its chances and reach the Arnhem Bridge. Colonel Vincent Dunkerley was alerted to lead the group, Goff says, and like me, he admitted that he spent the entire day peeing in his knickers at the thought. The Poles were not expected to land before 10 a.m. on the 19th. Now making his rounds of men in slit trenches, machine gun emplacements, basements and cellars, Frost warned them to save precious ammunition. They were to fire only at close quarters, to make every shot count. Signalman James Haysom was sighting his rifle on a German when the colonel's order was passed along. "Stand still, you sod!" Haysom shouted. "These bullets cost money." While Frost knew that reducing the rate of fire would help the enemy improve his positions, he also believed that the Germans would be misled into thinking the British had lost heart as well as numbers. This attitude, Frost was certain, would cost the Germans dearly. On the opposite side of the ramp, the little band of men with Captain Eric Mackay was already proving Frost's theory. In the scarred and pitted schoolhouse under the ramp, Mackay had compressed his small force into 2 rooms, and posted a handful of men in the hall outside to ward off any enemy attempt at infiltration. Mackay had barely positioned his men when the Germans launched a murderous machine gun and mortar attack. Lance Corporal Arthur Hendy remembers the firing was so intense that bullets whizzed through the shattered windows, chopped up the floorboards, and we dodged as many flying splinters as we did actual bullets. As men ducked for cover, Mackay discovered that the Germans had brought up a flamethrower, and within minutes a demolished half-track near the school was set afire. Then, Mackay recalls, the Germans set fire to the house to our north, and it burned merrily, sending down showers of sparks on our wooden roof, which promptly caught fire. In the pandemonium, men sprinted for the roof, where for over 3 hours, using fire extinguishers from the school and their own camouflage smocks, they worked frantically to extinguish the flames. To Lance Corporal Hendy, the stench was like burning cheese and burning flesh. The whole area was lit up. The heat in the attic was intense, and all the time the Germans were sniping away at us. Finally, the fire was put out. As the exhausted troopers collected once again in the 2 rooms, Mackay ordered his soldiers to bind their feet with their smocks and shirts. The stone floors were thick with glass, plaster and metal fragments, and the stairs were slippery with blood. Everything scrunched under our feet and made a terrific racket. As Mackay was about to go to the cellar to check on his wounded, he remembers a blinding flash and a terrific explosion. The next thing I knew, someone was slapping my face. During the fire, the Germans had brought up anti-tank Panzerfäuste in an attempt to demolish the little force once and for all. With dazed disbelief, Mackay saw that the entire southwest corner of the school and part of the still smouldering roof had been blown away. Worse, the classrooms now resembled a charnel house, with dead and wounded everywhere. Only a few minutes later, Mackay recalls, someone came over and said he thought we were surrounded. I looked out one of the windows. Down below was a mass of Germans. Funnily enough, they weren't doing anything, just standing around on the grass. They were on all sides of us except the west. They must have thought the Panzerfäuste had finished us off, because we had stopped firing. Making his way carefully around the bodies on the floor, Mackay ordered his men to take up grenades. "When I yell fire, open up with everything you have," he said. Back at the southeast window, Mackay gave the order. The boys dropped grenades on the heads below, and we instantly followed up with all we had left, 6 Brens and 14 Sten guns, firing at maximum rate. In the din, paratroopers stood silhouetted in the windows, firing their machine guns from the hip and yelling their war cry, "Whoa, Mohammed!" Within minutes, the counterattack was over. As Mackay recalls, when I looked out again, all I could see below was a carpet of grey. We must have wiped out between 30 and 50 Germans. Now his men went about collecting the dead and wounded. One man was dying with 15 bullets in the chest. 5 other men were critically injured, and almost all the troopers had sustained burns trying to save the blazing roof. Mackay had also been hit again by shrapnel, and he discovered that his foot was pinned to his boot. Neither Mackay nor Sapper Pinky White, the acting medical orderly, could remove the metal, and Mackay laced his boot tighter to keep the swelling down. Out of 50 men, Mackay now had only 21 in good shape. 4 were dead and 25 wounded. Although he had no food and only a little water, he had collected a plentiful supply of morphia and was able to ease the pains of the injured. Almost everybody was suffering from shock and fatigue, he remembers, but we had gotten ourselves another temporary breathing space. I just didn't think things looked too bright, but we'd heard the BBC, and they told us that everything was going according to plan. I got on the wireless to the colonel, gave in our strength return, and said we were all happy and holding our own. As Lance Corporal Hendy tried to catch a few minutes' sleep, he heard a church bell off in the distance. At first he thought that it was ringing to announce the approach of Horrocks's tanks, but the sound was not measured and consistent. Hendy realized that bullets or shell fragments must be hitting the bell. He thought of the men around Colonel Frost's headquarters on the other side of the ramp and wondered if they were holding safe. He heard the bell again and felt himself shivering. He could not rid himself of an eerie, doomed feeling. The help that Frost so urgently needed was agonizingly close, barely more than a mile away. 4 battalions spread between St. Elizabeth's Hospital and the Rhine were desperately trying to reach him. Lieutenant Colonel J.A.C. Fitch's 3rd Battalion had been attempting to force its way along the Lion route, the Rhine River road that Frost had used in reaching the bridge 2 days before. In darkness, without communications, Fitch was unaware that 3 other battalions were also on the move, Lieutenant Colonel David Doby's 1st, Lieutenant Colonel G.H. Lee's 11th, and Lieutenant Colonel W.D.H. McCarty's 2nd South Staffordshires. Doby's men were separated from him by only a few hundred yards. At 4 a.m. on Tuesday, September 19th, the 11th Battalion and the 2nd South Staffs began to move through the heavily built-up area between St. Elizabeth's Hospital and the Arnhem Town Museum. South of them, on the Lion route, where Fitch had already encountered devastating opposition, the 1st Battalion was now attempting to push its way through. Initially, the 3 battalions, coordinating their movements, gained ground. Then, with dawn, their cover disappeared. German opposition, uneven throughout the night, was suddenly fiercely concentrated. The advance ground to a halt as the battalions found themselves in a tight net, trapped on 3 sides by an enemy who seemed almost to have waited for them to arrive at a pre-planned position, and the Germans were prepared for a massacre. Forward elements were hit and stopped in their tracks by German tanks and half-tracks blocking the streets ahead. From the windows of houses on the high escarpment of the railway marshalling yards to the north, waiting machine-gun crews opened up, and from the brickworks across the Rhine, multi-barreled flak guns firing horizontally ripped into Doby's battalion and flayed Fitch's men as they tried to move along the lower Rhine road. Fitch's battalion, already badly mauled in the fighting since landing 2 days before, was now so cut to pieces by the unremitting flak fire that it could no longer exist as an effective unit. Men broke in confusion. They could go neither forward nor back. With virtually no protection on the open road, they were methodically mowed down. It was painfully obvious, says Captain Ernest Seacombe, that the Jerrys had much more ammunition than we did. We tried to move in spurts from cover to cover. I had just begun one dash when I was caught in a murderous crossfire. I fell like a sack of potatoes. I couldn't even crawl. Seacombe, who had been hit in both legs, watched helplessly as 2 Germans approached him. The British captain, who spoke fluent German, asked them to look at his legs. They bent down and examined his wounds. Then one of the Germans straightened up. "I'm sorry, Herr Hauptmann," he told Seacombe. "I'm afraid for you the war is over." The Germans called their own medics, and Seacombe was taken to St. Elizabeth's Hospital. Throughout most of the Arnhem battle, the hospital was used by both British and German doctors and medics to care for their wounded. Seacombe, as a German prisoner, was moved to the small Dutch town of Enschede, about 5 miles from the German border. During his stay there, both legs were amputated. He was liberated in April 1945. By chance, one of Fitch's officers discovered the presence of Doby's forces on the lower road, and the men of the 1st Battalion, despite their own heavy casualties, hurried forward toward the pitiable remnants of Fitch's group. Doby was now hell-bent on reaching the bridge, but the odds were enormous. As he moved up into the intense fire and leapfrogged over Fitch's men, Doby himself was wounded and captured. He later succeeded in making his escape. By the end of the day it was estimated that only 40 men of his battalion remained. Private Walter Baldock was one of them. "We kept trying to make it, but it was a disaster. We were constantly mortared, and German tanks whirled right up to us. I tried to get one with my Bren gun, and then we seemed to be going backwards. I passed a broken water main. A dead civilian in blue overalls lay in the gutter, the water lapping gently around his body. As we left the outskirts of Arnhem, I knew somehow we wouldn't be going back." Fitch's men attempting to follow Doby's battalion were shredded once again. The march had lost all meaning. After-action reports indicate the total confusion within the battalion at this point. "Progress was satisfactory until we reached the area of the dismantled pontoon bridge," reads the 3rd Battalion's report. "Then casualties from the 1st Battalion began passing through us. Heavy machine guns, 20mm and intense mortar fire began. Casualties were being suffered at an ever-increasing rate, and the wounded were being rushed back in small groups every minute." With his force in danger of total destruction, Fitch ordered his men back to the Rhine Pavilion, a large restaurant building complex on the bank of the river, where the remnants of the battalion could regroup and take up positions. "Every officer and man must make his way back as best he can," Fitch told his troopers. "The whole area seems covered by fire, and the only hope of getting out safely is individually." Private Robert Edwards remembers a sergeant whose boots were squelching blood from his wounds, telling us to get out and make our way back to the first organized unit we came to. Colonel Fitch did not reach the Rhine pavilion. On the deadly road back he was killed by mortar fire. By an odd set of circumstances, 2 men who should never have been there actually made their way into Arnhem. Major Anthony Dean Drummond, the second-in-command of Division Signals, had become so alarmed over the breakdown of communications that with his Batman driver, Lance Corporal Arthur Turner, he had gone forward to discover the trouble. Dean Drummond and Turner had been on the road since early Monday. First they had located Doby's battalion, where they had learned that Frost was on the bridge and Doby was preparing an attack to get through to him. Setting off on the river road, Dean Drummond caught up with elements of the 3rd Battalion struggling toward Arnhem and travelled with them. Heavy fire engulfed the group, and in the fighting that ensued, Dean Drummond found himself leading the remnants of a company whose officer had been killed. Under constant small arms fire, and so surrounded that Dean Drummond remembers the Germans were tossing stick grenades at the men, he led the group along the road to some houses near a small inlet. Ahead he could see the bridge. The last couple of 100 yards to the houses I had decided on, the men were literally dropping like flies, he recalls. We were down to about 20 men, and I realized the rest of the battalion was now far to the rear and not likely to reach us. Dividing the men into 3 parties, Dean Drummond decided to wait until darkness, move down to the river, swim across it, then try to recross and join division to the west. In a small corner house with the Germans all around, he settled down to wait. A banging began on the front door. Dean Drummond and the 3 men with him raced to the back of the house and locked themselves in a small lavatory. From the noise from outside the little room, it was clear that the Germans were busy converting the house into a strong point. Dean Drummond was trapped. He and the others would remain in the tiny room for the better part of 3 more days. Dean Drummond was captured on Friday, September 22nd, shortly after he left the house near the Arnhem Bridge. In an old villa near Velp, used as a POW compound, he discovered a wall cupboard in which to hide. In these cramped confines he remained for 13 days, rationing himself to a few sips of water and a small amount of bread. On October 5th he escaped, contacted the Dutch underground, and on the night of October 22nd was taken to the 1st Airborne Casualty Clearing Station at Nijmegen. One of the 3 men with him in Arnhem, Dean Drummond's Batman, Lance Corporal Arthur Turner, was also captured and taken to the Velp house. Eventually he was shipped to a POW camp in Germany and was liberated in April 1945. Dean Drummond's own story is told most effectively in his own book, Return Ticket. Meanwhile, the 11th Battalion and the South Staffordshires, after several hours of relentless street fighting, had also come to a standstill. Counter-attacking German tanks hammered the battalions, forcing them to pull slowly back. Private Maurice Faulkner remembers that elements of the battalions reached the museum with heavy casualties, only to encounter the tanks. I saw one man jump out of a window on top of a tank and try to put a grenade in, Faulkner recalls. He was killed by a sniper, but I think he was probably trapped anyway, and he may have figured that was the only way out. Private William O'Brien says that the situation was suddenly chaotic. Nobody knew what to do. The Germans had brought up those Nebelwerfer mortar throwers, and we were scared out of our minds at the screaming sound. It began to seem to me that the generals had gotten us into something they had no business doing. I kept wondering where the hell was the goddamn Second Army. Private Andrew Milbourne, near the church at Oosterbeek, heard the call go out for machine gunners. Milbourne stepped forward and was told to take his gun and a crew to the juncture of the road near St. Elizabeth's Hospital to help cover and protect the 2 battalions as they disengaged. Putting his Vickers machine gun in a jeep, Milbourne set off with 3 others. Milbourne positioned his gun in the garden of a house at the crossroads. Almost immediately he seemed to be engulfed in his own private battle. Mortar bursts and shells appeared to be aimed directly at him. As troopers began to fall back around him, Milbourne sent a constant arc of bullets out in front of them. He remembers hearing a rushing sound like wind and then a flash. Seconds later he knew that something was wrong with his eyes and hands. He remembers someone saying, "Lord, he's copped it." Private Thomas Pritchard heard the voice and ran to where men were now standing over Milbourne. He was lying over the twisted Vickers with both hands hanging by a thread of skin and an eye out of its socket. We started yelling for a medic. Not far away, Milbourne's best friend, Corporal Terry Taffy Brace of the 16th Field Ambulance, heard someone shout. Leaving a shrapnel case he had treated, Brace sprinted forward. "Quick!" a man called out to him. "The Vickers has caught it!" As he ran, Brace remembers, he could hear an almost steady sound of machine-gun fire, and shells and mortars seemed to be dropping everywhere. Approaching a cluster of men, he pushed his way through, and to his horror saw Milbourne lying on the ground. Working frantically, Brace wrapped Milbourne's arms and put a dressing just below the injured man's cheekbone to cushion his left eye. Brace remembers talking constantly as he worked. "It's just a scratch, Andy," he kept saying. "It's just a scratch." Picking up his friend, Brace carried Milbourne to a nearby dressing station where a Dutch doctor immediately set to work. Then he went back to battle. Milbourne was later captured in the cellar of the Terhorst house in Oosterbeek. He lost his left eye and both hands were amputated by a German surgeon in Apeldoorn. He spent the rest of the war in a prisoner-of-war camp in Germany. Brace passed what seemed to be hundreds of men lying in the fields and along the road. "I stopped at every one," he recalls. "The only thing I could do for most of them was take off their smocks and cover their faces." Brace treated one injured sergeant as best he could, and then as he prepared to set out again, the man reached out to him. "I'm not going to make it," he told Brace. "Please hold my hand." Brace sat down and cupped the sergeant's hand in both of his. He thought of Milbourne, his best friend, and of the many men who had come streaming back through the lines this day. A few minutes later, Brace felt a slight pull. Looking down, he saw that the sergeant was dead. By now the British were in confusion, without anti-tank guns, out of Piat ammunition, and suffering heavy casualties. The attack had become a shambles. The 2 battalions could not drive beyond the built-up areas around St. Elizabeth's Hospital. But in that maze of streets, one action was both positive and successful. The attack had overrun a terrace house at Zwarteweg 14, the building from which General Roy Urquhart had been unable to escape. "We heard the wheeze of the self-propelled gun outside and the rattle of its track," Urquhart later wrote. "It was moving off." Anton Derksen then appeared and announced excitedly that the British were at the end of the road. "We ran down the street, and I thanked God we had made contact again." Urquhart, learning from an officer of the South Staffordshires that his headquarters was now in a hotel called the Hartenstein in Oosterbeek, commandeered a jeep and, driving at full speed through a constant hail of sniper fire, at last reached division. The time was 7:25 a.m. He had been absent and lacking control of the battle in its most crucial period for almost 39 hours. At the Hartenstein, one of the first men to see Urquhart was Chaplain G.A. Pear. The news had not been so good, he recalls. The general had been reported a prisoner, and there was no sign of the Second Army. As Pear came down the steps of the hotel, who should be ascending but the general? Several of us saw him, but nobody said a word. We just stared, completely taken aback. Dirty and with 2 days' beard on my face, I must have been something to see, Urquhart says. At that moment, Colonel Charles Mackenzie, the Chief of Staff, came rushing out. Staring at Urquhart, Mackenzie told him, "We had assumed, sir, that you had gone for good." Quickly, Mackenzie briefed the anxious Urquhart on the events that had occurred during his absence and gave him the situation, as division knew it, at the moment. The picture was appalling. Bitterly, Urquhart saw that his proud division was being scattered and cut to ribbons. He thought of all the setbacks that had dogged his market forces, the distance from the drop zones to the bridge, the near-total breakdown of communications, the weather delay of Hackett's 4th Brigade, plus the loss of precious resupply cargo, and the slow progress of Horrocks's tanks. Urquhart was stunned to learn that 30 Corps was not reported to have reached even Nijmegen as yet. The command dispute between Hackett and Hicks was upsetting, particularly as it stemmed from Urquhart's and Lathbury's own unforeseeable absence in the crucial hours when precise direction was required in the battle. Above all, Urquhart rued the incredible over-optimism of the initial planning stages that had failed to give due importance to the presence of Bittrich's Panzer Corps. All these factors, one compounding another, had brought the division close to catastrophe. Only superb discipline and unbelievable courage were holding the battered Red Devils together. Urquhart was determined to somehow instill new hope, to coordinate the efforts of his men down even to company level. In doing so, he knew that he must demand more of his weary and wounded men than any airborne commander ever had demanded. He had no choices. With the steady inflow of German reinforcements, the dedicated, soft-spoken Scotsman saw that unless he acted immediately, my division would be utterly destroyed. Even now it might be too late to save his beloved command from annihilation. A look at the map told its own desperate story. Quite simply, there was no front line. Now that all his troopers but the Polish brigade had arrived, the main dropping zones to the west had been abandoned, and apart from resupply areas, the lines around them held by Hicks's men had been shortened and pulled in. Hackett was going for the high ground northeast of Wolfhase and Johanna Hoover Farm, he saw. The 11th Battalion and the South Staffordshires were fighting near St. Elizabeth's Hospital. There was no news of the progress of the 1st and 3rd Battalions on the lower Rhine road. Yet Frost, Urquhart learned with pride, still held at the bridge. Everywhere on the situation map, red arrows indicated newly reported concentrations of enemy tanks and troops. Some actually appeared to be positioned behind the British units. Urquhart did not know if there was time enough remaining to reorganize and coordinate the advance of his dwindling forces and send them toward the bridge in one last desperate drive. Ignorant for now of the cruel damage done to the 1st and 3rd Battalions, Urquhart believed there might still be a chance. "The thing that hit me was this," he remembers. "Who was running the battle in the town? Who was coordinating it? Lathbury was wounded and no longer there. No one had been nominated to make a plan." As he began to work on the problem, Brigadier Hicks arrived. He was extremely happy to see Urquhart and to return the division to his care. "I told him," Urquhart says, "that we would have to get somebody into town immediately, a senior officer to coordinate Lee and McCarty's attack. I realized that they had been only a few hundred yards away from me, and it would have been better if I had remained in town to direct. Now I sent Colonel Hilary Barlow, Hicks's deputy. He was the man for the job. I told him to get into town and tie up the loose ends. I explained exactly where Lee and McCarty were, and sent him off with a jeep and wireless set, and ordered him to produce a properly coordinated attack." Barlow never reached the battalions. Somewhere en route he was killed. "He simply vanished," Urquhart recalls, and the body was never found. The arrival of the Poles in the 3rd lift was of almost equal urgency. They would now land directly on a prepared enemy on the southern approaches of the bridge, as Frost knew only too well, and by now, Urquhart reasoned, the Germans were obviously reinforced by armour. The drop could be a slaughter. In an effort to stop them, and even though communications were uncertain, no one knew whether messages were getting through, Urquhart sent a warning message and requested a new drop zone. At Rear Corps headquarters the signal was never received, but it was irrelevant. In yet another setback, fog covered many of the airfields in England where the planes and gliders of the vital 3rd lift were readying to go. The corridor through which Horrocks' tanks had to drive was open once again. At Somme, 46 miles south of Arnhem, engineers watched the 1st British armour thud across the temporary Bailey Bridge they had erected. The Guards' Armoured Division was once more on its way, the drive now led by the Grenadiers. Now at 6:45 a.m. on September 19th, the Garden forces were behind schedule by 36 hours. No one in this sector of the corridor could guess as yet what that time loss would mean in the final reckoning, and worse was to come. The great Waal Bridge at Nijmegen, 35 miles north, was still in German hands. If it was not taken intact and soon, airborne commanders feared the Germans would blow it up. That fear gave urgency to the armoured drive. To General Gavin, General Browning, the Corps commander, and to Horrocks, the Nijmegen Bridge was now the most critical piece in the plan. As yet, the commanders did not know the true plight of the 1st British Airborne Division. German propaganda broadcasts had boasted that General Urquhart was dead and his division smashed, but there had been no news at all from division itself. According to Bittrich, the Germans learned from POWs that Urquhart was either dead or missing, and also, he claims, we were monitoring radio messages and listening to phone calls. In the tank columns, men believed that Market Garden was going well. So did General Taylor's Screaming Eagles. To the individual 101st Trooper, the sound of the tanks, the sight of their guns was both an assurance and a promise, General S.L.A. Marshall was later to write. an assurance that there was a plan and a promise that the plan might work. As the tanks rumbled by, the watching troopers of General Taylor's 101st took just pride in their own achievements. Against unexpectedly strong resistance, they had taken and held the 15-mile stretch of road from Eindhoven up to Wegel. Along the route men waved and cheered as armoured cars of the household cavalry, the tanks of the grenadiers, and the mighty mass of 30 Corps swept by. In minutes the column moved from Sonne to Wegel. Then, with the kind of dash that Montgomery had envisioned for the entire drive, the armoured spearhead, flanked by cheering, flag-waving Dutch crowds, sped on, reaching its first destination at Grave at 8:30 a.m. There the tanks linked up with Gavin's 82nd. "I knew we had reached them," recalls Corporal William Chennell, who was in one of the lead armoured cars, "because the Americans, taking no chances, halted us with warning fire." Moving quickly on, the first tanks reached the Nijmegen suburbs at midday. Now 2/3 of the vital Market Garden corridor had been traversed. The single road, jammed with vehicles, could have been severed at any time had it not been for the vigilant, tenacious paratroopers who had fought and died to keep it open. If Montgomery's bold strategy was to succeed, the corridor was the lifeline which alone could sustain it. Men felt the heady excitement of success. According to official pronouncements, including those from Eisenhower's headquarters, everything was going according to plan. There was not even a hint of the dire predicament that was slowly engulfing the men at Arnhem. Yet General Frederick Browning was uneasy. During the afternoon of the 18th he met with General Gavin. The Corps commander had received no news from Arnhem. Other than scant Dutch underground information, Browning's communications men had not received a single situation report. Despite official announcements that the operation was proceeding satisfactorily, messages relayed to Browning from his own rear headquarters and from General Dempsey's Second Army had roused in him a gnawing concern. Browning could not rid himself of the feeling that Urquhart might be in grievous trouble. Two reports in particular fed his anxiety. German strength and reaction in Arnhem had unquestionably proved heavier and faster than the planners had ever anticipated, and RAF photo reconnaissance information indicated that only the northern end of the Arnhem Bridge was held by the British. But even now Browning was unaware that 2 panzer divisions were in Urquhart's sector. Disturbed by the lack of communications and nagged by his suspicions, Browning warned Gavin that the Nijmegen Bridge must be taken today, at the latest tomorrow. From the moment he had first learned of Market Garden, the bridge at Arnhem had worried Browning. Montgomery had confidently expected Horrocks to reach it within 48 hours. At the time, Browning's view was that Urquhart's paratroopers could hold for 4 days, now on D+2, 1 day short of Browning's estimate of the division's ability to function alone. Although unaware of the grave condition of the 1st British Airborne Division, Browning told Gavin, "We must get to Arnhem as quickly as possible." Many British accounts of Arnhem, including Chester Wilmot's excellent Struggle for Europe, imply that Browning knew more about Urquhart's situation at this time than he actually did. A careful check of the scattered and inconclusive information passed on to Corps headquarters shows that the first direct message from the Arnhem sector reached Browning at 8:25 a.m. on the 19th. 2 others arrived during the course of the day and dealt with the bridge, troop locations, and a request for air support. Although many messages giving the true picture had been sent, they had not been received, and these 3 gave no indication that Urquhart's division was being methodically destroyed. In some quarters, Montgomery and Browning have been unjustly criticized for not taking more immediate and positive steps. At this time they knew virtually nothing of Urquhart's critical problems. Immediately after the link-up in the 82nd sector, Browning called a conference. The Guards' lead armoured cars were sent back to pick up the 30 Corps commander, General Horrocks, and the commander of the Guards' armoured division, General Alan Adair. With Browning, the 2 officers drove to a site northeast of Nijmegen, overlooking the river. From there, Corporal William Chennell, whose vehicle had picked up one of the 2 officers, stood with the little group observing the bridge. To my amazement, Chennell remembers, we could see German troops and vehicles moving back and forth across it, apparently completely unconcerned. Not a shot was fired, yet we were hardly more than a few hundred yards away. Back at Browning's headquarters, Horrocks and Adair learned for the first time of the fierce German opposition in the 82nd area. "I was surprised to discover upon arrival that we did not have the Nijmegen Bridge," Adair says. "I assumed it would be in airborne hands by the time we reached it, and we'd simply sweep on through." Gavin's troopers, the generals now learned, had been so hard-pressed to hold the airhead that companies had been recalled from Nijmegen to protect the landing zones from massed enemy assaults. Elements of the 508th Battalion had been unable to make any headway against the strong SS units holding the bridge approaches. The only way to take the bridge quickly, Browning believed, was by a combined tank and infantry assault. "We're going to have to winkle these Germans out with more than airborne troops," Browning told Adair. The Nijmegen Bridge was the last crucial link in the Market Garden plan. With the time limit that Browning had placed on the British paratroopers' ability to hold out about to expire, the pace of the operation must be accelerated. 11 miles of corridor remained to be forced open. The Nijmegen Bridge, Browning stressed, had to be captured in record time. Major General Heinz Harmel, the Frundsberg Division commander, was irritable and more than a little frustrated. Despite constant pressure from General Bittrich, he had still been unable to bludgeon Frost and his men from the Arnhem Bridge. "I was beginning to feel damn foolish," Harmel recalls. By now he knew that the paratroopers were nearing the end of their supplies and ammunition. Also their casualties, if his own were an example, were extremely high. "I had determined to bring tanks and artillery fire to bear and level every single building they held," Harmel says. "But in view of the fight they were putting up, I felt I should first ask for their surrender." Harmel ordered his staff to arrange for a temporary truce. They were to pick a British prisoner of war to go to Frost with Harmel's ultimatum. The soldier selected was a newly captured engineer, 25-year-old Sergeant Stanley Halliwell, one of Captain Mackay's sappers. Halliwell was told to enter the British perimeter under a flag of truce. There he was to tell Frost that a German officer would arrive to confer with him about surrender terms. If Frost agreed, Halliwell would once more return to the bridge to stand unarmed with Frost until the German officer joined them. "As a POW, I was supposed to return to the Jerrys as soon as I delivered the message and got the Colonel's answer, and I didn't like that part of the business at all," Halliwell says. The Germans brought Halliwell close to the British perimeter, where, carrying the truce flag, he crossed into the British-held sector and arrived at Frost's headquarters. Nervously, Halliwell explained the situation to Frost. The Germans, he said, believed it pointless for the fight to continue. The British were surrounded with no hope of relief. They had no choice but to die or surrender. Questioning Halliwell, Frost learned that the enemy seemed to be most disheartened at their own losses. His own spirits lifted momentarily at the news, and he remembers thinking that if only more ammunition would arrive, we would soon have our SS opponents in the bag. As to the German request for negotiations, Frost's answer to Halliwell was explicit. "Tell them to go to hell," he said. Halliwell was in full agreement. As a POW he was expected to return, but he did not relish the idea of repeating the Colonel's exact words, and he pointed out to Frost it might prove difficult to return through the lines. "It is up to you to make that decision," Frost said. Halliwell had already done so. "If it's all the same with you, Colonel," he told Frost, "I'll stay. Jerry will get the message sooner or later." On the far side of the ramp, Captain Eric Mackay had just received a similar invitation, but he chose to misinterpret it. "I looked out and saw a Jerry standing with a not very white hanky tied to a rifle. He shouted, 'Surrender!' I promptly assumed that they wanted to surrender, but perhaps they meant us." In the now nearly demolished schoolhouse in which his small force was holding out, Mackay, still thinking the German was making a surrender offer, thought the whole idea impractical. "We only had 2 rooms," he says. "We would have been a bit cramped with prisoners." Waving his arms at the German, Mackay shouted, "Get the hell out of here! We're taking no prisoners!" The medical orderly, Pinky White, joined Mackay at the window. "Raus!" he shouted. "Beat it!" Amid a series of hoots and catcalls, other troopers took up the cry. "Bugger off! Go back and fight it out, you bastard!" The Germans seemed to get the point. As Mackay recalls, he turned around and walked quickly back to his own building, still waving his dirty hanky. Harmel's attempt to seek a surrender from the spirited, beleaguered men on the bridge had failed. The battle began again in all its fury. 8. At fog-covered bases near Grantham, England, the 1st Polish Parachute Brigade was waiting to take off. 0 hour for the drop had been scheduled for 10 a.m., but weather had forced a 5-hour postponement. The brigade was now due to come in at 3 p.m. Major General Stanisław Sosabowski, the Poles' fiercely independent mercurial commander, had kept his men by their planes during the wait. It seemed to the 52-year-old Sosabowski that England was fogged in every morning. If the weather cleared more quickly than expected, orders might change, and Sosabowski intended to be ready to go on short notice. He felt that every hour mattered now. Urquhart, Sosabowski believed, was in trouble. Apart from instinct, there was no specific reason for Sosabowski's feeling, but the market garden concept had not appealed to him from the outset. He was certain that the drop zones were too far from the bridge to effect surprise. Further, no one in England appeared to know what was happening in Arnhem, and Sosabowski had been alarmed to discover at headquarters that communications with the 1st British Airborne Division had broken down. All that was known was that the north end of the Arnhem Bridge was in British hands. Since there had been no change in the plan, Sosabowski's men, dropping to the south near the village of Eldon, would take the other end. But the general was worried about the lack of information. He could not be sure that Urquhart's men were still on the bridge. Liaison officers from Browning's rear headquarters, on whom Sosabowski was dependent for news, seemed to know little about what was actually happening. He had thought of going to 1st Allied Airborne Army headquarters at Ascot to talk directly with General Lewis Brereton, the commanding officer. Protocol dictated otherwise. His troops were under General Browning's command, and Sosabowski was reluctant to bypass military channels. Any alterations in the plan should come only from Browning, and none had been received. Yet Sosabowski felt that something had gone wrong. If the British were holding only the north end of the bridge, the enemy had to be in strength to the south, and the Poles might well have the fight of their lives. Sosabowski's transport and artillery, due to leave in 46 gliders from the southern Down-Ampney and Torrent-Rushton bases, was still scheduled for a midday takeoff. Since that part of the plan remained unchanged, Sosabowski tried to convince himself that all would go well. Lieutenant Albert Smachney was equally uneasy. He was to lead his company across the Arnhem Bridge and occupy some buildings in the eastern part of the city. If the bridge had not been captured, he wondered how he would put his men across the Rhine. Smachney had been assured that the crossing would be in British hands, but ever since his escape from the Germans in 1939, his 16-year-old brother had been shot by the Gestapo in reprisal, Smachney had schooled himself to expect the unexpected. Hour after hour the Poles waited while the fog in the Midlands persisted. Corporal Vladislav Korop was beginning to get nervous. I wanted to go, he remembers. Standing around the airdrome wasn't my idea of the best way to kill Germans. Looking at the assemblage of planes on the field, Lieutenant Stefan Kaczmarek felt a joy that almost hurt. He, too, was getting tired of standing around idle. The operation, he told his men, is the second-best alternative to liberating Warsaw. If we succeed, we'll walk into Germany right through the kitchen. But the Poles were to be disappointed. At noon, Sosabowski received fresh orders. Although planes were operating from the southern fields, in the Midlands the bases remained weathered in. The jump was cancelled for the day. "It's no good, General," the chief liaison officer, Lieutenant Colonel George Stevens, told the protesting Sosabowski. "We can't get you out." The assault was postponed until the following morning, Wednesday, September 20th. "We'll try it then at 10 a.m., he was told. There was no time to transfer troop loads to bases in the south. To Sosabowski's chagrin, he learned that his glider supply lift had already left and was on the way to Holland. The general fumed with impatience. Each hour that passed meant greater enemy resistance, and the following day might bring an infinitely harder fight, unless his nagging fears were completely unjustified. They were not. Sosabowski's glider supply lift with men, artillery, and transport was heading for near annihilation. The third airlift would be a disaster. Low scudding clouds blanketed the southern route all the way across the Channel. The third lift, heading for the 101st, 82nd and British drop zones, encountered trouble right from the beginning. Clear weather had been predicted by afternoon. Instead, conditions were deteriorating even as the formations took to the air. Squadrons of fighters caught in cloud and unable to see ground targets were forced to turn back. In zero visibility, unable to see their tow planes, many gliders cut loose to make emergency landings in England or in the Channel, and whole serials were forced to abort and return to base. Of the 655 troop carriers and 431 gliders that did take off, little more than half reached the drop and landing zones, although most of the plane-glider combinations carrying troops were able to land safely back in England or elsewhere. But over the continent, intense enemy ground fire and Luftwaffe attacks, combined with the poor weather, caused the loss of some 112 gliders and 40 transports. Only 1,341 out of 2,310 troops, and only 40 out of 68 artillery pieces bound for the 101st Airborne Division got through. So hard-pressed were General Taylor's men that the 40 guns went into action almost as soon as they landed. General Gavin's 82nd Airborne fared even worse. At this time, when every trooper was needed for the attack on the critical Nijmegen bridges, Gavin's 325th Glider Infantry Regiment did not arrive at all. Like the Polish paratroops, the 325th planes and gliders, also based in the Grantham area, were unable to leave the ground. Worse, out of 265 tons of stores and ammunition destined for the 82nd, only about 40 tons were recovered. In the British sector, where Urquhart was expecting not only the Poles but a full cargo resupply mission, tragedy struck. The supply dropping zones had been overrun by the enemy, and although intensive efforts were made to divert the 163-plane mission to a new area south of the Hartenstein Hotel, the effort failed. Desperately short of everything, particularly ammunition, Urquhart's men saw the formations approach through a blizzard of anti-aircraft fire. Then enemy fighters appeared, firing on the formations and strafing the new supply dropping zones. At about 4 p.m., the Reverend G. A. Pear, chaplain of the Glider Pilot Regiment, heard the cry, "Third lift coming!" Suddenly, the chaplain remembers, there was the most awful crescendo of sound, and the very air vibrated to a tremendous barrage of guns. All we could do was gaze in stupefaction at our friends going to inevitable death. Pear watched, in agony, for these bombers, used to flying at 15,000 feet at night, were coming in at 1,500 feet in daylight. We saw more than one machine blazing, yet carrying on its course until every container was dropped. It now became obvious to us that we had terrible opposition. A signal had been sent asking that supplies be dropped near our headquarters, but hardly anything did. Without fighter escort and doggedly holding course, the unwavering formations released supplies on the old dropping zones. Men on the ground tried desperately to attract attention by firing flares, igniting smoke bombs, waving parachutes, and even setting parts of the heath on fire, and as they did, they were strafed by diving enemy Messerschmitts. Many soldiers recall one British Dakota, its starboard wing on fire, coming in over the drop zone now held by the Germans. Sergeant Victor Miller, one of the glider pilots who had landed in the first lift on Sunday, was sick at heart to see flames envelop almost the whole of the lower half of the fuselage. Watching for the crew to bail out, Miller found himself muttering, "Jump, jump!" As the plane flew low, Miller saw the dispatcher standing in the door pushing out containers. Mesmerized, he watched the flaming Dakota turn and make another run in, and through the smoke he saw more containers tumbling out. Sergeant Douglas Atwell, another glider pilot, remembers that men climbed out of their trenches staring silently at the sky. "We were dead tired and we had little to eat or drink, but I couldn't think of anything but that plane at the moment. It was as if it was the only one in the sky. Men were just riveted where they stood, and all the time that dispatcher kept on pushing out bundles." The pilot held his burning plane steady, making a second slow pass. Major George Powell was awestruck that he would do this. "I couldn't take my eyes off the craft." Suddenly it wasn't a plane anymore, just a big orange ball of fire. As the burning plane plunged to the ground, its pilot, 31-year-old Flight Lieutenant David Lord, still at the controls, Miller saw beyond the trees only an oily column of smoke to mark the resting place of a brave crew who died that we might have the chance to live. But Sergeant Miller was wrong. One member of the crew of the ill-fated Dakota did survive. Flying Officer Henry Arthur King, the navigator on that flight, remembers that just a few minutes before 4 p.m., as the plane was approaching the drop zone, flak set the starboard engine afire. Over the intercom, Lord said, "Everyone okay? How far to the drop zone, Harry?" King called back, 3 minutes flying time." The plane was listing heavily to the right, and King saw that they were losing altitude rapidly. Flames had begun to spread along the wing toward the main fuel tank. "They need the stuff down there," he heard Lord say. "We'll go in and bail out afterwards. Everyone get your chutes on." King spotted the drop zone and informed Lord. "Okay, Harry, I can see it," the pilot said. "Go back and give them a hand with the baskets." King made his way back to the open door. Flak had hit the rollers used to move the heavy supply bundles, and the dispatcher, Corporal Philip Nixon, and 3 soldiers from the Royal Army Service Corps were already manhandling 8 heavy panniers of ammunition to the door. The men had taken off their parachutes in order to tug the baskets forward. Together the 5 men had pushed out 6 baskets when the red light, indicating that the plane was now off the drop zone, came on. King went on the intercom. "Dave," he called to Lord, "we've got 2 left." Lord put the plane in a tight left turn. "We'll come round again," he answered. "Hang on." King saw they were then at about 500 feet, and Lord was handling that ship like a fighter plane. I was trying to help the RASC boys get their chutes back on. The green light flashed and we pushed out our bundles. The next thing I remember is Lord shouting, "Bail out! Bail out! For God's sake, bail out!" There was a tremendous explosion and I found myself hurtling through the air. I don't remember pulling the ripcord, but I must have done it instinctively. I landed flat and hard on my back. I remember looking at my watch and seeing it was only 9 minutes since we took the flak. My uniform was badly scorched and I couldn't find my shoes. Nearly an hour later, King stumbled across a company of the 10th Battalion. Someone gave him tea and a bar of chocolate. "That's all we've got," the trooper told him. King stared at him. "What do you mean, that's all you've got? We just dropped supplies to you." The soldier shook his head. "You dropped our tins of sardines all right, but the Jerry's got them. We got nothing." King was speechless. He thought of Flight Lieutenant Lord and the crew and men who had shed their chutes in a desperate effort to get precious ammunition bundles out to the anxious troops below. Of all these men, only King was alive, and now he had just learned that the sacrifice of his crew had been for nothing. Flight Lieutenant David Lord, holder of the Distinguished Flying Cross, was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross. The bodies of the 3 RAF officers and the 4 Army dispatchers, Pilot Officer R.E.H. Medhurst, Flying Officer A. Ballantyne, Corporal Nixon, drivers James Ricketts, Leonard Sidney Harper and Arthur Rowbottom, were all identified and are buried in the British Military Cemetery at Arnhem. Planes crash-landed throughout the area, mainly around Wageningen and Renkum. Some ended up on the southern side of the Rhine. Sergeant Walter Simpson remembers hearing his pilot shout over the intercom, "My God, we've been hit!" Looking out, Simpson saw that the port engine was on fire. He heard the engines being throttled back, and then the plane went into a dive. The frightened Simpson remembers that the plane dragged its tail across the north bank of the river, lifted slightly, then catapulted across the water and came down on the southern side. On impact, Simpson was hurtled forward and thrown to one side of the fuselage. The wireless operator, Sergeant Runsdale, crashed into him and lay huddled across Simpson's body. The interior of the plane was a shambles. Fuel was burning and Simpson could hear the crackling of flames. As he tried to ease his legs from under the wireless operator, Runsdale screamed and fainted. His back was broken. Simpson staggered up and carried the sergeant out through the escape hatch. 4 crew members, dazed and in shock, were already there. Simpson went back for the others still inside. He found the bombardier unconscious. His shoe had been blown off, part of his heel was missing, and both arms were broken, he recalls. Simpson picked up this man too and carried him out. Although the plane was now burning fiercely, Simpson went back a 3rd time for the engineer, whose leg was broken. He too was brought to safety. In the village of Driel, young Cora Balthusson, her sister Rayat and their brother Albert saw Simpson's plane come down. The three immediately set out for the site of the crash. "It was horrible," Cora recalls. "There were 8 men and some of them were terribly injured. We dragged them away from the burning plane just as it exploded. I knew that the Germans would be looking for the crew. I told the pilot, Flight Officer Geoffrey Liggins, who was unharmed, that we'd have to hide him out while we took the injured men to the small surgery in the village. We hid him and 2 others in a nearby brickworks and told them we'd return at dark." That evening Cora assisted the lone physician in the village, a woman, Dr. Sanderbobroch, as she amputated the bombardier's foot. The war had finally reached both Cora and little Driel. In all, out of 100 bombers and 63 Dakotas, 97 were damaged and 13 were shot down, and in spite of the heroism of pilots and crews, Urquhart's stricken division had not been bolstered. Of 390 tons of stores and ammunition dropped, nearly all fell into German hands. Only an estimated 21 tons was retrieved. Worse problems were to engulf the Polish transport and artillery lift. Before leaving England in the Polish lift, Sergeant Pilot Kenneth Travis Davison, co-pilot of a Horsa glider, was struck by the almost complete absence of information relating to conditions at their destination. Routes were laid out on maps and the drop zones for the Poles' artillery and transport were marked, but, says Travis Davison, "we were told that the situation was unknown. The only landing instruction was that gliders should land on the area marked by purple smoke." In Travis Davison's opinion, the briefing was ludicrous. Yet, despite the inadequacy of information, RAF planes correctly located the drop zones near Johanna Hoover Farm, and 31 out of 46 gliders reached the zone. As they came in, the air erupted with fire. A squadron of Messerschmitts hit many of the machines, riddling the thin canvas and plywood hulls, puncturing the gas tanks of jeeps and setting some afire. Anti-aircraft bursts caught others. Those that made it to the ground landed in the midst of a battlefield. Troopers of Hackett's 4th Brigade, struggling to disengage from an enemy that threatened to overrun them, were unable to reach the high ground and the drop zone beyond in time to protect the area. As the British and Germans fought fiercely, the Poles landed directly in the middle of the cataclysmic battle. In the terror and confusion, the Poles were fired on from both sides. Gliders, many already on fire, crash-landed on the field or ploughed into nearby trees. Polish artillerymen, caught in the crossfire and unable to tell friend from foe, fired back at both the Germans and British. Then, hastily unloading the usable jeeps and artillery, the dazed men ran a gauntlet of fire as they left the landing zone. Surprisingly, ground casualties were light, but many of the men, bewildered and shocked, were taken prisoner. Most of the jeeps and supplies were destroyed, and of 8 desperately needed 6-pounder anti-tank guns, only 3 came through undamaged. General Stanisław Sosabowski's fears were more than justified, and the ordeal of the 1st Polish Parachute Brigade was only just beginning. Some 40 miles south along the highway, General Maxwell Taylor's 101st Troopers were now fighting hard to keep the corridor open. But the German 15th Army's fierce defence at best was draining Taylor's forces. More and more men were being caught up in the bitter engagement that one division intelligence officer Riley termed a minor error in estimate. Pressure was building all along Taylor's 15-mile sector, which the Screaming Eagles had newly named Hell's Highway. It was now obvious that the enemy's intent was to cut off Horrocks's tank spearhead, using Best as the base. The jammed columns of vehicles massing the highway were easy targets for artillery fire. Bulldozers and tanks roamed constantly up and down the road, pushing wreckage out of the convoys to keep the columns rolling. Since Sunday, Best, the minor secondary objective, had grown to such proportions that it threatened to overpower all other action along Taylor's stretch of road. Now the 101st Commander was determined to crush the enemy at Best completely. Early Tuesday afternoon, with the support of British tanks, Taylor threw almost the entire 502nd Regiment against von Zangen's men at Best. The mammoth attack caught the enemy by surprise. Bolstered by the recently arrived 327th Glider Infantry Regiment and by British armour on the highway, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions relentlessly swept the forested areas east of Best. Caught in a giant ring and forced back toward the Wilhelmina Canal, the Germans suddenly broke. With the commitment of fresh forces, the battle that had continued without let-up for close to 46 hours was suddenly over in 2. Taylor's men had achieved the first major victory of Market Garden. More than 300 of the enemy were killed and over 1,000 captured, along with 15 88mm artillery pieces. By late afternoon, reads the official history, as hundreds of Germans gave up, the word went out to send all military police available. Lieutenant Edward Wierzbowski, the platoon leader who had come closest to seizing the Best Bridge before it was blown, brought in his own prisoners after having first been captured himself. Out of grenades and ammunition, with his casualties all about him, only 3 men of his valiant platoon had not been wounded. Wierzbowski had finally surrendered. Now dead, tired, and begrimed, Wierzbowski and his men, including some of the wounded, disarmed the doctors and orderlies in the German field hospital to which the men had been taken, and marched back to division, bringing their prisoners with them. Successful as the engagement had been, General Taylor's difficulties were far from over. Even as the battle at Best ended, German armour struck out for the newly installed bridge at Sonne in yet another attempt to sever the corridor. Taylor himself, leading his headquarters troops, his only available reinforcements, rushed to the scene. With bazooka fire and a single anti-tank gun, a German Panther tank was knocked out almost as it reached the bridge. Similarly, several other tanks were quickly dispatched. The German attack collapsed and traffic continued to move, but the vigilance of the Screaming Eagles could not be relaxed. Our situation, Taylor later noted, reminded me of the early American West, where small garrisons had to contend with sudden Indian attacks at any point along great stretches of vital railroad. The Germans' hard, fast, hit-and-run tactics were taking their toll. Almost 300 men of the 101st had been killed or wounded or were missing in ground actions. Men in slit trenches holding positions on either side of the highway or in the fields around Best were in constant danger of being overrun from the flanks, and each night brought its own particular fear. In darkness, with the Germans infiltrating the 101st's perimeter, no one knew whether the man in the next foxhole would be alive by the following morning. In the confusion and surprise of these sharp enemy actions, men suddenly disappeared, and when the firefights were over, their friends searched for them among the dead and wounded on the battleground and at aid stations and field hospitals. As the Best battle ended and the long lines of prisoners were being herded back to division, 31-year-old Staff Sergeant Charles Doan set out to find his officer, Captain Legrand Johnson. Back in England prior to the jump, Doan had been almost numb with worry. The 22-year-old Johnson had felt much the same. He was resigned to never coming back. The morning of the 19th, Johnson had thrown his company into an attack near Best. It was that or be slaughtered, he recalls. In the fierce battle, which Johnson remembers as the worst I have ever seen or heard, he was shot in the left shoulder. With his company reduced from 180 to 38 and surrounded in a field of burning haystacks, Johnson held off the Germans until relieving companies, driving back the enemy, could reach and evacuate the survivors. As Johnson was being helped back to an aid station, he was shot once again, this time through the head. At the battalion aid station, his body was placed among other fatally wounded men in what the medics called the dead pile. There, after a long search, Sergeant Doan found him. Kneeling down, Doan was convinced there was a flicker of life. Picking up the inert officer, Doan laid Johnson and 4 other casualties from his company in a jeep and set out for the field hospital at Sonne. Cut off by Germans, Doan drove the jeep into the woods and hid. When the German patrol moved on, he set out again. Arriving at the hospital, he found long lines of casualties waiting for treatment. Doan, certain that Johnson might die at any minute, passed down the lines of wounded until he came to a surgeon who was checking the casualties to determine who was in need of immediate aid. "Major," Doan told the doctor, "my captain needs attention right away." The Major shook his head. "I'm sorry, Sergeant," he told Doan. "We'll get to him. He'll have to wait his turn." Doan tried again. "Major, he'll die if you don't look at him quick." The doctor was firm. "We've got a lot of injured men here," he said. "Your captain will be attended to as soon as we can get to him." Doan pulled out his .45 and cocked the trigger. "It's not soon enough," he said calmly. "Major, I'll kill you right where you stand if you don't look at him right now." Astonished, the surgeon stared at Doan. "Bring him in," he said. In the operating theatre, Doan stood by, his .45 in hand, as the doctor and a medical team worked on Johnson. As the sergeant watched, Johnson was given a blood transfusion, his wounds cleaned, and a bullet was removed from his skull and another from his left shoulder. When the operation was completed and Johnson was bandaged, Doan moved. Stepping up to the doctor, he handed over his .45. "Okay," he said. "Thanks. Now you can turn me in." Doan was sent back to the 2nd Battalion of the 502nd. There he was brought before the commanding officer. Doan snapped to attention. He was asked if he was aware of exactly what he had done, and that his action constituted a court-martial offence. Doan replied, "Yes, sir, I do." Pacing up and down, the commander suddenly stopped. "Sergeant," he said, "I'm placing you under arrest." He paused and looked at his watch. "For exactly 1 minute." The two men waited in silence. Then the officer looked at Doan. "Dismissed," he said. "Now get back to your unit." Doan saluted smartly. "Yes, sir," he said, and left. I am indebted to Mrs. Johnson for this story. She first learned of it from the adjutant of the 502nd, Captain Hugh Roberts. Although Captain Roberts did not mention the commanding officer's name, I must assume that it was Lieutenant Colonel Steve Chapuis of the 2nd Battalion. Captain Johnson remembers only that he woke up in England 6 weeks later, blind, deaf, dumb, 40 pounds lighter, and with a big plate in my head. Except for partial blindness, he recovered. Sergeant Doan, in his correspondence and interview for this book, made little mention of the role he played in saving Captain Johnson's life, but he acknowledges that it happened. "I don't know to this day," he wrote, "if I would have shot that medic or not." Now, in General Gavin's sector of the corridor, as Horrocks's tanks rolled forward toward Nijmegen, the quick capture of the city's crossings assumed critical importance. On the 17th, the Germans had had only a few soldiers guarding the approaches to the Vaal River Bridge. By afternoon of the 19th, Gavin estimated that he was opposed by more than 500 SS Grenadiers, well positioned and supported by artillery and armour. The main body of the Guards' armoured division was still en route to the city. Only the spearhead of the British column, elements of the 1st Battalion of the Grenadier Guards under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Edward H. Goulburn, was available for an attack, and Gavin's 82nd troopers in their 10-mile stretch of corridor were widely dispersed by their efforts to fight off a constantly encroaching enemy. Since Gavin's glider infantry regiment, based in the fog-bound Midlands of England, had been unable to take off, he could afford to release only one battalion for a combined attack with the British spearhead tanks. Gavin chose the 2nd Battalion of the 505th, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Ben van der Voort. There was a chance that the attack, based on speed and surprise, might succeed. If anyone could help effect it, Gavin believed it was the reserved, soft-spoken van der Voort. Still, the operation carried heavy risks. Gavin thought the British appeared to underestimate the German strength, as indeed they did. The Grenadier Guards' after-action report noted that it was thought that a display in the shape of tanks would probably cause the enemy to withdraw. At 3:30 p.m. the combined attack began. The force quickly penetrated the centre of the city without encountering serious opposition. There, approximately 40 British tanks and armoured vehicles split into two columns, with American troops riding on the tanks and following behind them. On top of lead tanks and in reconnaissance cars were 12 specially chosen Dutch underground scouts guiding the way, among them a 22-year-old university student named Jan van Hoof, whose later actions would become a subject of sharp dispute. "I was reluctant to use him," recalls the 82nd's Dutch liaison officer, Captain R.E.D. Besterbroeche. "He seemed highly excited, but another underground member vouched for his record. He went in with a British scout car, and that was the last I ever saw of him." As the force divided, one column headed for the railroad bridge, and the second, with Goulburn and Vandervoort, approached the main highway crossing over the Waal. At both objectives the Germans were waiting in strength. Staff Sergeant Paul Noonan remembers that as his platoon approached an underpass near the railroad bridge, we began receiving sniper fire. With 1,000 places for snipers to hide, it was hard to tell where fire was coming from. Men dived for cover and slowly began to pull back. British armour fared no better. As tanks began to roll toward the bridge, 88s firing down the street at almost point-blank range knocked them out. A wide street, the Kruyenhoflaan, led to a triangular park west of the crossing. There, in buildings facing the park on 3 sides, the paratroopers regrouped for another attack. But again the Germans held them off. Snipers on roofs and machine guns firing from a railroad overpass kept the men pinned down. Some troopers remember Lieutenant Russ Parker, a cigar clenched in his teeth, moving into the open and spraying the rooftops to keep snipers' heads down. A call went out for tanks, and Noonan remembers that at that instant the entire park seemed filled with tracer slugs, coming from a fast-firing automatic weapon sighted to our left across the street. Noonan turned to Herbert Buffalo Boy, a Sioux Indian and a veteran 82nd trooper. "I think they're sending a German tank," he said. Buffalo Boy grinned. "Well, if they've got infantry with them, it could get to be a very tough day," he told Noonan. The German tank did not materialize, but a 20mm anti-aircraft gun opened up. With grenades, machine guns and bazookas, the troopers fought on until word was passed for forward platoons to pull back and consolidate for the night. As men moved out, the Germans set buildings along the river's edge on fire, making it impossible for Vandervoort's men to infiltrate, overrun artillery positions, and clear out pockets of resistance. The railroad bridge attack had ground to a halt. Under cover of heavy American artillery fire, the second column had made for Hunter Park, the ornamental gardens leading to the approaches of the highway bridge. Here, in a traffic circle, all roads leading to the bridge converged, and an ancient ruin with a 16-sided chapel, the Walchhof, once the palace of Charlemagne and later rebuilt by Barbarossa, commanded the area. In this citadel the enemy was concentrated. It almost seemed to Colonel Goulburn that the Boche had some sort of an idea of what we were trying to do, as indeed they had. Captain Karl-Heinz Euling's battalion of SS Panzer Grenadiers was one of the first units to cross the Rhine at Pannerden. Acting on General Harmel's orders to protect the bridge at all costs, Euling had ringed the Hunter Park area with self-propelled guns and had positioned men in the chapel of the old ruin. As British tanks rattled around the corners of the streets leading to the park, they came under Euling's guns. Meeting a punishing artillery barrage, the tanks pulled back. Colonel Vandervoort immediately took to the street, and getting a mortar crew into action with covering fire, he moved one company forward. As the company's lead platoon, under First Lieutenant James J. Coyle, sprinted for a row of attached houses facing the park, they came under small arms and mortar fire. Lieutenant William J. Medaw, second in command, saw that this was observed fire. The guns and snipers were being directed by radio. British tanks covered our front as Lieutenant Coyle moved into a block of buildings overlooking the entire enemy position. Other platoons were stopped, unable to move, and the situation looked rotten. Covered by British smoke bombs, Medaw succeeded in bringing the rest of the company forward, and the commander, Lieutenant J.J. Smith, consolidated his men in houses around Coyle. As Medaw recalls, Coyle's platoon now had a perfect view of the enemy, but as we started to move tanks up, some high-velocity guns opened up that had not done any firing as yet. 2 tanks were knocked out and the others retired. As Coyle's men replied with machine guns, they immediately drew anti-tank gun fire from across the streets. When darkness closed in, Euling's SS men attempted to infiltrate the American positions. One group got to within a few feet of Coyle's platoon before they were spotted, and a fierce firefight broke out. Coyle's men suffered casualties, and 3 of the Germans were killed before the attack was driven back. Later, Euling sent medics to pick up his wounded, and Coyle's paratroopers waited until the injured Germans were evacuated before resuming the fight. In the middle of the action, Private First Class John Keller heard a low pounding noise. Going to a window, he was amazed to see a Dutchman on a stepladder calmly replacing the shingles on the house next door as though nothing was happening. In late evening, with small arms fire continuing, any further attempt to advance was postponed until daylight. The Anglo-American assault had been abruptly stopped barely 400 yards from the Vaal River Bridge, the last water obstacle on the road to Arnhem. To the Allied commanders it was now clear that the Germans were in complete control of the bridges. Browning, worried that the crossings might be destroyed at any moment, called another conference late on the 19th. A way must be found to cross the 400-yard-wide Vaal River. General Gavin had devised a plan which he had mentioned to Browning at the time of the link-up. Then the Corps commander had turned down the scheme. At this second conference, Gavin proposed it again. "There's only one way to take this bridge," he told the assembled officers. "We've got to get it simultaneously from both ends." Gavin urged that any boats in Horrocks's engineering columns should be rushed forward immediately because we're going to need them. The British looked at him in bewilderment. What the 82nd Commander had in mind was an assault crossing of the river by paratroops. Gavin went on to explain. In nearly 3 days of fighting, his casualties were high, upwards of 200 dead and nearly 700 injured. Several hundred more men were cut off or scattered and were listed as missing. His losses, Gavin reasoned, would grow progressively worse if blunt head-on attacks continued. What was needed was a means of capturing the bridge quickly and cheaply. Gavin's plan was to throw a force in boats across the river a mile downstream, while the attack continued for possession of the southern approaches. Under a barrage of tank fire, the troopers were to storm the enemy defences on the northern side before the Germans fully realized what was happening. Yet total surprise was out of the question. The river was too wide to enable boatloads of men to escape detection, and the bank on the far side was so exposed that troopers, once across the river, would have to negotiate 200 yards of flat ground. Beyond was an embankment from which German gunners could fire down upon the invading paratroopers. That defence position would have to be overrun too. Although heavy casualties could be expected initially, in Gavin's opinion they would still be less than if the assault were continued against the southern approaches alone. "The attempt has to be made," he told Browning, "if Market Garden is to succeed." Colonel George S. Chatterton, commander of the British Glider Pilot Regiment, remembers that besides Browning and Horrocks, commanders of the Irish, Scots and Grenadier Guards were present at the conference. So was cigar-chewing Colonel Reuben Tucker, commander of the 82nd's 504th Regiment, whose men Gavin had picked to make the river assault if his plan won approval. Although intent on Gavin's words, Chatterton could not help noting the differences in the men assembled. One brigadier wore suede shoes and sat on a shooting stick, he recalls. 3 Guards commanders had on rather worn corduroy trousers, chucker boots and old-school scarves. Chatterton thought they seemed relaxed, as though they were discussing an exercise, and I couldn't help contrast them to the Americans present, especially Colonel Tucker, who was wearing a helmet that almost covered his face. His pistol was in a holster under his left arm, and he had a knife strapped to his thigh. To Chatterton's great amusement, Tucker occasionally removed his cigar long enough to spit, and every time he did, faint looks of surprise flickered over the faces of the Guards' officers. But the daring of Gavin's plan provided the real surprise. "I knew it sounded outlandish," Gavin recalls, "but speed was essential. There was no time even for a reconnaissance. As I continued to talk, Tucker was the only man in the room who seemed unfazed. He had made the landing at Anzio and knew what to expect. To him, the crossing was like the kind of exercise the 504th had practiced at Fort Bragg. Still, for paratroopers it was unorthodox, and Browning's Chief of Staff, Brigadier Gordon Walsh, recalls that the Corps commander was by now filled with admiration at the daring of the idea. This time Browning gave his approval. The immediate problem was to find boats. Checking with his engineers, Horrocks learned they carried some 28 small canvas and plywood craft. These would be rushed to Nijmegen during the night. If the planning could be completed in time, Gavin's miniature Normandy-like amphibious assault of the Vaal would take place at 1 p.m. the next day, on the 20th. Never before had paratroopers attempted such a combat operation, but Gavin's plan seemed to offer the best hope of grabbing the Nijmegen bridge intact. and then, as everyone still believed, another quick dash up the corridor would unite them with the men at Arnhem. In the grassy expanse of the Eusebius-Bouten single, General Heinz Harmel personally directed the opening of the bombardment against Frost's men at the bridge. His attempt to persuade Frost to surrender had failed. Now to the assembled tank and artillery commanders his instructions were specific. They were to level every building held by the paratroopers. "Since the British won't come out of their holes, we'll blast them out," Harmel said. He told gunners to aim right under the gables and shoot metre by metre, floor by floor, until each house collapses. Harmel was determined that the siege would end, and since everything else had failed, this was the only course. "By the time we're finished," Harmel added, "there'll be nothing left but a pile of bricks." Lying flat on the ground between two artillery pieces, Harmel trained his binoculars on the British strongholds and directed the fire. As the opening salvos zeroed in, he stood up, satisfied, and handed over to his officers. "I would have liked to stay," he recalls. "It was a new experience in fighting for me, but with the Anglo-Americans attacking the bridges at Nijmegen, I had to rush down there." As Harmel left, his gunners, with methodical, scythe-like precision, began the job of reducing Frost's remaining positions to rubble. Of the 18 buildings that the 2nd Battalion had initially occupied, Frost's men now held only about 10. While tanks hit positions from the east and west, artillery slammed shells into those facing north. The barrage was merciless. "It was the best, most effective fire I have ever seen," remembers SS Grenadier Private Horst Weber. "Starting from the rooftops, buildings collapsed like dollhouses. I did not see how anyone could live through this inferno. I felt truly sorry for the British." Weber watched 3 Tiger tanks rumble slowly down the Grote Markt, and while machine guns sprayed every window in a block of buildings opposite the northern approaches to the bridge, the tanks pumped shell after shell into each house, one after the other. He remembers a corner building where the roof fell in, the 2 top stories began to crumble, and then, like the skin peeling off a skeleton, the whole front wall fell into the street, revealing each floor on which the British were scrambling like mad. Dust and debris, Weber remembers, soon made it impossible to see anything more. The din was awful, but even so, above it all, we could hear the wounded screaming. In relays, tanks smashed houses along the Rhine waterfront and under the bridge itself. Often, as the British darted out, tanks rammed the ruins like bulldozers, completely levelling the sites. At Captain Mackay's headquarters under the ramp in the nearly destroyed schoolhouse, Lieutenant Peter Steinforth estimated that highly explosive shells came through the southern face of the building at the rate of 1 every 10 seconds. It became rather hot, he recalls, and everyone had some sort of wound or other. Yet the troopers obstinately hung on, evacuating each room in its turn. As ceilings collapsed, cracks appeared in the walls and rooms became untenable. In the rubble, making every shot count, the Red Devils, Steinforth recalls proudly, survived like moles. Jerry just couldn't dig us out. But elsewhere men were finding their positions almost unendurable. The Germans had decided to shell us out of existence, Private James W. Sims explains. It seemed impossible for the shelling and mortaring to get any heavier, but it did. Burst after burst, shell after shell rained down, the separate explosions merging into one continuous rolling detonation. With each salvo, Sims repeated a desperate litany. Hold on, it can't last much longer. As he crouched alone in his slit trench, the thought struck Sims that he was lying in a freshly dug grave just waiting to be buried alive. He remembers thinking that, unless 30 Corps hurries, we have had it. Colonel Frost realized that disaster had finally overtaken the 2nd Battalion. The relieving battalions had not broken through, and Frost was sure they were no longer able to come to his aid. The Polish drop had failed to materialize. Ammunition was all but gone. Casualties were now so high that every available cellar was full, and the men had been fighting without let-up for over 50 hours. Frost knew they could not endure this punishment much longer. All about his defensive perimeter, houses were in flames, buildings had collapsed, and positions were being overrun. He did not know how much longer he could hold out. His beloved 2nd Battalion was being buried in the ruins of the buildings around him. Yet Frost was not ready to oblige his enemy. Beyond hope, he was determined to deny the Germans the Arnhem Bridge to the last. He was not alone in his emotions. Their ordeal seemed to affect his men much as it did Frost. Troopers shared their ammunition and took what little they could find from their wounded, preparing for the doom that was engulfing them. There was little evidence of fear. In their exhaustion, hunger, and pain, the men seemed to develop a sense of humour about themselves and their situation, which grew even as their sacrifice became increasingly apparent. Father Egan remembers meeting Frost coming out of a toilet. The colonel's face, tired, grimy, and wearing a stubble of beard, lit up with a smile, Egan recalls. "Father," he told me, "the window is shattered, there's a hole in the wall, and the roof's gone, but it has a chain, and it works." Later, Egan was trying to make his way across one street to visit wounded in the cellars. The area was being heavily mortared, and the chaplain was taking cover wherever he could. Outside, strolling unconcernedly up the street, was Major Digby Tatham Water, whose company had taken the bridge initially, he recalls. The Major saw me cowering down and walked over. In his hand was an umbrella. As Egan recalls, Tatham Water opened the umbrella and held it over my head. With mortar shells raining down everywhere, he said, "Come along, Padre." When Egan showed reluctance, Tatham Water reassured him. "Don't worry," he said, "I've got an umbrella." Lieutenant Patrick Barnett encountered the redoubtable Major soon afterward. Barnett was sprinting across the street to a new defence area Frost had ordered him to hold. Tatham Water, returning from escorting Father Egan, was out visiting his men in the shrinking perimeter defences and holding the umbrella over his head. Barnett was so surprised that he stopped in his tracks. "That thing won't do you much good," he told the Major. Tatham Water looked at him in mock surprise. "Oh, my goodness, Pat," he said, "what if it rains?" During the afternoon, as the bombardment continued, Major Freddie Goff saw Tatham Water leading his company, umbrella in hand. Tanks were thundering down the streets, firing at everything. "I almost fainted when I saw those huge Mark IVs firing at us at almost point-blank range," recalls Goff. Then the tension was suddenly relieved. There, out in the street, leading his men in a bayonet charge against some Germans who had managed to infiltrate, was Tatham Water, Goff recalls. He had found an old bowler someplace, and he was rushing along, twirling that battered umbrella, looking for all the world like Charlie Chaplin. There were other moments of humour equally memorable. As the afternoon wore on, battalion headquarters was heavily bombarded and caught fire. Father Egan went down to the cellar to see the wounded. "Well, Padre," said Sergeant Jack Spratt, who was regarded as the battalion comic, "they're throwing everything at us but the kitchen stove." He had barely said the words when the building suffered another direct hit. "The ceiling fell in, showering us with dirt and plaster. When we picked ourselves up, there, right in front of us, was a kitchen stove." Spratt looked at it and shook his head. "I knew the bastards were close," he said, "but I didn't believe they could hear us talking." Toward evening it began to rain, and the German attack seemed to intensify. Captain Mackay, on the opposite side of the bridge, contacted Frost. "I told the colonel I could not hold out another night if the attack continued on the same scale," Mackay wrote. "He said he could not help me, but I was to hold on at all costs." Mackay could see the Germans were slowly compressing Frost's force. He saw British troopers scurrying from burning houses along the riverbank toward a couple almost opposite him which were still standing. "They were beginning to hem us in," he noted, "and it was obvious that if we didn't get help soon they'd winkle us out. I went up to the attic and tuned into the 6 o'clock BBC News. To my utter amazement, the newscaster said that British armour had reached the airborne troops." Mackay thought the report referred to Arnhem. In fact, it related to the link-up of Horrocks's tanks with the 82nd Airborne in Nijmegen. Almost immediately, Mackay heard a cry from the floor below. "Tiger tanks are heading for the bridge!" It was exactly 7 p.m. German time, 6 p.m. British time. Two of the huge 60-ton tanks were heading in from the north. On his side of the bridge, Frost saw them too. They looked incredibly sinister in the half-light, he noted, like some prehistoric monsters, as their great guns swung from side to side, breathing flame. Their shells burst through the walls. The dust and slowly settling debris following their explosions filled the passages and rooms. One complete side of Mackay's building was hit. Some of the shells must have been armor-piercing, Lieutenant Peter Stainforth says, because they went through the school from end to end, knocking a 4-foot hole in every room. Ceilings came down, walls cracked, and the whole structure rocked. Staring at the 2 tanks on the ramp, Mackay thought the end had come. "A couple more rounds like that and we'll be finished," he said. Still with the stubborn and fearless resistance that the fighters at the bridge had shown since their arrival, Mackay thought that he might be able to take a party out and blow them up, but just then the 2 tanks reversed and pulled back. We were still alive. At Frost's headquarters, Father Egan had been hit. Caught on a stairway when shells began coming in, he fell 2 flights to the first floor. When he recovered consciousness, the priest was alone except for 1 man. Crawling to him, Egan saw that the trooper was near death. At that moment another barrage hit the building and Egan again lost consciousness. He awoke to find that the room and his clothes were on fire. Desperately he rolled along the floor, beating the flames out with his hands. The injured man he had seen earlier was dead. Now Egan could not use his legs. Slowly, in excruciating pain, he hauled himself toward a window. Someone called his name, and the intelligence officer, Lieutenant Bucky Buchanan, helped him through the window and dropped him into the arms of Sergeant Jack Spratt. In the cellar, where Dr. James Logan was at work, the priest was put on the floor with other wounded. His right leg was broken, and his back and hands were peppered with shrapnel splinters. "I was pretty well out of it," Egan recalls. "I couldn't do much now but lie there on my stomach." Nearby, slightly wounded, was the incredible Tatham Water, still trying to keep men's spirits up, and still hanging on to his umbrella. Occasionally there was a pause in the terrible pounding, and Captain Mackay believed the Germans were stocking up with more ammunition. As darkness set in during one of these intervals, Mackay issued Benzedrine tablets to his tired force, 2 pills per man. The effect on the exhausted, weary men was unexpected and acute. Some troopers became irritable and argumentative, others suffered double vision, and for a time could not aim straight. Among the shocked and wounded, men became euphoric, and some began to hallucinate. Corporal Arthur Hendy remembers being grabbed by one trooper who pulled him to a window. "Look," he commanded Hendy in a whisper, "it's the Second Army, on the far bank. Look, do you see them?" Sadly, Hendy shook his head. The man became enraged. "They're right over there," he shouted, "plain as anything." Mackay wondered if his small force would see out the night. Fatigue and wounds were taking their toll. "I was thinking clearly," Mackay remembers, "but we had had nothing to eat and no sleep. We were limited to 1 cup of water daily, and everyone was wounded." With his ammunition nearly gone, Mackay set his men to making homemade bombs from the small stock of explosives still remaining. He intended to be ready when the German tanks returned. Taking a head count, Mackay now reported to Frost that he had only 13 men left capable of fighting. From his position on the far side of the bridge as the night of Tuesday, September 19th closed in, Frost saw that the entire city appeared to be burning. The spires of 2 great churches were flaming fiercely, and as Frost watched, the cross which hung between 2 lovely towers was silhouetted against the clouds rising far into the sky. He noted that the crackle of burning wood and the strange echoes of falling buildings seemed unearthly. Upstairs, signalman Stanley Copley, sitting at his radio set, had abandoned sending in Morse code. Now he was broadcasting in the clear. Continually he kept repeating, "This is the 1st Para-Brigade calling 2nd Army. Come in, 2nd Army. Come in, 2nd Army." At his headquarters in Oosterbeek's Hartenstein Hotel, General Urquhart tried desperately to save what remained of his division. Frost was cut off. Every attempt to reach him at the bridge had been mercilessly beaten back. German reinforcements were pouring in. From the west, north and east, Bittrick's forces were steadily chopping the gallant 1st British Airborne to pieces. Cold, wet, worn out, but still uncomplaining, the Red Devils were trying to hold out, fighting off tanks with rifles and Sten guns. The situation was heartbreaking for Urquhart. Only quick action could save his heroic men. By Wednesday morning, September 20th, Urquhart had developed a plan to salvage the remnants of his command and perhaps turn the tide in his favour. September 19th, a dark and fateful day, in Urquhart's words, had been the turning point. The cohesion and drive that he had hoped to instill had come too late. Everything had failed. The Polish forces had not arrived, the cargo drops had been disastrous, and battalions had been devastated in their attempts to reach Frost. The division was being pushed closer and closer to destruction. The tally of Urquhart's remaining men told a frightful story. All through the night of the 19th, battalion units still in contact with division headquarters reported their strength. Inconclusive and inaccurate as the figures were, they presented a grim accounting. Urquhart's division was on the verge of disappearing. Of Lathbury's 1st Parachute Brigade, only Frost's force was fighting as a coordinated unit, but Urquhart had no idea how many men were left in the 2nd Battalion. Fitch's 3rd Battalion listed some 50 men, and its commander was dead. Doby's 1st totalled 116, and Doby had been wounded and captured. The 11th Battalion's strength was down to 150, the 2nd South Staffordshire's to 100. The commanders of both units, Lee and McCarty, were wounded. In Hackett's 10th Battalion there were now 250 men, and his 156th reported 270. Although Urquhart's total division strength was more, the figures did not include other units such as a battalion of the Border Regiment, the 7th KOSB's engineers, reconnaissance and service troops, glider pilots and others. His attack battalions had almost ceased to exist. The men of these proud units were now dispersed in small groups, dazed, shocked, and often leaderless. The fighting had been so bloody and so terrible that even battle-hardened veterans had broken. Urquhart and his chief of staff had sensed an atmosphere of panic seeping through headquarters, as small groups of stragglers ran across the lawn yelling, "The Germans are coming!" Often they were young soldiers, whose self-control had momentarily deserted them, Urquhart later wrote. Mackenzie and I had to intervene physically, but others fought on against formidable odds. Captain L.E. Kerripel, wounded in the face and arms, led an attack on a German twin machine-gun nest and killed the crews. As other Germans throwing grenades began to close in on Kerripel and his party, Kerripel hurled the potato mashers back. Ordering his men to leave him, the officer covered their retreat, throwing grenades until he was killed. Kerripel was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross. Now what remained of Urquhart's shattered and blooded division was being squeezed and driven back upon itself. All roads seemed to end in the Oosterbeek area, with the main body of troops centred around the Hartenstein in a few square miles running between Heveadorp and Wolfheze on the west, and from Oosterbeek to Johanna Hoover Farm on the east. Within that rough corridor, ending on the Rhine at Heveadorp, Urquhart planned to make a stand. By pulling in his troops, he hoped to husband his strength and hang on until Horrocks's armour reached him. All through the night of the 19th, orders went out for troops to pull back into the Oosterbeek perimeter, and in the early hours of the 20th, Hackett was told to abandon his planned attack toward the Arnhem Bridge with his 10th and 156th Battalions and disengage them too. "It was a terrible decision to make," Urquhart said later. "It meant abandoning the 2nd Battalion at the bridge, but I knew I had no more chance of reaching them than I had of getting to Berlin." In his view, the only hope was to consolidate, form a defensive box, and try to hold on to a small bridgehead north of the river so that 30 Corps could cross to us. The discovery of the ferry operating between Heveadorp and Driel had been an important factor in Urquhart's decision. It was vital to his plan for survival, for on it, theoretically, help could arrive from the southern bank. Additionally, at the ferry's landing stages on either bank, there were ramps that would help the engineers to throw a Bailey bridge across the Rhine. Admittedly, the odds were great, but if the Nijmegen bridge could be taken swiftly, and if Horrocks moved fast, and if Urquhart's men could hold out long enough in their perimeter for engineers to span the river, a great many ifs, there was still a chance that Montgomery might get his bridgehead across the Rhine and drive for the Ruhr, even though Frost might be overrun at Arnhem. All through the 19th, messages had been sent from Urquhart's headquarters requesting a new drop zone for the Poles. Communications, though still erratic, were slightly improved. Lieutenant Neville Hay of the Phantom Net was passing some messages to British Second Army headquarters, who in turn relayed them to Browning. At 3 a.m. on the 20th, Urquhart received a message from Corps asking for the General's suggestions regarding the Poles drop zone. As Urquhart saw it, only one possible area remained. In view of his new plan, he requested the 1,500-man brigade be landed near the southern terminal of the ferry, in the vicinity of the little village of Driel. Abandoning Frost and his men was the most bitter part of the plan. At 8 a.m. on Wednesday, Urquhart had an opportunity to explain the position to Frost and Gough at the bridge. Using the Munford-Thompson radio link, Gough called division headquarters and got through to Urquhart. It was the first contact he'd had with the general since the 17th, when he had been ordered back to division only to discover that Urquhart was somewhere along the line of march. "My goodness," Urquhart said, "I thought you were dead." Gough sketched in the situation at the bridge. "Morale is still high," he recalls saying, "but we're short of everything. Despite that, we'll continue to hold out." Then, as Urquhart remembers, Gough asked if they could expect reinforcements. Answering was not easy. "I told him," Urquhart recalls, "that I was not certain if it was a case of me coming for them or they coming for us. I'm afraid you can only hope for relief from the south." Frost then came on the line. "It was very cheering to hear the General," Frost wrote, "but he could not tell me anything really encouraging. They were obviously having great difficulties themselves." Urquhart requested that his personal congratulations on a fine effort be passed on to everyone concerned, and I wished them the best of luck. There was nothing more to be said. 20 minutes later, Urquhart received a message from Lieutenant Neville Hay's Phantom Net. It read, 200820 from 2nd Army. Attack at Nijmegen held up by strong point south of town. 5 Guards Brigade halfway in town. Bridge intact but held by enemy. Intention attack at 1300 hours today. Urquhart immediately told his staff to inform all units. It was the first good news he had had this day. Tragically, Urquhart had an outstanding force at his disposal whose contributions, had they been accepted, might well have altered the grim situation of the British 1st Airborne Division. The Dutch resistance ranked amongst the most dedicated and disciplined underground units in all of occupied Europe. In the 101st and 82nd sectors, Dutchmen were fighting alongside the American paratroopers. One of the first orders Generals Taylor and Gavin had given on landing was that arms and explosives be issued to the underground groups. But in Arnhem, the British virtually ignored the presence of these spirited, brave civilians. Armed and poised to give immediate help to Frost at the bridge, the Arnhem groups were largely unheeded, and their assistance was politely rejected. By a strange series of events, only one man had held the power to coordinate and weld the resistance into the British assault, and he was dead. Lieutenant Colonel Hilary Barlow, the officer Urquhart had sent to coordinate the faltering attacks of the battalions in the western suburbs, was killed before he could put his own mission into full effect. In the original plan, Barlow was to have assumed the role of Arnhem's town major and military government chief once the battle ended. His assistant and the Dutch representative for the Gelderland province had also been named. He was Lieutenant Commander Arnoldus Wolters of the Dutch Navy. Prior to Market Garden, an Anglo-Dutch intelligence committee had given Barlow top-secret lists of Dutch underground personnel who were known to be completely trustworthy. From these lists, recalls Wolters, Barlow and I were to screen the groups and use them in their various capabilities, intelligence, sabotage, combat, and the like. Barlow was the only other man who knew what our mission really was. When he disappeared, the plan collapsed. At division headquarters, Wolters was thought to be either a civilian affairs or an intelligence officer. When he produced the secret lists and made recommendations, he was looked on with suspicion. Barlow trusted me completely, Wolters says. I regret to say that others at headquarters did not. With Barlow's death, Wolters' hands were tied. The British wondered why a Dutch Navy type should be with them at all, he remembers. Gradually he won limited acceptance, and although some members of the resistance were put to work, they were too few and their help was too late. We hadn't time any longer to check everybody out to the satisfaction of headquarters, Wolters says, and the attitude there was simply, who can we trust? The opportunity to effectively organize and collate the underground forces in the Arnhem area had been lost. The British had long been wary of the Dutch underground. In 1942, Major Herman Gieskes, Nazi spy chief in Holland, succeeded in infiltrating Dutch intelligence networks. Agents sent from England were captured and forced to work for him. For 20 months, in perhaps the most spectacular counterintelligence operation of World War II, nearly every agent parachuted into Holland was intercepted by the Germans. As a security check, monitors in England were instructed to listen for deliberate errors in Morse code radio transmissions. Yet messages from these double agents were accepted without question by British intelligence. It was not until 2 agents escaped that Gieskes's Operation North Pole came to an end. Having hoodwinked the Allies for so long, Gieskes could not resist boasting of his coup. In a plain text message to the British on November 23, 1943, he wired, "To Messrs. Hunt, Bingham & Co., Successors Limited, London. We understand you have been endeavouring for some time to do business in Holland without our assistance. We regret this, since we have acted for so long as your sole representative in this country. Nevertheless, should you be thinking of paying us a visit on the continent on an extensive scale, we shall give your emissaries the same attention as we have hitherto." As a result, although intelligence networks were purged and completely revamped, and although Dutch resistance groups were separate from these covert activities, nevertheless many British senior officers were warned before Operation Market Garden against placing too much trust in the underground. In England, a little before 7 a.m. on the 20th, Major General Stanisław Sosabowski learned that his drop zone had been changed. The Polish brigade would now land in an area a few miles west of the original site, near the village of Driel. Sosabowski was stunned by the news his liaison officer, Lieutenant Colonel George Stevens, had brought. The brigade was already on the airfield and scheduled to leave for Holland in 3 hours. Within that time, Sosabowski had to completely redesign his attack for an area that had not even been studied. Days had gone into the planning for the drop near Eldon on the southern approaches of the Arnhem Bridge. Now, he was to recall, "I was given the bare bones of a scheme with only a few hours to develop a plan." There was still very little news of Arnhem, but as Stevens briefed him on the new plan to ferry his troops across the Rhine from Driel to Heveadorp, it was obvious to Sosabowski that Urquhart's situation had taken a turn for the worse. He foresaw countless problems, but he noted that nobody else seemed unduly alarmed. All Stevens had learned was that the picture was pretty confusing. Quickly informing his staff of the new developments, Sosabowski postponed the 10 a.m. takeoff until 1 p.m. He would need that time to reorient his troopers and to devise new attack plans, and the 3-hour delay might enable Stevens to get more up-to-date information on Arnhem. Sosabowski doubted that his force could have been flown out at 10 a.m. in any case. Fog again covered the Midlands, and the forecast was not reassuring. "That and the paucity of information we received made me most anxious," Sosabowski recalled. "I did not think that Urquhart's operation was going well. I began to believe that we might be dropping into Holland to reinforce defeat." 9. At the Arnhem Bridge, the massive defiance by the valiant few was nearly over. At dawn, the Germans had renewed their terrifying bombardment. In the morning light, the stark, pitted wrecks that had once been houses and office buildings were again subjected to punishing fire. On each side of the bridge and along the churned, mangled ruins of the Eusebius-Bouten Single, the few strongholds that still remained were being systematically blown apart. The semicircular defence line that had protected the northern approaches had almost ceased to exist. Yet, ringed by flames and sheltering behind rubble, small groups of obstinate men continued to fight on, denying the Germans the bridge. Only the rawest kind of courage had sustained Frost's men up to now, but it had been fierce enough and constant enough to hold off the Germans for 3 nights and 2 days. The 2nd Battalion and the men from other units who had come by 2s and 3s to join it, a force that by Frost's highest estimate never totalled more than 600 or 700 men, had been welded together in their ordeal. Pride and common purpose had fused them. Alone they had reached the objective of an entire airborne division, and held out longer than the division was meant to. In the desperate, anxious hours awaiting help that never came, their common frame of mind was perhaps best summed up in the thoughts of Lance Corporal Gordon Spicer, who wrote, "Who's failing in their job? Not us." But now the time of their endurance had nearly run its course. Holed up in ruins and slit trenches, struggling to protect themselves and cellars full of wounded, shocked and concussed by nearly unceasing enemy fire, and wearing their filthy blood-stained bandages and impudent manners like badges of honour, the Red Devils knew finally that they could no longer hold. The discovery produced a curious calmness, totally devoid of panic. It was as if men decided privately that they would fight until they dropped, if only to provoke the Germans more. Despite their knowledge that the fight was all but over, men invented still new ways to keep it going. Troopers of mortar platoons fired their last few bombs without tripods or base plates by standing the barrel up and holding it with ropes. Others, discovering there were no more detonators for the spring-loaded Piat missile throwers, tried instead to detonate the bombs with fuses made from boxes of matches. All about them friends lay dead or dying, and still they found the will to resist, and in doing so often amused one another. Men remember an Irish trooper knocked unconscious by a shell burst, opening his eyes at last to say, "I'm dead." Then, thinking it over, he remarked, "I can't be, I'm talking." To Colonel John Frost, whose hunting horn had called them to him on the sunny Sunday that was to be the opening of their victory march, they would always remain unbeaten. Yet now, on this dark and tragic Wednesday, he knew there was practically no possibility for relief. The number of men still capable of fighting was at best between 150 and 200, concentrated mainly about the damaged headquarters buildings on the western side of the ramp. Over 300 British and German wounded filled the cellars. They were crowded almost on top of each other, Frost noted, making it difficult for doctors and orderlies to get around and attend them. Soon he would have to make a decision about these casualties. If the headquarters building was hit again, as it was almost certain to be, Frost told Major Freddie Goff he did not see how I can fight it out to the last minute, then go and have our wounded be roasted. Measures would have to be taken to get out casualties before the building was demolished or overrun. Frost did not know how much time was left. He still believed he could control the approaches for a time, perhaps even another 24 hours, but his perimeter defences were now so weak that he knew a determined rush by the enemy could carry them into our midst. On Captain Mackay's side of the ramp, the pulverized schoolhouse looked, he thought, like a sieve. As Mackay later recalled, "We were alone. All the houses on the eastern side had been burned down, except for one to the south, which was held by the Germans. And in the schoolhouse horror had piled on horror. The men were exhausted and filthy," Mackay wrote, "and I was sick to my stomach every time I looked at them. Haggard, with bloodshot and red-rimmed eyes, almost everyone had some sort of dirty field dressing, and blood was everywhere." As wounded were carried down the stairway to the cellar, Mackay noted that on each landing blood had formed in pools and ran in small rivulets down the stairs. His remaining 13 men were huddled in 2s and 3s, manning positions that required twice that number. The only things that were clean were the men's weapons. In the shell of the schoolhouse, Mackay and his men fought off 3 enemy attacks in 2 hours, leaving around 4 times their number in enemy dead. As morning wore on, the fighting continued. Then, around noon, the man who had so stubbornly defied the Germans was wounded. As Frost met with Major Douglas Crawley to discuss a fighting patrol to clear the area, he remembers a tremendous explosion that lifted him off his feet and threw him face downward several yards away. A mortar bomb had exploded almost between the 2 men. Miraculously both were alive, but shrapnel had torn into Frost's left ankle and right shin bone, and Crawley was hit in both legs and his right arm. Frost, barely conscious, felt ashamed that he could not resist the groans that seemed to force themselves out of me, more particularly as Doug never made a sound. Wicks, Frost's batman, helped drag the 2 officers to cover, and stretcher-bearers carried them to the cellar with the other wounded. In the crowded basement, Father Egan tried to orient himself. In the dim recesses of the chilly room, Lieutenant Bucky Buchanan, the intelligence officer who had earlier helped to rescue Egan, appeared to have propped himself up wearily against the wall. But Buchanan was dead. A bomb blast had killed him outright without leaving a mark. Then, dazed and still in shock, Egan saw Frost being carried in. "I remember his face," Egan says. "He looked dead tired and dejected." Other wounded in the cellar saw their battalion commander too. To Lieutenant John Blunt, a friend of the dead Buchanan, the sight of the colonel on a stretcher was a crushing blow. "We subalterns had always considered him irrepressible," Blunt wrote. "It hurt to see him carried in like that. He had never given in to anything." Across the room, Private James Sims, who also had a shrapnel wound, remembers somebody anxiously calling out to Frost, "Sir, can we still hold out?" In England, Major General Sosabowski watched his brigade board the long lines of troop-carrier Dakotas. Ever since Sunday he had felt the tension build as his Poles waited to go. They had made the trip from their billets to the airfield on Tuesday only to have the operation cancelled. This Wednesday morning, learning of the change in his drop zone, Sosabowski himself had postponed the flight by 3 hours in order to work out new plans. Now, a little before 1 p.m., as the heavily laden paratroopers moved toward the plains, the atmosphere of impatience was gone. The men were on the way at last, and Sosabowski noted an almost light-hearted attitude among them. His frame of mind was far different. In the few short hours since the switch in plans, he had tried to learn everything he could about Urquhart's situation and the new drop zone. He had briefed his 3-battalion brigade down to platoon level, but the information he could give them was sparse. Sosabowski felt that they were ill-prepared, almost jumping into the unknown. Now, as propellers ticked over, his battalions began to climb aboard the 114 Dakotas that would take them to Holland. Satisfied with the loading, Sosabowski hoisted himself into the lead plane. With engines revving, the Dakota moved out, rolled slowly down the runway, turned and made ready for takeoff. Then it paused. To Sosabowski's dismay, the engines were throttled back. Minutes passed, and his anxiety grew. He wondered what was delaying takeoff. Suddenly the door opened, and an RAF officer climbed in. Making his way up the aisle to the general, he informed Sosabowski that control had just received word to halt the takeoff. The situation was a repeat of Tuesday. The southern fields were open and bomber resupply planes were taking off, but in the Grantham area a heavy overcast was settling in. Sosabowski was incredulous. He could hear the curses of his officers and men as the news was relayed. The flight was cancelled for 24 hours more, until 1 p.m. Thursday, September 21st. General Gavin's Glider Infantry Regiment, too, was grounded once again. On this day of the vital Vaal River assault at Nijmegen, Gavin's sorely needed 3,400 men with their guns and equipment could not get out. The Driel-Heveadorp ferry was still in operation. On this crucial Wednesday, D+3, when the Polish brigade might have been ferried across the Rhine to strengthen Urquhart's flagging troopers, the weather had struck again at Market Garden. Field Marshal Walter Model was finally ready to open his counter-offensive against the British and Americans in Holland. On this critical Wednesday, September 20th, the entire corridor erupted in one German attack after another. Model, his reinforcements steadily arriving, was certain that his forces were now strong enough to wipe out Montgomery's attack. He planned to pinch off the Allied corridor at Sonn, Wegel, and Nijmegen. The Arnhem Bridge, he knew, was almost in his hands. And von Zangen's 15th Army, the army that had been forgotten at Antwerp by Montgomery, was now slowly renewing its strength. Staffs were being newly organized, ammunition and supplies were arriving daily. Within 48 hours, in Army Group B's War Diary, Annex 2342, Model would report von Zangen's status to von Rundstedt in these terms: "The total number of personnel and equipment ferried across the Schelde by the 15th Army totals 82,000 men, 530 guns, 4,600 vehicles, over 4,000 horses, and a large amount of valuable material." Although these are the exact figures quoted from Army Group B's diary, they seem excessive, particularly in the number of guns, vehicles, and horses. The evacuation of the 15th Army across the Schelde and around Antwerp was directed by General Eugen Felix Schwalbe. In 1946 he gave the following estimate: 65,000 men, 225 guns, 750 trucks and wagons, and 1,000 horses. I cannot explain the discrepancy, but Schwalbe's figures seem much more realistic. Model was now so confident of von Sangen's ability to take over that within 72 hours he planned to completely reorganize his own command structure. Von Sangen would command all Army Group B forces west of the Allied corridor. General Student's 1st Parachute Army, now being systematically reinforced, would be assigned the eastern side. The moment had come for Model to begin his offensive with sharp, probing attacks. At the Somme Bridge on the morning of the 20th, panzer forces, striking into the 101st's area, almost succeeded in taking the bridge. Only quick action by General Taylor's men and British tanks held off the attack. Simultaneously as Horrocks's columns sped toward Nijmegen, the entire stretch of Taylor's sector came under pressure. At 11 a.m. in General Gavin's area, German troops, preceded by a heavy bombardment, advanced out of the Reichswald and attacked the 82nd's eastern flank. Within a few hours, a full-scale drive was in progress in the Mook area, threatening the Hermann Bridge. Rushing to the bridge from Nijmegen, where his men were preparing to assault the Waal, Gavin saw that the only bridge we owned that would take armour was in serious jeopardy. It was essential to the survival of the British and Americans crowded into Nijmegen, he recalls. His problem was acute. Every available 82nd unit was already committed. Hurriedly, Gavin asked for help from the Coldstream Guards. Then, with Gavin personally leading the counterattack, a bitter, unrelenting battle began that was to last all day. Shifting his forces back and forth like chessmen, Gavin held out and eventually forced the Germans to withdraw. He had always feared attack from the Reichswald. Now Gavin and the Corps commander, General Browning, knew that a new and more terrible phase of the fighting had begun. Among the prisoners taken were men from General Mendel's tough 2 Parachute Corps. Model's intention was now obvious. Key bridges were to be grabbed, the corridor was to be squeezed, and Horrocks's columns crushed. For his part, Model was convinced that the Allies would never cross at Nijmegen and drive the last 11 miles to Arnhem. Within the week, he confidently told General Bittrich he expected the battle to be over. Bittrich was less assured. He would feel happier, he told Model, if the Nijmegen bridges were destroyed. Model looked at him and angrily shouted, "No!" Major General Heinz Harmel was annoyed by the attitude of his superior, General Wilhelm Bittrich. The 2 SS Panzer Corps commander had adopted too far-sighted a view of the battle, Harmel felt. Bittrich seemed to have closed his mind completely to the ferrying problems at Pannerden. Those problems had hampered Harmel from the beginning, yet it appeared to him that Bittrich never remained long enough at the site to see for himself the almost impossible task of getting 20 tanks across the river, and 3 of them were Royal Tigers. It had taken Harmel's engineers nearly 3 days to build a ferry capable of carrying an estimated 40-ton load across the Rhine. Although Harmel believed the operation could now be accelerated, only 3 platoons of tanks, 12 Panthers, had so far reached the vicinity of Nijmegen. The remainder, including his Tiger tanks, were fighting at the Arnhem Bridge under the veteran Eastern Front commander, Major Hans-Peter Knaust. The 38-year-old Knaust had lost a leg in battle near Moscow in 1941. As Harmel recalls, he stomped about with a wooden one, and although he was always in pain, he never once complained. Yet Knaust, too, was the target for much of Harmel's displeasure. To reinforce the Frundsberg division, the Knaust Kampfgruppe had been rushed to Holland with 35 tanks, 5 armoured personnel carriers, and 1 self-propelled gun. But Knaust's veterans were of low calibre. Almost all of them had been badly wounded at one time or another. In Harmel's view, they were close to being invalids. Under normal conditions, the men would not have been in active service. Additionally, Knaust's replacements were young, and many had had only 8 weeks' training. The Arnhem Bridge battle had gone on so long that Harmel was now fearful of the situation at Nijmegen. In case the British broke through, he would need Knaust's tanks to hold the bridge and defence positions between Nijmegen and Arnhem. More armoured reinforcements were on the way, including 15 to 20 Tiger tanks and another 20 Panthers. But Harmel had no idea when they would arrive or whether the Arnhem Bridge would be open to speed their drive south. Even after its capture, Harmel envisioned a full day to clear the wreckage and get vehicles moving. To oversee all operations, Harmel had set up an advance command post near the village of Dornenburg, 2 miles west of Pannerden and 6 miles northeast of Nijmegen. From there he drove west to roughly the midpoint of the Nijmegen-Arnhem highway to study the terrain, automatically fixing in his mind defense positions that might be used if a breakthrough occurred. His reconnaissance produced one clear impression. It seemed impossible for either British or German tanks to leave the highway. Only light vehicles could travel the thinly surfaced, brick-paved secondary roads. His own tanks, moving to Nijmegen after crossing at Pannerden, had bogged down on just such roads, their weight crumbling the pavement. The main Nijmegen-Arnhem highway was in places a dike road, 9 to 12 feet above soft polder on either side. Tanks moving along these high stretches would be completely exposed, silhouetted against the sky. Well-sighted artillery could easily pick them off. At the moment, Harmel had almost no artillery covering the highway, thus it was imperative that Knaust's tanks and guns get across the Rhine and in position before a British breakthrough could occur at Nijmegen. Returning to his headquarters at Dornenburg, Harmel heard the latest reports from his Chief of Staff, Colonel Patch. There was good news from Arnhem. More prisoners were being taken, and the fighting at the bridge was beginning to break up. Knaust now believed he might have the crossing by late afternoon. Fighting continued in Nijmegen, but Captain Karl-Heinz Euling, although taking heavy casualties, was containing all efforts to seize the railway and road bridges there. The Americans and British had been stopped at both approaches. In the centre of the city, British forces had been held up too, but that situation was more precarious. Euling's report reflected an optimism that Harmel did not share. Eventually, by sheer weight of numbers, British armour would surely overrun the German line. Lighting a cigar, Harmel told Patch that he expected the full weight of the Anglo-American attack to be thrown at the highway bridge within 48 hours. If Knaust's tanks and artillerymen secured the Arnhem Bridge quickly, they might halt the British armoured drive. Should the panzers be slow in forcing the little band of British from the Arnhem Bridge and clearing it of wreckage, Harmel knew that against all orders he must blow the Nijmegen highway bridge. For all his careful consideration, he did not envision a most preposterous scheme that the American paratroopers might try to ford the river in a major amphibious assault. 10. Waiting paratroopers crowded the area not far from the crossing site, 1 mile downstream from the Nijmegen railway bridge. Throughout Tuesday night and well into Wednesday morning, as the Anglo-American forces under Lieutenant Colonel Goulburn and Lieutenant Colonel Van der Voort continued the battle for the railroad and highway bridges to the east, American and British soldiers laboured to widen the area leading to the riverbank, so that the tanks and heavy artillery of the Guards Armoured Division could take up firing positions to support the assault. Typhoons were scheduled to fly low over the northern bank 30 minutes before H-hour, spraying the entire area with rocket and machine gun fire. On the ground, tanks and artillery would pound the site for another 15 minutes. Then, under a smoke screen laid down by tanks, the first wave of men, led by 27-year-old Major Julian Cook, were to set out in one of the most daring river crossings ever made. The plan was as thorough as commanders working throughout the night could make it, but the boats in which Cook's troopers would cross the 400-yard-wide river had not arrived. H-hour, originally set for 1 p.m., was postponed until 3 p.m. In small groups the Americans waited as Cook paced up and down. Where are the damned boats, he wondered. Ever since he had been told by General Gavin and the 504th Regimental Commander Colonel Tucker that his 3rd Battalion would make the Vaal assault crossing, Cook had been shocked and dumbfounded. It seemed to the young West Pointer that we were being asked to make an Omaha Beach landing all by ourselves. Many of his men had never even been in a small boat. Cook was not the only one anxiously awaiting the arrival of the boats. Before noon, General Frederick Browning had received the first clear indication of the seriousness of Urquhart's situation. Received via British Second Army communications, the phantom message read in part, 201-105, Senior formation still in vicinity north end of main bridge, but not in touch and unable resupply. Arnhem entirely in enemy hands. Request all possible steps expedite relief. Fighting intense and opposition extremely strong. Position not too good. Browning was deeply disturbed. Every hour now mattered, and the quick seizure of the Nijmegen Bridge was vital to the survival of Urquhart's men. The relief of the Arnhem defenders was at this moment almost solely up to Cook and the 3rd Battalion, a fact of which Cook was unaware. In any event, the boats were not at hand, and no one even knew what they were like. All through the night, General Horrocks and his staff had been trying to speed their arrival. Far back in the engineering convoys, 3 trucks carrying the craft had been inching their way up the jam-packed road. Back in Eindhoven they had been held up by a fierce Luftwaffe bombing attack. The whole centre of the city was devastated. Scores of supply trucks had been destroyed, and an entire ammunition convoy had been ignited, adding to the carnage. Now, at the Waal crossing less than 1 hour before H hour, there was still no sign of the trucks and the vital boats. The assault site lay to the east of the massive PGEM electrical power plant, and originally it was believed that the crossing could be made from the plant itself. There, at the river's edge, a small inlet afforded protection for the loading, unobserved by the Germans. Colonel Tucker had rejected the site. It was too close to the enemy-held railway bridge. As the troopers emerged from the dock area, the Germans could sweep each assault wave with machine gun fire. Here, too, at the mouth of the inlet, the 8 to 10 mile-an-hour current swirled stronger. Shifting farther west, Tucker planned to have the men rush the boats at double time down to the river's edge, launch them and paddle across. That, too, worried Cook. From the little he had learned, each craft weighed about 200 pounds. When they were loaded with the men's equipment and ammunition, that figure would probably double. Once launched, each boat would carry 13 paratroopers and a crew of 3 engineers to row the men across. The operation would be continuous. In wave after wave, the assault craft were to cross back and forth until the whole of Cook's battalion and part of another, under Captain John Harrison, were across. Major Edward G. Tyler of the Irish Guards, whose tanks were to give fire support, was appalled by the whole concept. "It put the fear of God in me," Tyler recalls. He asked the cigar-chewing Colonel Tucker if his men had ever practiced this kind of operation before. "No," Tucker replied laconically, "they're getting on-the-job training." From the 9th floor of the power plant, Cook and Lieutenant Colonel Giles Vandeleur, commanding the Irish Guards 2nd Battalion, observed the North Shore through binoculars. Directly across from where they stood, flat ground ran inland from the river's edge for 200 to 800 yards. Cook's men would have to cross this unprotected stretch after they landed. Beyond the level shore, a sloping dike embankment rose some 15 to 20 feet high, and topping it was a 20-foot-wide road running west to east. A squat building called Fort Hof van Holland stood about 800 yards beyond the road. Cook and Vandeleur could clearly see enemy troops in position along the top of the embankment, and they were almost sure that observation and artillery posts were positioned inside the fort. Somebody, Cook remembers thinking, has come up with a real nightmare. Yet effective H-hour air and artillery support could soften the German resistance and enable the troopers to command the northern bank quickly. Cook was counting heavily on that support. Vandeleur thought the crossing might prove ghastly with heavy casualties, but he intended his tanks to support the Americans to the utmost. He planned to use about 30 Sherman tanks, 2 squadrons under command of Major Edward G. Tyler and Major Desmond Fitzgerald. At 2:30 p.m. the tanks were to move toward the river and mount the embankment, track to track, their 75mm guns lined up to pound the far shore. This British bombardment would be reinforced by the 82nd's mortar and artillery fire. In all, 100 guns would batter the northern bank. Cook's men, who had not seen the actual assault area as yet, had taken the briefing in their stride, but the width of the river shocked everyone. "At first, when we were briefed, we thought they were joking," recalls 2nd Lieutenant John Hollibird. "It all sounded too fantastic." Sergeant Theodore Finkbeiner, scheduled for the first wave, was sure that our chances were pretty good because of the smokescreen. But Captain T. Moffat Burris, commander of I Company, believed the plan was nothing short of a suicide mission. So did the 504th Protestant chaplain, Captain Delbert Keel. Normally Keel would not have gone in with assault troops. Now he requested permission to be with Cook's men. "It was the hardest decision I ever made," he recalls, "because I was going on my own volition. The plan seemed absolutely impossible, and I felt if ever the men needed me it would be on this operation." Captain Henry Baldwin Keep, who was known as the battalion's millionaire because he was a member of the Philadelphia Biddle family, considered that the odds were very much against us. In 18 months of almost steady combat we had done everything from parachute jumps to establishing bridgeheads to acting as mountain troops and as regular infantry, but a river crossing was something else. It sounded impossible. Cook, according to Lieutenant Virgil Carmichael, tried to lighten the atmosphere by announcing that he would imitate George Washington by standing erect in the boat and with clenched right fist pushed forward shout, "Onward, men, onward!" Captain Carl W. Capel, commander of H Company, who had heard that the Arnhem attack was in trouble, was deeply concerned. He wanted to get in the damn boat and get the hell across. He had a good friend in the British 1st Airborne, and he felt if anyone was on the Arnhem Bridge it was Frosty, Colonel John Frost. By 2 p.m. there was still no sign of the assault craft, and now it was too late to recall the approaching squadrons of Typhoons. Back of the jump-off site, hidden behind the river embankment, Cook's men and Vandeleu's tanks waited. At precisely 2:30 p.m. the Typhoon strike began. Flashing overhead, the planes peeled off and screamed down one after another, shooting rockets and machine-gun fire at the enemy positions. 10 minutes later, as Vandeleu's tanks began taking up positions on the embankment, the 3 trucks carrying the assault craft arrived. With only 20 minutes to go, Cook's men saw for the first time the flimsy, collapsible green boats. Each boat was 19 feet long with a flat, reinforced plywood bottom. The canvas sides, held in place by wooden pegs, measured 30 inches from floor to gunwales. 8 paddles, 4 feet long, were supposed to accompany each boat, but in many there were only 2. Men would have to use their rifle butts to paddle. Quickly, engineers began assembling the boats. As each was put together, the paratroopers assigned to the craft loaded their equipment on board and got ready to dash for the bank. Against the deafening din of the barrage now lashing the far shore, the 26 boats were finally assembled. Somebody yelled, "Go!" First Lieutenant Patrick Malloy recalls, and everybody grabbed the gunwales and started to lug the boats down to the river. From the rear, shells screamed over the men's heads. Tank guns barked from the embankment ahead of them, and white smoke, looking fairly thick to Malloy, drifted over the width of the river. The assault was on. As the first wave of some 260 men, 2 companies H and I plus headquarters staff and engineers, got to the water, the launching immediately began to assume the proportions of a disaster. Boats put into too shallow water bogged down in the mud and would not budge. Struggling and thrashing in the shallows, men carried them to deeper parts, pushed them out and then climbed in. As some troopers tried to hoist themselves aboard, their boats overturned. Other boats, overloaded, were caught by the current and began circling out of control. Some sank under their heavy loads. Paddles were lost. Men fell overboard. Captain Carl Capel saw the scene as one of mass confusion. His boat began to founder. Private Legassi was in the water and starting to go down, Capel remembers. Diving in after him, Capel was surprised at the swiftness of the current. He was able to grab Legassi and pull him to safety, but by the time I got him to the bank I was an old man and worn out. Jumping into another boat, Capel started out again. First Lieutenant Tom McLeod's craft was almost awash, and he thought they were sinking. Paddles were flaying like mad, he remembers, and all he could hear above the din was Cook's voice from a nearby boat yelling, "Keep going! Keep going!" The Major, a devout Catholic, was also praying out loud. Lieutenant Virgil Carmichael noticed that he had developed a kind of cadence with each line. "Hail Mary, full of grace! Hail Mary, full of grace," Cook chanted with every stroke of the paddle. "The Lord is with thee" was too long, Cook says, so I kept repeating, "Hail Mary," 1 stroke, "full of grace," 2nd stroke. Captain Keep tried to remember his crewing days at Princeton, but he found himself nervously counting 7, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 9. Then, in the midst of the confusion, the Germans opened up. The fire was so intense and concentrated that it reminded Lieutenant Malloy of the worst we ever took at Anzio. They were blazing away with heavy machine guns and mortars, most of it coming from the embankment and the railroad bridge. I felt like a sitting duck. Captain Keel was sick with horror. The head of the man sitting next to him was blown off. Over and over Keel kept repeating, "Lord, thy will be done." From his command post in the PGEM building, Lieutenant Colonel Vandeleur, along with General Browning and General Horrocks, watched in grim silence. It was a horrible, horrible sight, Vandeleur remembers. Boats were literally blown out of the water. Huge geysers shot up as shells hit, and small arms fire from the northern bank made the river look like a seething cauldron. Instinctively, men began to crouch in the boats. Lieutenant Hollowbird, staring at the fragile canvas sides, felt totally exposed and defenseless. Even his helmet seemed about as small as a beanie. Shrapnel ripped through the little fleet. The boat carrying half of First Lieutenant James Magellas's platoon sank without a trace. There were no survivors. First Lieutenant Alan McLean saw 2 craft blown apart and troopers thrown into the water. Around Captain T. Moffat Burris's boat, fire was coming down like a hailstorm, and finally the engineer steering the boat said, "Take the rudder, I'm hit." His wrist was shattered. As Burris leaned over to help, the engineer was hit again, this time in the head. Shell fragments caught Burris in the side. As the engineer fell overboard, his foot caught the gunwale, causing his body to act like a rudder and swinging the boat around. Burris had to heave the dead man into the water. By then 2 more troopers sitting in front had also been killed. Under a brisk wind, the smokescreen had been blown to tatters. Now German gunners raked each boat individually. Sergeant Clark Fuller saw that some men, in their haste to get across quickly and desperately trying to avoid the fire, rowed against each other, causing their boats to swing around in circles. The Germans picked them off easily. Fuller was so scared that he felt paralyzed. Halfway across, Private Leonard G. Tremble was suddenly slammed into the bottom of the boat. His craft had taken a direct hit. Wounded in the face, shoulder, right arm, and left leg, Tremble was sure he was bleeding to death. Taking water, the boat swung crazily in circles, then drifted slowly back to the southern shore, everyone in it dead but Tremble. In the command post, Vandeleur saw that huge gaps had begun to appear in the smoke screen. His tankers had fired smoke shells for more than 10 minutes, but now the guardsmen were running low on every kind of ammunition. The Germans had switched ammunition and were beginning to use big stuff, and I remembered almost trying to will the Americans to go faster. It was obvious that these young paratroopers were inexperienced in handling assault boats, which are not the easiest things to maneuver. They were zigzagging all over the water. Then the first wave reached the northern bank. Men struggled out of the boats, guns firing, and started across the exposed flat land. Sergeant Clark Fuller, who a few minutes before had been paralyzed with fear, was so happy to be alive that he felt exhilarated. My fear had been replaced by a surge of recklessness. I felt I could lick the whole German army. Vandeleur, watching the landing, saw 1 or 2 boats hit the beach, followed immediately by 3 or 4 others. Nobody paused. Men got out and began running toward the embankment. My God, what a courageous sight it was! They just moved steadily across that open ground. I never saw a single man lie down until he was hit. I didn't think more than half the fleet made it across. Then, to Vandeleur's amazement, the boats turned around and started back for the second wave. Turning to Horrocks, General Browning said, "I have never seen a more gallant action." As Julian Cook's assault craft neared the beach, he jumped out and pulled the boat, eager to get ashore. Suddenly to his right he saw a bubbling commotion in the grey water. It looked like a large air bubble steadily approaching the bank, he remembers. I thought I was seeing things when the top of a helmet broke the surface and continued on moving. Then a face appeared under the helmet. It was the little machine gunner, Private Joseph Jedlicka. He had bandoliers of 30-caliber machine-gun bullets draped around his shoulders and a box in either hand. Jedlicka had fallen overboard in 8 feet of water, and, holding his breath, had calmly walked across the river bottom until he emerged. Medics were already working on the beach, and as First Lieutenant Tom McLeod prepared to return across the Vaal for another boatload of troopers, he saw that rifles had been stuck in the ground next to the fallen. Shortly after 4 p.m., General Heinz Harmel received an alarming message at his headquarters in Dornenburg. It was reported that a white smoke screen has been thrown across the river opposite Fort Hof van Holland. Harmel, with some of his staff, rushed by car to the village of Lent on the northern bank of the Vaal, a mile from the Nijmegen highway bridge. The smoke could mean only one thing. The Anglo-Americans were trying to cross the Vaal by boat. Still, Harmel could not believe his own analysis. The width of the river, the forces manning the northern bank, Oyling's optimistic report of the morning, and his own estimate of the British and American forces in Nijmegen all argued against the operation. But Harmel decided to see for himself. He remembers that, "I had no intention of being arrested and shot by Berlin for letting the bridges fall into enemy hands, no matter how Model felt about it." Major Julian Cook knew his losses were appalling, but he had no time to assess them now. His companies had landed everywhere along the exposed stretch of beach. Units were inextricably mixed up and, for the time, without organization. The Germans were flaying the beach with machine-gun fire, yet his stubborn troopers refused to be pinned down. Individually and in twos and threes they headed for the embankment. It was either stay and get riddled or move, Cook remembers. Struggling forward, the men, armed with machine guns, grenades, and fixed bayonets, charged the embankment and viciously dug the Germans out. Sergeant Theodore Finkbeiner believes he was one of the first to reach the High Dyke roadway. "I stuck my head over the top and stared right into the muzzle of a machine gun," he recalls. "He ducked, but the muzzle blast blew my helmet off." Finkbeiner tossed a grenade into the German emplacement, heard the explosion and the sound of men screaming. Then he quickly hoisted himself up onto the embankment road and headed for the next machine-gun nest. Captain Moffat Burris had no time to think about the shrapnel wound in his side. When he landed, he was so happy to be alive that I vomited. He ran straight for the dike, yelling to his men to get one machine gun firing on the left flank, another on the right. They did. Burris saw several houses back of the dike. Kicking the door of one open, he surprised several Germans who had been sleeping, apparently unaware of what was happening. Reaching quickly for a hand grenade, Burris pulled the pin, threw it into the room and slammed the door. In the smoke, noise, and confusion, some men in the first wave did not remember how they got off the beach. Corporal Jack Bomber, a communications man laden down with equipment, simply ran forward. He had only one thing in mind, to survive if possible. He knew he had to get to the embankment and wait for further instructions. On reaching the crest, he saw dead bodies everywhere, and Germans, some no more than 15 years old, others in their 60s, who a few minutes before had been slaughtering us in the boats, were now begging for mercy, trying to surrender. Men were too shocked by their ordeal and too angry at the death of friends to take many prisoners. Bomber recalls that some Germans were shot out of hand at point-blank range. Sickened and exhausted by the crossing, their dead and wounded lying on the beach, the men of the first wave subdued the German defenders on the Dyke Road in less than 30 minutes. Not all the enemy positions had been overrun, but now troopers hunched down in former German machine-gun nests to protect the arrival of succeeding waves. 2 more craft were lost in the second crossing, and still under heavy shell fire, exhausted engineers in the 11 remaining craft made 5 more trips to bring all the Americans across the blood-stained Vaal. Speed was all that mattered now. Cook's men had to grab the northern ends of the crossings before the Germans fully realized what was happening, and before they blew the bridges. By now the embankment defense line had been overrun, and the Germans were pulling back to secondary positions. Cook's troopers gave them no quarter. Captain Henry Keep comments that what remained of the battalion seemed driven to fever pitch, and rendered crazy by rage, men temporarily forgot the meaning of fear. I have never witnessed this human metamorphosis so acutely displayed as on this day. It was an awe-inspiring sight, but not a pretty one. Individually and in small groups, men who had sat helpless in the boats as friends died all around them took on 4 and 5 times their number with grenades, submachine guns, and bayonets. With brutal efficiency they dug the Germans out, and without stopping to rest or regroup continued their rampaging assault. They fought through fields, orchards, and houses back of the embankment, under the fire of machine guns and anti-aircraft batteries hammering at them from Fort Hof van Holland directly ahead. As some groups headed due east along the sunken dike road for the bridges, others stormed the fort, almost oblivious to the German guns. Some troopers laden with grenades swam the moat surrounding the fortress and began climbing the walls. Sergeant Leroy Richmond, swimming underwater, took the enemy soldier guarding the causeway by surprise, then waved his men across. According to First Lieutenant Virgil F. Carmichael, troopers somehow climbed to the top of the fort, then others below tossed up hand grenades which were promptly dropped into the turret portholes one after the other. The German defenders quickly surrendered. Meanwhile, units from 2 companies, Captain Burris's I Company and Captain Cappell's H Company, were sprinting for the bridges. At the railroad bridge, H Company found the German defense so fierce that it looked as though the American attack might stall. According to Charles B. MacDonald in the Siegfried Line campaign, the Germans on the bridge had a formidable array of armament, which included 34 machine guns, 2 20mm anti-aircraft guns, and 1 88mm dual-purpose gun. Then the continuing pressure from the British and American forces at the southern end and in Nijmegen itself caused the enemy suddenly to crack. To Kappel's amazement, the Germans began to retreat across the bridge, in wholesale numbers, right into the American guns. From his tank near the PGEM factory, Lieutenant John Gorman could see what looked like hundreds of Germans, confused and panic-stricken, running across the bridge right toward the Americans. On the northern bank, First Lieutenant Richard La Riviere and Lieutenant E.J. Sims also saw them coming. In disbelief they watched as the Germans abandoned their guns and hurried toward the northern exit. "They were coming across in a mass," recalls La Riviere, "and we let them come, 2/3 of the way. Then the Americans opened fire. A hail of bullets ripped into the defenders. Germans fell everywhere, some into the girders under the bridge, others to the water below. More than 260 lay dead, many were wounded, and scores more were taken prisoners before the firing ceased. Within 2 hours of the Vaal River assault, the first of the bridges had fallen. Major Edward G. Tyler of the Irish Guards saw someone waving. "I had been concentrating so long on that railroad bridge that for me it was the only one in existence. I got on the wireless and radioed battalion, 'They're on the bridge! They've got the bridge!' The time was 5 p.m. Captain Tony Hayward of the Grenadier Guards received Major Tyler's message and found it utterly confusing. Which bridge did the message refer to? The Grenadiers under Lieutenant Colonel Goulburn were still fighting alongside Colonel van der Voort's troopers near the Valkhof, where Oyling's SS forces continued to deny them the highway bridge. If the message meant that the highway bridge had been taken, Hayward remembers, I couldn't figure how they had gotten across. The railroad bridge was intact and physically in Anglo-American hands, but Germans, either prepared to fight to the last or too frightened to leave their positions, were still on it. The Americans had made a quick search for demolition charges at the northern end. Although they had found nothing, there was still a chance that the bridge was wired and ready to be destroyed. Captain Cappell now radioed Major Cook, urging him to get British tanks across as quickly as possible. With these as support, he and Captain Burris of I Company believed they could grab the big prize, the Nijmegen Highway Bridge, slightly less than a mile east. Then, recalls Cappell, Colonel Tucker arrived. The request, Tucker said, had been relayed, but the Germans might blow both bridges at any moment. Without hesitation, Cook's troopers pushed on for the highway bridge. General Harmel could not make out what was happening. Binoculars to his eyes, he stood on the roof of a bunker near the village of Lent. From this position on the northern bank of the Vaal, barely a mile from the main Nijmegen highway bridge, he could see smoke and haze off to his right and hear the crash of battle. But no one seemed to know exactly what was taking place, except that an attempt had been made to cross the river near the railroad bridge. He could see the highway bridge quite clearly. There was nothing on it. Then, as Harmel recalls, the wounded started to arrive, and I began to get conflicting reports. Americans, he learned, had crossed the river. but everything was exaggerated. I could not tell if they had come across in 10 boats or 100. His mind working furiously, trying to decide what to do next, Harmel checked with his engineers. I was informed that both bridges were ready to go, he remembers. The local commander was instructed to destroy the railroad bridge. The detonator for the highway bridge was hidden in a garden near the bunker at Lent, and a man was stationed there awaiting orders to press the plunger. Then Harmel received his first clear report. Only a few boats had crossed the river, and the battle was still in progress. Looking through his binoculars again, he saw that the highway bridge was still clear and free of movement. Although his instinct was to get this troublesome bridge weighing on my shoulders destroyed, I had no intention of doing anything until I was absolutely sure that it was lost. If he was forced to blow the highway bridge, Harmel decided, he would make sure that it was crowded with British tanks and let them go up in the blast too. In Hunner Park and in the Valkhof close by the southern approaches to the highway bridge, Captain Karl Euling's SS Panzer Grenadiers were fighting for their lives. The Anglo-American attack by Lieutenant Colonel Edward Goulburn's Grenadier Guards and Lieutenant Colonel Ben van der Voort's 2nd Battalion of the 82nd's 505th Regiment was methodical and relentless. Van der Voort's mortars and artillery pounded the German defence line as his men sprinted from house to house. Closing the gap between themselves and Euling's steadily shrinking defences, Goulburn's tanks moved up the converging streets, driving the Germans before them, their 17-pounders and machine guns blasting. The Germans fought back hard. It was the heaviest volume of fire I ever encountered, recalls Sergeant Spencer Worst, then a 19-year-old veteran who had been with the 82nd since North Africa. I had the feeling I could reach up and grab bullets with each hand. From his vantage point on the ledge of a house some 25 yards from the Valkhof, Worst could look down into the German positions. There were foxholes all over the park, he remembers, and all the action seemed to be centered from these and from a medieval tower. I watched our men break out from right and left and charge right up to the traffic circle. We were so anxious to get that bridge that I saw some men crawl over to the foxholes and literally drag the Germans out. Worst's own rifle was so hot that cosmoline began to ooze from the wood stock. As the murderous firefight continued, Worst was astounded to see Colonel van der Voort stroll across the street smoking a cigarette. He stopped in front of the house I was in, looked up and said, "Sergeant, I think you better go see if you can get that tank moving." Van der Voort pointed to the entrance to the park where a British tank was sitting, its turret closed. Clambering off the roof, Worst ran to the tank and rapped on its side with his helmet. The turret opened. "Colonel wants you to move it," Worst said. "Come on, I'll show you where to fire." Advancing beside the tank in full view of the Germans, Worst pointed out targets. As the intense fire coming from Van der Voort's men and Goulburn's tanks increased, the enemy defence ring began to collapse. The formidable line of anti-tank guns that had stopped each previous attack was obliterated. Finally, only 4 self-propelled guns dug into the centre of the traffic circle remained firing. Then, a little after 4 p.m., in an all-out tank and infantry assault, these too were overrun. As Van der Voort's troopers charged with bayonets and grenades, Goulburn lined his tanks up 4 abreast and sent them charging into the park. In panic, the Germans broke. As they retreated, some tried to take cover in the girders of the bridge. Others, farther away, raced through the American and British fire toward the medieval fort. As the Germans passed, scores of troopers lobbed grenades into their midst. The assault was over. "They had given us a real rough time," Worst says. "We watched them charging right past us, up over the road leading onto the bridge, and some went off to the east. We felt pretty good." General Alan Adair, commander of the Guards Armoured Division directing operations in a nearby building, remembers, "Gritting my teeth, dreading the sound of an explosion that would tell me the Germans had blown the bridge." He heard nothing. The approaches to the Great Vaal Bridge lay open, the span itself apparently intact. Sergeant Peter Robinson's troop of 4 tanks had been waiting for just this moment. Now they moved out for the bridge. It has been said that an American flag was raised on the north end of the railroad bridge, and in the smoke and confusion British tankers thought it was flying on the far end of the highway bridge, signalling the American seizure of that end. The story may be true, but in scores of interviews I have not found a single participant who confirmed it. I have walked over the entire area, and it seems inconceivable that anyone looking across the highway bridge could mistake a flag flying a mile to the west as the terminus of this crossing. The 29-year-old Dunkirk veteran had been alerted a few hours earlier by his squadron leader, Major John Trotter, to stand ready to go for the bridge. Germans were still on the crossing, and Trotter now warned Robinson, "We don't know what to expect when you cross, but the bridge has to be taken. Don't stop for anything." Shaking hands with the sergeant, Trotter added jokingly, "Don't worry, I know where your wife lives, and if anything happens, I'll let her know." Robinson was not amused. "You're bloody cheerful, aren't you, sir?" he asked Trotter. Climbing onto his tank, Robinson led off for the bridge. The troop of 4 tanks came into Hunner Park by the right of the roundabout. To Robinson it appeared that the whole town was burning. Buildings to my left and right were on fire. Wreathed in smoke, the great crossing looked damned big. As Robinson's tank rumbled forward, he reported constantly by radio to division headquarters. Everyone else had been ordered off the air, he recalls. Clanking onto the approaches, Robinson remembers, "We came under heavy fire. There was an explosion. One of the idler wheels carrying the track on one side of the tank had been hit. The tank was still running, although the wireless was dead and I had lost touch with headquarters." Shouting to his driver to reverse, Robinson backed his tank to the side of the road. Quickly the sergeant jumped out, ran to the tank behind him, and told its commander, Sergeant Billingham, to get out. Billingham began to argue. Robinson shouted that he was giving a direct order, "Get out of that tank damned quick and follow along in mine." The 3rd tank in line, commanded by Sergeant Charles W. Pacey, had pulled out and was leading the way onto the bridge. Jumping aboard Billingham's tank, Robinson ordered the others to follow. As the 4 tanks advanced, Robinson recalls, they came under fire from a big 88 parked on the other side of the river, near some burning houses, and from what appeared to be a self-propelled gun in the far distance. Colonel Vandervoort, watching the tanks, saw the 88 begin to fire. It was pretty spectacular, he recalls. The 88 was sandbagged into the side of the highway about 100 yards from the north end of the bridge. One tank and the 88 exchanged about 4 rounds apiece, with the tanks spitting .30 caliber tracers all the while. In the gathering dusk it was quite a show. Then Robinson's gunner, Guardsman Leslie Johnson, got the 88 with another shot. Germans with grenades, rifles and machine guns clung to the girders of the bridge, Robinson remembers. The tank machine guns began to knock them off like 9-pins. And Johnson, answering the heavy enemy artillery fire, pumped shells through his gun as fast as the loader could run them through. In a hail of fire, Robinson's troop rattled forward, now approaching the halfway mark on the highway bridge. In the twilight, billowing smoke clogged the distant Waal highway bridge. At his forward position near Lent, General Heinz Harmel stared through his binoculars. Guns were banging all around him, and troops were moving back through the village to take up new positions. Harmel's worst fear had now been realized. The Americans, against all expectations, had succeeded in making a bold, successful crossing of the Waal. In Nijmegen itself, the optimism of Captain Karl Euling had proved unfounded. The last message received from him had been terse. Euling said he was encircled with only 60 men left. Now Harmel knew beyond doubt that the bridges were lost. He did not know whether the railroad bridge had been destroyed, but if he was to demolish the highway bridge, it must be done immediately. "Everything seemed to pass through my mind all at once," he recalled. "What must be done first? What is the most urgent, most important action to take? It all came down to the bridges." He had not contacted Bittrich beforehand to warn him that I might have to demolish the highway crossing. I presumed that it was Bittrich who had ordered the bridges readied for demolition. So, Harmel reasoned, in spite of Modell's order, if Bittrich had been in my shoes, he would have blown the main bridge. In my opinion, Modell's order was now automatically cancelled anyway. At any moment he expected tanks to appear on the highway bridge. Standing next to the engineer by the detonator box, Harmel scanned the crossing. At first he could detect no movement. Then suddenly he saw a single tank reach the centre, then a second behind and to its right. To the engineer he said, "Get ready." 2 more tanks appeared in view, and Harmel waited for the line to reach the exact middle before giving the order. He shouted, "Let it blow!" The engineer jammed the plunger down. Nothing happened. The British tanks continued to advance. Harmel yelled, "Again!" Once more the engineer slammed down the detonator handle, but again the huge explosions that Harmel had expected failed to occur. "I was waiting to see the bridge collapse and the tanks plunge into the river," he recalled. "Instead they moved forward relentlessly, getting bigger and bigger, closer and closer." He yelled to his anxious staff, "My God, they'll be here in 2 minutes!" Rapping out orders to his officers, Harmel told them to block the roads between Elst and Lent with every available anti-tank gun and artillery piece, because if we don't, they'll roll straight through to Arnhem. Then, to his dismay, he learned that the railroad bridge was also still standing. Hurrying to a radio unit in one of the nearby command posts, he contacted his advance headquarters and spoke with his operations officer. "Stolai," Harmel said. "Tell Bittrich. They're over the Waal." Sergeant Peter Robinson's 4 tanks pressed on across the bridge. A second 88 had stopped firing, and Robinson reckoned we had put it out of operation too. Looming ahead was a roadblock of heavy concrete cubes with a gap of approximately 10 feet in the middle. Robinson saw Sergeant Pacey's tank make it through and stop on the far side. Then Robinson got past, and as Pacey covered the 3 tanks, took the lead once more. Robinson remembers that visibility was terrible. "I was shouting like hell, trying to direct the gunner, the driver, and inform headquarters all at the same time. The noise was unbelievable, with all sorts of fire clanging off the girders." 300 to 400 yards ahead on the right, alongside the roadbed, Robinson saw another 88. He shouted to the gunner, "Traverse right, 400 yards, and fire." Guardsman Johnson blew the gun to pieces. As infantry around it began to run, Johnson opened up with his machine gun. "It was a massacre," he recalled. "I didn't even have to bother looking through the periscope. There were so many of them that I just pulled the trigger." He could feel the tank bumping over the bodies lying in the road. From the turret, Robinson saw that his 3 tanks were still coming on unharmed. He radioed to them to close up and get a move on. The troop was now nearing the northern end of the bridge. Within seconds, a self-propelled gun began to fire. "There were 2 big bangs in front of us," Robinson recalls. "My tin hat was blown off, but I wasn't hit." Johnson fired off 3 or 4 shells. The gun and a nearby house burst into flame, and the whole area was lit up like day. Before he realized it, Robinson's tanks were across the bridge. He ordered the gunners to cease fire, and as the dust cleared, he caught sight of some figures in the ditch. At first he thought they were German. Then, from the shape of their helmets, I knew they were Yanks. Suddenly there were Americans swarming all over the tank, hugging and kissing me, even kissing the tank. Captain T. Moffat Burris, his clothes still damp and blood-soaked from the shrapnel wound he had received during the Waal crossing, grinned up at Johnson. "You guys are the most beautiful sight I've seen in years," he said. The huge multi-spanned Nijmegen crossing, together with its approaches almost a half-mile long, had fallen intact. Of the Market Garden bridges, the last but one was now in Allied hands. The time was 7:15 p.m. September 20th. Arnhem lay only 11 miles away. Lieutenant Tony Jones of the Royal Engineers, a man whom General Horrocks was later to describe as the bravest of the brave, had followed Robinson's troop across the bridge. Searching carefully for demolitions, Jones worked so intently that he was unaware that Germans, still on the girders, were shooting at him. In fact, he recalls, "I don't ever remember seeing any." Near the roadblock in the centre of the bridge he found 6 or 8 wires coming over the railing and lying on the footpath. Jones promptly cut the wires. Nearby he found a dozen teller mines neatly stacked in a slit trench. He reasoned that they were presumably to be used to close the 10-foot gap in the roadblock, but the Germans hadn't had the time to do it. Jones removed the detonators and threw them into the river. At the bridge's northern end he found the main explosive charges in one of the piers. He was staggered by the preparations for the German demolition job. The tin demolition boxes, painted green to match the colour of the bridge, were manufactured precisely to fit the girders they were attached to. Each had a matching serial number, and altogether they were packed with about 500 pounds of TNT. The explosives were designed to be fired electrically, and the detonators were still in place and attached to the wires Jones had just cut on the bridge. He could not understand why the Germans had not destroyed the bridge, unless the sudden, smashing Anglo-American drive had given them no time. With the detonators now removed and all wires cut, the bridge was safe for vehicles and tanks. But the British armoured task force that the Americans had expected would move out immediately for Arnhem did not appear. The link-up with the British 1st Airborne at the farthest end of the corridor weighed heavily on the minds of the Americans. Paratroopers themselves, they felt a strong kinship with the men still fighting up ahead. Cook's battalion had suffered brutally in crossing the Vaal. He had lost more than half of his 2 companies. 134 men had been killed, wounded, or were missing. But the mission to capture the Nijmegen Bridge from both ends and open the road north had been accomplished. Now Cook's officers quickly pushed their units out into a perimeter defence about the northern end of the highway bridge and waited, expecting to see tanks race past them to relieve the British paratroopers up ahead. But there was no further movement over the bridge. Cook could not understand what was happening. He had expected the tanks to go like hell toward Arnhem before light failed. Captain Carl Kappel, commander of H Company, whose friend Colonel John Frost was somewhere up there, was on edge. His men had also found and cut wires on the northern end. He was certain that the bridge was safe. As he and Lieutenant La Riviere continued to watch the empty bridge, Kappel said impatiently, "Perhaps we should take a patrol and lead them over by the hand." Second Lieutenant Ernest Murphy of Cook's battalion ran up to Sergeant Peter Robinson, whose troops had crossed the bridge, and reported to him that, "We've cleared the area ahead for about a quarter of a mile. Now it's up to you guys to carry on the attack to Arnhem." Robinson wanted to go, but he had been told to hold the road and the end of the bridge at all costs. He had no orders to move out. Colonel Tucker, the 504th Regimental commander, was fuming at the British delay. Tucker had supposed that a special task force would make a dash up the road the moment the bridge was taken and cleared of demolitions. The time to do it, he believed, was right then, before the Germans could recover their balance. As he later wrote, "We had killed ourselves crossing the Vaal to grab the north end of the bridge. We just stood there, seething as the British settled in for the night, failing to take advantage of the situation. We couldn't understand it. It simply wasn't the way we did things in the American Army, especially if it had been our guys hanging by their fingernails 11 miles away. We'd have been going, rolling without stop. That's what Georgie Patton would have done, whether it was daylight or dark." Lieutenant A.D. Demetrius overheard Tucker arguing with a major from the Guards' Armoured Division. "I think a most incredible decision was being made right there on the spot," he recalls. From inside a small bungalow being used as a command post, Demetrius heard Tucker say angrily, "Your boys are hurting up there at Arnhem. You'd better go. It's only 11 miles. The major told the colonel that British armour could not proceed until infantry came up, Demetrius recalls. "They were fighting the war by the book," Colonel Tucker said. "They had harboured for the night. As usual, they stopped for tea." Although his men were at less than half strength and almost out of ammunition, Tucker thought of sending the 82nd Troopers north toward Arnhem on their own. Yet he knew that General Gavin would never have approved his action. The 82nd, strung out along its section of the corridor, could not afford the manpower. But Gavin's sympathies were with his men. The British should have driven ahead. As he was later to put it, there was no better soldier than the Corps commander, General Browning. Still, he was a theorist. Had Ridgway been in command at that moment, we would have been ordered up the road in spite of all our difficulties to save the men at Arnhem. Says General Gavin, "I cannot tell you the anger and bitterness of my men. I found Tucker at dawn so irate that he was almost unable to speak. There is no soldier in the world that I admire more than the British, but British infantry leaders somehow did not understand the camaraderie of airborne troops. To our men there was only one objective, to save their brother paratroopers in Arnhem. It was tragic. I knew Tucker wanted to go, but I could never have allowed it. I had my hands full. Besides, Tucker and my other line officers did not appreciate some of the problems that the British had at that moment." Despite their apparent casualness, the British officers, Browning, Horrocks, Dempsey and Adair, were well aware of the urgency of moving on. Yet the problems were immense. Horrocks's corps was short of gasoline and ammunition. He saw indications that his columns might be pinched off south of Nijmegen at any moment. Fighting was still going on in the centre of the city, and Major General G.I. Thomas's 43rd Wessex Division, far back in the column, had not even reached the bridge at Grave, 8 miles to the south. Cautious and methodical, Thomas had not been able to keep pace with the British columns. The Germans had cut the road at several points, and Thomas's men had battled fiercely to re-secure it and drive back attacks. Although worried by the viciousness of the German attacks that were now pressing on both sides of the narrow corridor running to Nijmegen, General Browning believed that Thomas could have moved faster. Horrocks was not so sure. Concerned by the massive traffic jams along the road, he told General Gavin, "Jim, never try to supply a corps up just one road." Terrain, the difficulty Montgomery had foreseen and Model had counted on, greatly influenced the tactical considerations involved in moving on from the Nijmegen bridge. It was clear to General Adair, commanding the Guards' armoured division, that the tanks had reached the worst part of the Market Garden corridor. The dead-straight, high-dyke road ahead between Nijmegen and Arnhem looked like an island. "When I saw that island, my heart sank," Adair later recalled. "You can't imagine anything more unsuitable for tanks. Steep banks with ditches on each side that could be easily covered by German guns." In spite of his misgivings, Adair knew they would have to have a shot at it, but he had virtually no infantry, and to get along that road was obviously first a job for infantry. Horrocks had reached the same conclusion. The tanks would have to wait until infantry could move up and pass through the Guards' armoured columns. It would be almost 18 hours before a tank attack toward Arnhem could begin. Yet the corps commander, like the Americans, had held out hope for a quick move up the corridor. Immediately upon the capture of the Nijmegen crossing, believing that the northern end of the Arnhem Bridge was still in British hands, General Browning had informed Urquhart that tanks were across. At 2 minutes to midnight, still optimistic about an early start, Browning sent the following message: 202358, intention Guards Armoured Division at first light to go all out for bridges at Arnhem. Some 45 minutes later, learning of the delay in bringing up infantry, Browning sent Urquhart a third message: 210045, tomorrow attack 1st Airborne Division will be first priority, but do not expect another advance possibly before 1200 hours. In Arnhem, the first priority was far too late. The men of Colonel John Frost's 2nd Battalion had already been enveloped by their tragic fate. 3 hours before Sergeant Robinson's troop had rattled across the great Nijmegen span, the first 3 tanks under Major Hans-Peter Knaust's command had at last bludgeoned their way onto the Arnhem Bridge. 11. In the afternoon, as the first wave of Major Cook's paratroopers began to cross the Vaal, Captain Eric Mackay gave the order to evacuate the Arnhem schoolhouse his men had held for more than 60 hours, since evening on September 17th. From 70 yards away, a Tiger tank fired shell after shell into the southern face of the building. The house was burning now, Mackay remembers, and I heard my little stock of explosives which had been left upstairs blow up. Of the 13 men still able to move about, each was down to just 1 clip of ammunition. Hobbling about the cellar, Mackay decided that his troopers would break out, fighting to the end. He had no intention of leaving his wounded behind. With Lieutenant Dennis Simpson leading the way, Mackay and 2 men acted as rear guard as the paratroopers brought their casualties up from the cellar. While Simpson covered them, the injured were moved into a side garden. Then, just as Simpson moved toward the next house, a mortar bombardment began, and I heard him shout, 6 more wounded. I knew, Mackay recalls, that we would be massacred, or the wounded would at any rate, if we tried to escape with them. I yelled to Simpson to surrender. Collecting the remaining 5 men, each armed with a Bren gun, Mackay headed east, the one direction he believed the Germans would not expect him to take. His plan was to lay low for the night and try to make our way back west to join the main force. Mackay led his men across the road through ruined houses on the opposite side and onto the next street. There they came face to face with 2 tanks accompanied by 50 or 60 soldiers. Quickly moving line abreast, the 6 paratroopers riddled the mass of startled Germans. We had time for only a single magazine apiece, Mackay recalls. It was all over in 2 or 3 seconds. The Germans just dropped like half-filled sacks of grain. As Mackay shouted to his group to head for a nearby house, another man was killed and a second wounded. Reaching temporary shelter, Mackay told the 3 remaining men, "This fight is over." He suggested the troopers move out individually. "With luck," he said, "we might all meet together again by the bridge tonight." One by one the men left. Ducking into a garden, Mackay crawled under a rose bush. There he took off his badges of rank and threw them away. "I figured I would sleep a bit," he recalls. "I had just shut my eyes and reached that drowsy stage when I heard German voices. I tried to breathe more softly, and with my charred and bloody clothes, I thought I might look convincingly dead." Suddenly he received a terrific kick in the ribs. He took it limply, like a newly dead corpse. Then he felt a bayonet go into my buttocks and lodge with a jar against my pelvis. Strangely, Mackay recalls, it didn't hurt, just shocked me a bit when it hit the pelvis. It was when the bayonet came out that I felt the pain. It triggered Mackay's anger. Pulling himself to his feet, he drew his Colt. "What the bloody hell do you mean stabbing a bayonet into a British officer?" he yelled. Unprepared for Mackay's outburst, the Germans drew back, and Mackay realized that he could have shot some of them if I had had any bullets. They couldn't shoot back, he remembers, because they were ringed all around me. They would have hit one of their own. Their situation was so funny I laughed. As the Germans stared at him, Mackay contemptuously threw his Colt over a garden wall, so they couldn't get it as a souvenir. Forcing Mackay to lean against a wall, the Germans began to search him. His watch and an empty silver flask that had been his father's were taken from him, but an escape map in his breast pocket was overlooked. An officer returned the flask. When Mackay asked about his watch, he was told, "You won't need it where you're going, and we're rather short on watches." Hands above his head, he was marched off to a building where other British prisoners of war were being held. Going from group to group, Mackay reminded the men that it was their duty to escape. Suddenly Mackay, the only officer present, was taken into another room for interrogation. "I decided to go on the offensive," he recalls. "There was a German lieutenant who spoke perfect English, and I told him, firmly but politely, that it was all over for the Germans, and I was quite prepared to take their surrender." The lieutenant stared at him in amazement, but Mackay remembers that was the end of the interrogation. Shortly before dusk, the prisoners were herded out to trucks which took them east toward Germany. They got a guard on the back which made it harder to try to get away, Mackay says, but I told the lads to scrunch up and crowd him so he couldn't use his gun. As the truck in which he was riding slowed down at a bend in the road, Mackay jumped off and tried to make his escape. "Unfortunately, I had chosen the worst possible place," he recalls. "I dropped within 3 feet of a sentry. I jumped him and was trying to break his neck. Others arrived just then, and they beat me senseless." When he came to, Mackay found himself crowded with other prisoners into a room in a small Dutch inn. He managed to drag himself up to a sitting position against a wall, and then, for the first time in 90 hours, the young officer fell sound asleep. The following day, Mackay and 3 others escaped from the German town of Emmerich. One of the men with him was Lieutenant Dennis Simpson, who had led the breakout of the little group from the schoolhouse. The 4 men made their way across country and reached the Rhine. In a stolen boat they paddled all the way down to the Allied lines at Nijmegen. In the dusk around Colonel Frost's headquarters building and alongside the ramp, nearly 100 men in small groups were still fighting fiercely to hang on. The headquarters roof was burning, and nearly every man was down to his last few rounds of ammunition. Yet the troopers seemed spirited as ever. Major Freddie Goff believed that, even now, if we could just hold out a few hours longer, we would be relieved. At around 7 p.m. the 2nd Battalion's wounded commander awoke, annoyed to find that he had slept at all. Frost heard the gibbering of some shell-shock cases in the darkness of the cellar. The Germans were still pounding the building, and Frost became aware that the heat in the cellar, now filled with over 200 casualties, was intense. Attempting to move, he felt a shock of pain run through his legs. He asked that Goff be sent to him. "You'll have to take over," Frost told the Major, "but don't make any crucial decisions without first referring them to me." By now Frost was becoming aware that what he had most feared had begun to happen. The building was burning down, and the wounded were in danger of being roasted alive. All over the dark room men were coughing from the acrid smoke. Dr. James Logan, the battalion's chief medical officer, knelt down beside Frost. The time had come, Logan said, to get the casualties out. "We've got to arrange a truce with the Germans, sir," Logan insisted. "We can't wait any longer." Turning to Goff, Frost ordered him to make the arrangements, but to get the fighting soldiers to other buildings and carry on. I felt that even though the bridge was lost, we could still control the approach for a time, perhaps enough time for our tanks to come. Goff and Logan left to make arrangements for the truce. Logan proposed to unbolt the heavy front doors of the building and go out under a Red Cross flag. Goff was sceptical of the idea. He did not trust the SS. They might well open fire in spite of the flag. Going back to Frost, Logan received permission to proceed. As the doctor headed toward the doors, Frost removed his badges of rank. He hoped to fade into the ranks and possibly get away later. Wicks, his Batman, went in search of a stretcher. Nearby, Private James Sims, one of the wounded, glumly heard the evacuation plans being made. Logically, he knew there was no alternative. "Our position was obviously hopeless," he recalls. "Ammunition was all but exhausted, nearly all the officers and NCOs were dead or wounded, and the building was well alight. The smoke was nearly choking everyone." He heard Frost tell the able-bodied and the walking wounded to get out and make a run for it. Sims knew it was the only sensible course, but the news that they were to be left behind was not well received. Upstairs, Dr. Logan unlocked the front door. Accompanied by 2 orderlies and carrying a Red Cross flag, Logan walked out to meet the Germans. The noise of battle halted. "I saw some Germans run around to the back where we had our jeeps and carriers parked," Goff remembers. "They needed them to move the wounded, and I mentally waved goodbye to our remaining transport forever." In the cellar, men heard German voices in the passageways, and Sims noticed the heavy thud of German jackboots on the stairway. The cellar was suddenly quiet. Looking up, Sims saw a German officer appear in the doorway. To his horror, a badly wounded paratrooper brought up his Sten gun, but he was quickly overpowered. The officer, Sims remembers, took stock of the situation and rapped out some orders. German soldiers filed in and began carrying the wounded upstairs. They were almost too late. As Sims was being moved, a huge piece of burning timber nearly fell on top of us. He was acutely aware that the Germans were nervous, decidedly trigger-happy, and a lot of them were armed with British rifles and Sten guns. With the help of a shell-shocked paratrooper, Frost was carried up and laid on the embankment beside the bridge he had so desperately tried to hold. All about him he saw buildings burning fiercely. He watched as Germans and British together worked at top speed to get us out, while the whole scene was brilliantly lit by the flames. Only minutes after the last casualty was carried up, there was a sudden roar, and the building collapsed into a heap of fiery rubble. Turning to Major Douglas Crawley, lying on a stretcher beside him, Frost said tiredly, "Well, Doug, we didn't get away with it this time, did we?" Crawley shook his head. "No, sir," he said, "but we gave them a damn good run for their money." As the British wounded watched in wary surprise, the Germans moved among them with extraordinary camaraderie, handing out cigarettes, chocolate, and brandy. Bitterly, the paratroopers noticed that most of the supplies were their own, obviously collected from resupply drops that had fallen into German hands. As the hungry, thirsty men began to eat, German soldiers knelt beside them, congratulating them on the battle. Private Sims stared at a line of Mark IV tanks stretching back along the road. Seeing his expression, a German nodded. "Yes, Tommy," he told Sims, "those were for you in the morning if you had not surrendered." But Frost's stubborn, able-bodied men had not given up. As the last wounded man was brought out of the cellar, the battle began again, as intensely as an hour before. "It was a nightmare," Goff recalls. "Everywhere you turned there were Germans, in front, in back, and on the sides. They had managed to infiltrate a large force into the area during the truce. They now held practically every house. We were literally overrun." Goff ordered troopers to disperse and hide out for the night. At dawn he hoped to concentrate the force in a group of half-gutted buildings by the river bank. Even now he expected relief by morning, and I thought that somehow we could hold till then. As the men moved off into the darkness, Gough crouched down beside his radio. Bringing the microphone close to his mouth, he said, "This is the 1st Para-Brigade. We cannot hold out much longer. Our position is desperate. Please hurry. Please hurry." The Germans knew the fight was over. All that now remained was a mopping-up operation. Ironically, although there were tanks on the bridge, they could not cross. As General Harmel had predicted, the massed wreckage would take hours to remove. Not until early Thursday, September 21st, would a single pathway be finally cleared and movement across the bridge begin. At first light on Thursday, Gough and the scattered men remaining in the perimeter emerged from their hiding places. Relief had not come. Systematically, the Germans overran positions, forcing men now out of ammunition to surrender. By ones and twos, survivors undetected scattered to attempt to make their escape. Slowly, defiantly, the last British resistance came to an end. Major Gough had headed for the waterworks, hoping to hide and rest for a time, and then attempt to make his way west toward the main body of troops under Urquhart's command. Just outside the waterworks building, he heard German voices. Sprinting for a pile of wood, Gough tried to burrow under it. The heel of his boot protruded, and a German grasped it and pulled Gough out. "I was so damn tired I just looked up at them and laughed," Gough says. Hands over his head, he was led away. In a room full of other prisoners, a German major sent for Gough. He gave the British officer a Hitler salute. "I understand you are in command," the German said. Gough looked at him warily. "Yes," he said. "I wish to congratulate you and your men," the German told him. "You are gallant soldiers. I fought at Stalingrad, and it is obvious that you British have had a great deal of experience in street fighting." Gough stared at the enemy officer. "No," he said, "this was our first effort. We'll be much better next time." At some moment during these last hours, one final message was radioed from someone near the bridge. It was not picked up by either Urquhart's headquarters or by the British Second Army, but at the 9th SS Hohenstaufen headquarters, Lieutenant Colonel Hartzer's listening monitors heard it clearly. Years later, Hartzer could not recall the complete message, but he was struck by the last 2 sentences. "Out of ammunition. God save the King." A few miles to the north, near Apeldoorn, Private James Sims lay on the grass outside a German military hospital, surrounded by other wounded paratroopers awaiting processing and treatment. The men were quiet, drawn into themselves. "The thought that we had fought for nothing was a natural one," Sims wrote, "but I couldn't help but think about the main army, so strong and yet unable to make those last few miles to us. The hardest thing to bear was the feeling that we had just been written off." 12. At exactly 10:40 a.m. on Thursday, September 21st, Captain Roland Langton of the Irish Guards was told that his No. 1 squadron was to dash out of the newly acquired Nijmegen bridgehead and make for Arnhem. H hour, he was informed by Lieutenant Colonel Joe Vanderleur, would be 11 a.m. Langton was incredulous. He thought Vanderleur must be joking. He was being given just 20 minutes to brief his squadron and prepare them for a major attack. Langton himself was quickly briefed on a captured map. "The only other one we had was a road map devoid of details," he says. Information about enemy gun positions was contained in a single reconnaissance photo, showing an anti-aircraft site between the villages of Lent and Elst, and the supposition was that it might no longer be there. In Langton's view, everything about the plan was wrong, in particular the fact that they were actually going to launch this thing in 20 minutes. His squadron was to strike out with a second unit coming up behind. 2 tanks would carry infantry, and more troops, Langton was told, would follow. Yet he could expect little artillery support, and the Typhoon cab-rank air cover used so successfully in the initial breakout would not be immediately available. In Belgium, the Typhoons were grounded by weather. Nevertheless, Langton was instructed to go like hell and get on up to Arnhem. Although he did not betray his feelings to Langton, Joe Vanderleur was pessimistic about the outcome of the attack. Earlier, he and others, including his cousin, Lieutenant Colonel Giles Vandeleur, had crossed the Nijmegen Bridge to study the elevated island highway running due north to Arnhem. To these officers the road seemed ominous. Joe Vandeleur's second-in-command, Major Desmond Fitzgerald, was the first to speak. "Sir," he said, "we're not going to get a yard up this bloody road." Giles Vandeleur agreed. "It's a ridiculous place to try to operate tanks." Up to this point in the corridor advance, although vehicles had moved on a one-tank front, it had always been possible when necessary to maneuver off the main road. Here, Giles Vandeleur recalls, there was no possibility of getting off the road. A dike embankment with a highway running along its top is excellent for defence, but it's hardly the place for tanks. Turning to the others, Giles said, "I can just imagine the Germans sitting there, rubbing their hands with glee as they see us coming." Joe Vandeleur stared silently at the scene. Then he said, "Nevertheless, we've got to try. We've got to chance that bloody road." As Giles remembers, our advance was based on a time program. We were to proceed at a speed of 15 miles in 2 hours. Brigadier Gwotkin, the Guard's armoured chief of staff, had told them tersely, "Simply get through." At exactly 11 a.m., Captain Langton picked up the microphone in his scout car and radioed, "Go, go, go! Don't stop for anything!" His tanks rumbled past the Lent post office and up the main road. Fatalistically, Langton thought, it is now or never. After 15 or 20 minutes he began to breathe easier. There was no enemy action, and Langton felt a little ashamed for being so upset earlier. "I began to wonder what I was going to do when I reached the Arnhem Bridge. I hadn't really thought about it before." Behind the lead tanks came the Vandeleurs in their scout car, and back of them Flight Lieutenant Donald Love in his RAF ground-to-air communications tender. With him once more was Squadron Leader Max Sutherland, quiet and anxious. As he climbed aboard the white armoured scout car, Sutherland, who had directed the Typhoon strike at the breakout from the Meuse-Escaut Canal, told Love that the airborne boys in Arnhem are in deep trouble and desperate for help. Love scanned the skies looking for the Typhoons. He was sure they would need them. Remembering the horrors of the breakout, Love wasn't at all anxious to find himself in a similar position to the one I had been in the previous Sunday, when the Germans had stopped us cold. The tanks of the Irish Guards moved steadily forward, passing the village of Oosterhout off to the left and the hamlets of Ressen and Bemmel on the right. From his scout car, Captain Langton could hear Lieutenant Tony Samuelson, troop commander of the lead tanks, announce the locations. Samuelson called out that the first tank was approaching the outskirts of Elst. The Irish were approximately halfway to Arnhem. As he listened, Langton realized that we were out on our own. But tension was relaxing throughout the column. Flight Lieutenant Love heard a droning in the sky and saw the first Typhoons appear. The weather had cleared in Belgium, and now the squadrons came into view one at a time. As they began to circle overhead, Love and Sutherland settled back, relieved. In his scout car, Captain Langton was examining his map. The entire column had passed the secondary Bemmel turning off to the right. At that moment, Langton heard a violent explosion. Looking up, he saw a Sherman sprocket wheel lift lazily into the air over some trees up ahead. He knew immediately that one of the lead tanks had been hit. Lieutenant Samuelson, much farther up the road, quickly confirmed the fact. In the distance, guns began to bark and black smoke boiled up into the sky. Far down the line, Lieutenant Rupert Mahaffey knew that something had gone wrong. Abruptly, the column halted. There was confusion as to what had happened, and voices on the radio became distorted and jumbled as the battle was joined. "There seemed to be a great deal of shouting," Giles Vandeleur remembers, "and I told Joe I had better go forward and see what the hell was happening." The commander of the Irish Guards agreed. "Let me know as quickly as you can," he told Giles. Captain Langton was already on his way forward. Inching by the standing armour, Langton came to a bend in the road. Ahead he saw that all 4 lead tanks, including Samuelson's, had been knocked out and some were ablaze. The shells were coming from a self-propelled gun in the woods to the left, near Elst. Langton ordered his driver to pull into a yard of a house near the bend. A few minutes later Giles Vandeleur joined him. Immediately machine-gun fire forced the men to take cover. Vandeleur was unable to get back to his armoured car and report to his cousin Joe. Each time he called out to his driver, Corporal Goldman, to back up the vehicle, a Humber with a top hatch and a door at the side, Goldman would lift the lid and the Germans would pour a burst of fire over his head, causing him to slam it shut again. Finally, exasperated, Giles crawled back along a ditch to Joe's command car. Joe Vandeleur was already rapping out orders. Over the radio he called for artillery support. Then, seeing the Typhoons overhead, he ordered Love to call them in. In the RAF car, Sutherland picked up the microphone. "This is Winecup, Winecup," he said. "Come in, please." The Typhoons continued to circle overhead. Desperate, Sutherland called again. "This is Winecup, Winecup, come in." There was no response. Sutherland and Love stared at each other. "The set was dead," Love says. "We were getting no signal whatsoever. The Typhoons were milling around above us, and on the ground shelling was going on. It was the most hopeless, frustrating thing I have ever lived through, watching them up there and not being able to do a damn thing about it." Love knew the pilots of the slowly wheeling Typhoons had instructions not to attack anything on speculation. By now Giles Vandeleur had reached his cousin. "Joe," he said, "if we send any more tanks up along this road, it's going to be a bloody murder." Together the two men set out for Captain Langton's position. Now the infantry of the Irish Guards were off their tanks and moving up into orchards on both sides of the road. Langton had taken over one of the tanks. Unable to find cover or move off the road, he was manoeuvring backward and forward, trying to fire at the self-propelled gun in the woods. Each time he fired a round, the gun responded with 5 of its own. The infantry captain, whose troops were also after the same target but were now huddling in a ditch, was livid with rage. "What the bloody hell do you think you're doing?" he yelled at Langton. The young officer stayed calm. "I'm trying to knock out a gun so we can get to Arnhem," he said. As the Vandeleurs appeared, Langton, unsuccessful in his attempts to knock out the gun, climbed out to meet them. "It was a mess up there," Joe Vandeleur remembers. "We tried everything. There was no way to move the tanks off the road and down the steep sides of that damn dike. The only artillery support I could get was from one field battery, and it was too slow registering on its targets." His lone infantry company was pinned down, and he was unable to call in the Typhoons. "Surely we can get support somewhere," Langton said. Vandeleur slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid not." Langton persisted. "We could get there," he pleaded. "We can go if we get support." Vandeleur shook his head again. "I'm sorry," he said. "You stay where you are until you get further orders." To Vandeleur it was clear that the attack could not be resumed until the infantry of Major General G.I. Thomas's 43rd Wessex Division could reach the Irish Guards. Until then, Vandeleur's tanks were stranded alone on the high, exposed road. A single self-propelled gun trained on the elevated highway had effectively stopped the entire relief column, almost exactly 6 miles from Arnhem. Farther back in the line of tanks, opposite a greenhouse near Elst, whose windows had miraculously remained almost wholly intact, Lieutenant John Gorman stared angrily up the road. Ever since the column had been halted at Valkenswaard far down the corridor, Gorman had felt driven to move faster. "We had come all the way from Normandy, taken Brussels, fought halfway through Holland, and crossed the Nijmegen Bridge," he said. "Arnhem and those paratroopers were just up ahead, and almost within sight of that last bloody bridge we were stopped. I never felt such morbid despair."